Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Acquires Gamer Leveling. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The game has begun, huh? Welcome, player. What the hell? The player has been identified as Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto couldn't believe what he was seeing. A floating blue box with words he couldn't understand. This had to be a genjutsu. What was the seal for disabling genjutsu again? Loading stats. Name, Naruto Uzumaki. Title, the gamer. Occupation, Academy student. Level, LV 4 HP, 100 MP, 100 chakra, 2000 STR, 6 VIT, 10 DX, 5 INT, 3 WIS, 3 LUK, 1 current skills. Shadow Clone Jutsu LVL 3 class. Not applicable. Tutorial quest created. Quest details. Learn the intricacies and delve deep into the system of the game. Quest rewards. EXP 1000. Knowledge of the system. Does player accept the quest? Yes/no. I have to be hallucinating. Is this a dream? Quest denied. Naruto shook his head, convinced this was all a lucid dream he was experiencing. It had been 2 days since he stole the Forbidden Scroll and fought with Mizuki, and achieved his goal of becoming a genin of the Hidden Leaf. The whole experience was exhilarating enough. He deserved a rest. With a grunt, he fell back to sleep, forgetting the whole box situation instantly. Rays of light entered his small apartment as the sun began rising in the east, signifying the start of day to the entire village of Konoha. Naruto felt his eyes start to slowly blink open, yawning in satisfaction of a good night's sleep. He grinned widely as he saw Irika's headband perched bracingly on the corner of his desk. Maybe he could sleep for a bit longer. Ding. Player has slept. MP and HP restored. Naruto's eyes widened in horror as his nightmares materialized in front of him. It wasn't a dream. A genjutsu. Naruto thought, forgetting he went through the same process last night. I should have listened to Irika-sensei's class. Level 4 VI class. What's all this? Naruto looked through all his stats in wonder. If it wasn't a genjutsu, it must be, well, he didn't know. But he could understand a bit from the status window. His level was his current ability, and STR most likely stood for strength, but he wasn't sure. But the real question stood. Why was all this happening? New skill achieved. Deduction, LVL 1 huh. That's not too bad. Naruto thought with a contemplative look. So if he got better at certain skills, the level would increase. If this thing showed all the skills and talents he had, what's the issue with it? It was just like real life, but he could track his own abilities better. That was all there was to it. Yeah, definitely all there was. No issues whatsoever. Jumping out of bed, Naruto prepared to dress himself. He opened his closet to reveal his infamous orange jumpsuit. Quickly putting it on, he came to realize that the blue box had disappeared. Maybe it was a one-time thing. Ding. Or not. New quest, first step to greatness, created quest details. Go to Academy, get assigned to a ninja team, and become a ninja of Konoha. Quest rewards. EXP 1000, become a true ninja. Failure. Dream of becoming Hokage crushed mercilessly. Does player accept the quest? Yes/no. Naruto's eyes widened at the conditions placed next to the failure option. Not become Hokage. Hell no. Did that mean he needed to accept the quest? And what was EXP? But considering it was in the rewards tab, it couldn't be something bad. What was wrong with accepting the quest anyways? How do I accept the quest? Damn it. I should have taken the tutorial. Quest accepted. That was easy. Time for some breakfast. Naruto said cheerfully, putting the blue box out of his mind for the moment. Irika had previously told him that tunnel visioning wouldn't be a good thing for a Hokage to do. If there was one thing the blonde was good at, it was treating things that are really important like a joke. He opened the door to his fridge, and his mood immediately brightened. Instant ramen and milk, what more could a future Hokage want? Would the player like to observe the ingredients? Observe. Items. Carton of milk, a dozen pack of instant ramen. Alert. Carton of milk may contain poison. Effects include diarrhea, sickness, and overall weakness. What the? The spiky blonde shouted. Poison. He drank these regularly. Naruto checked the carton with urgency before coming to an obvious realization. It's expired. Naruto whispered. No. After the screams of frustration died out, he decided it was best to stick with water for the day and maybe buy some new cartons when he came back from the academy. Even though I lost some milk, this box seriously just prevented a horrible day from happening. Naruto thought seriously. He finished his breakfast in a hurry, tied on his headband, and made his way to the academy. I wonder who I'm going to be in a team with. Well, he obviously wanted to be in a team with Sakura the most. Maybe Shikamaru or Choji. Kiba would also be alright to be fair. Sasuke? He seriously didn't want to be in the same team as the Dobe. They were rivals. Competitors. Naruto shuddered. I'm gonna be late for class. The blonde went by his usual shortcut to the academy, going by roofs, suspicious alleyways, and empty roads. Ding. Skill, running has increased by 1 level. Running is now LVL 6 neat. Naruto thought as he rounded the final turn to the academy. He went into the building with confidence, making sure to flash his new headband to every teacher he walked past. And then he went into the class. What's Naruto doing here? Sakura asked instantly, being near the entrance when he entered. Naruto. I thought he failed. Putting on his signature grin, Naruto put a finger to his headband. I'm the future Hokage. Why are y'all so surprised? This headband is Izuka's. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have said that last part. You stole Irika-sensei's headband. Kiba asked, shocked. Too far, man. No. He gave it to me. I earned it. Naruto exclaimed, quick to crush the misunderstanding. Ding. New skill achieved. Public speaking LVL 1's. He's right, guys. Naruto swerved his head around to meet the eyes of his hero, Irika-sensei. Tears animatedly poured from his eyes as he profusely thanked the man. After a quick reprimanding, he went to his seat. He had been waiting for this moment for 2 days. The satisfaction of proving the others wrong was more than worth the wait. If there was one thing Naruto loved, it was proving people wrong. That was one of the reasons he was becoming Hokage in the first place. His blue eyes went to the local emo, who looked ahead in contemplation, not sparing a glance to the other students, nor the fangirls sitting around him. Think you're so cool. Wait till you see my new jutsu. Naruto smiled in pride as he remembered the jutsu he learned from the Forbidden Scroll. It was the first real jutsu he had ever learned, other than his also infamous henge jutsus. Last night he spent the day making clones and creating conversations with them, which, in hindsight, sounds incredibly lonely. The realization sobered his mood again. This is so boring. Naruto said out loud. When will the teams be announced? Be patient, Naruto, Irika half-shouted from the podium. First PRD hasn't even started yet. He needed something to appease his boredom. Where was that blue box? And there it was. The shiny, blue box appeared in front of his eyes, visible to only. Was he the only one who could see the thing? Hey Sakura! Naruto yelled to the pink-haired girl. The girl had her patented look of annoyance present on her face as she looked at Naruto. What? And nothing. An awkward pause issues shortly after. Nothing, hee, Naruto said bashedly, hand on his hair. Weirdo. So, that proved another point. Naruto was the only one who could see the shimmering blue box in front of him right now. That made him feel good, for some strange reason. He was special. Level 4, is that low or high? Naruto thought with a frown. I observed the items in my fridge. Does that mean I can observe other people? Skill. Deduction has increased by a level. Deduction is now LVL 2. Naruto looked at the closest student, who happened to be Shikamaru. The pineapple-headed boy was fast asleep, lightly snoring into the crook of his pale arm. Observe. Observation successful. Name, Shikamaru Nara. Title, not applicable. Occupation, Academy student level, LV 6 HP, 100 MP, 100 chakra, 150 STR, 2 VIT, 4 DX, 3 INT, 13 WIS, 6 LUK, 3 what the hell? This is fake. It has to be. Naruto thought in frustration. No way Lazybones is higher than me. Then Teet had to mean intelligence, if Shikamaru was so high in it. Naruto noticed how Shikamaru's chakra was also much lower than his own with satisfaction. Was that because of, who cares, honestly? So what if he had a demon in his belly? What's the chance of it suddenly escaping? Naruto realized he didn't actually have an answer for that. So he checked Sakura next. Observation successful. Name, Sakura Haruno. Title, not applicable. Occupation, Academy student level, LV2 HP, 100 MP, 100 out of 100 chakra, 100 out of 100 S tier, 1 VIT, 2 DX, 2 INT, 6 WIS, 2 LUK, 5. Naruto winced at what he saw. He wasn't sure whether to celebrate or cry that he was higher than Sakura's level. But he wasn't surprised by the pink-haired girl's stats. Her fights in sparring sessions would usually end up with cat scrambles, any sense of the taijutsu they learned completely absent. Not that Naruto could be talking, he rarely used actual taijutsu in his fights either. Of course, he checked Sasuke's next. Now, Naruto wasn't dumb. He knew that Sasuke was stronger than him currently. He wouldn't be disappointed no matter how severe the difference. He angled a glare at the brooding boy. Observation successful. Name, Sasuke Uchiha. Title, last Uchiha. Occupation, Academy student level, LV12 HP, 100/100 MP, 100 to 100 chakra, 250 to 250 STR, 9 VIT, 7 DX, 14 INT, 7 WIS, 4 LUK, 2 what? How? When? Naruto yelled in his mind. Sasuke was an entire 8 levels higher than him. 8. Naruto wasn't sure how to catch up. He wasn't even sure how to level up. Ding. Players can level up by gaining experience points from completing quests or increasing levels of skills. Great. Naruto drawled. I will be announcing the teams now. Naruto's eyes widened as he immediately went into a mode of rapt attention. Even Shikamaru, for once, came out of his slumber. Most of the students had similar expressions, for valid reasons. The team you were assigned into literally had the potential to decide your future for the next few years. Most people hoped they got into teams with their friends, or people they knew were strong in some way. But Naruto just wanted to be in a team with Sakura. Ding. The player is very fortunate that intelligence levels do not decrease. Naruto's eyes twitched. He was tunnel visioned that he didn't listen to any name that wasn't his own, completely ignoring the cries and shouts of his other classmates as the teams were announced one by one. Team 7 will include Naruto Uzumaki. No. Sakura Haruno. Yada. Naruto shouted with joy. No way his luck came through for him in such a crucial moment. For someone with luck points of a mere 1, Naruto was thoroughly impressed with himself. And Sasuke Uchiha. Shinaro. Oh no, my first impression of you is, you all are annoying. Naruto's sweat dropped. This guy was their Jonin sensei. Truth be told, even he didn't expect his prank to work on the man. Tall, silver-haired, and face mask on, their sensei looked quite exotic, and if it weren't for the Jonin vest he carried, Naruto wouldn't be surprised if Kakashi wasn't even from their village. He could tell that Sasuke was judging their sensei with detailed scrutiny as well, if the boy's narrowed eyes were any sign. Sakura just looked sad. But he knew a quick way to check whether their sensei was capable or not. Observe. Naruto smirked. Time to see whether this old man is the real deal or not. Observation failed. Target's level is too high. Naruto gaped in shock. This means, our sensei is seriously strong. It seemed there were some limits to the blue box thing. The blonde looked up to their sensei in a new light. Would player like a partial observation? Yes/no. Name, Kakashi Hatake. Title, Copy Ninja. Occupation, Jonin Sensei level. HP, 100/100 MP, 100/100 chakra. STR. Vit. Dex. Int. Wis. Luck. Diaminute? Naruto mumbled to himself, drawing a strange look from Sasuke. Copy Ninja. What does that mean? Well, Kakashi sighed. Let's start with introductions. Like what? Sakura asked. Likes, dislikes, hobbies, dreams, and more. Then why don't you start first? You're our sensei after all? Naruto asked in wonder. For once, I agree with Naruto, Sakura grumbled. Kakashi put a hand on his chin. Naruto felt his hands start to twitch in annoyance. He had a feeling that their sensei would do this a lot. And the blonde was definitely not patient in any way, shape, or form. Alright, I'm Kakashi Hatake. I have no longing to tell you kids about my likes and dislikes. Dreams. I have a lot of hobbies, I guess. Naruto waited for him to continue. And waited. That's it. Naruto blurted out. Sakura looked peeved. He just said his name. Kakashi sighed again. Well, that's over. Your turn. Never slow to respond, Naruto went next. I'll do it. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. My likes are cup ramen. But the ramen Irika-sensei gets me at Ichiraku's is even better. Dislikes? Waiting for the instant ramen to cook is definitely annoying. If only I could decrease the time to 1 minute instead. My dream is simple. One day, I'm gonna surpass the old man as Hokage and make everyone in the lead acknowledge me with respect, Databeo. Hobbies. Pranking is pretty fun. Skill. Public speaking has increased by a level. Public speaking is now LVL2. Kakashi nodded. So Sasuke went on a tangent about how he wanted to kill a certain someone. Definitely trying to act cool. Naruto thought, seeing through the whole facade. I'm definitely not scared that he might be talking about me. Best to keep some distance for a while just in case, though. Sakura went next. Typical fangirl stuff. I thought you were on my side, Sakura. The blonde whined in his head. Maybe my efforts are hopeless. Ding. Intelligence has increased by 1 level. Naruto tried not to cry on the spot. Kakashi giggled randomly. What? Sakura asked. Well, to be honest, I've been keeping a secret from you guys. And trust me, you won't like it. Secret? Do you really think you can become a genin from doing 3 weak jutsus? There's another exam. Or training, rather. Out of the 27 graduates, only 9 become genin. The rest, back to the academy. Tell me, Sakura, what is the failure rate for this exam? The girl in question gulped. 66%. That's not fair at all. You know how much I work to master those jutsus. Naruto bellowed. Kakashi had an air of indifference. Then maybe you're not ready to become a ninja yet. Naruto's gaze hardened. Well, whatever. I'll beat whatever training you put up, sensei. It wouldn't bode well to call me sensei, since you most likely will be going back to the academy soon. Well, that's the reason I called you sensei to begin with. You better get used to my voice, sensei, 'cause you're gonna hear it a lot more soon, Databeo. Naruto boomed, his voice dripping with confidence. Well, either way, tomorrow we will be having survival training on the field. Bring all of your tools. And make sure to skip breakfast. I don't want you to throw up on the freshly cut grass. Take these handouts, the details are printed. Naruto quickly took the handout, memorizing all the details in a hurry. Sui. And with a final peace sign, their sensei disappeared in a swirl of leaves. I need to learn that jutsu. The blonde's mind was set on a new goal. He needed to pass whatever training Kakashi set on them, no matter what it takes. Even if he had to forfeit all of his ramen packs. Kami forbid it comes to that. What's so tough about the training anyways? Naruto was hyped to show his new jutsu to everyone, maybe even knock Kakashi-sensei down a peg or two. Naruto looked at the other two, wondering what they thought of everything. Are you guys going to train or something? Naruto asked. Sakura had already left. Sasuke still sat, hands crossed in a brooding state, staring into the handout in his hands. Naruto shrugged. He needed to train as well, might as well go home and do some exercises. Push-ups. Sit-ups. Maybe I'll fight with some dummies. Ding. New quest. Learning the Uchiha created quest details. Challenge Sasuke to a spar. Quest rewards. EXP 400. Learn the Uchiha Taijutsu style, and increase Taijutsu level by 2 failure. Dream of becoming a ninja crushed mercilessly. Does player accept the quest? Yes/no spar. Naruto thought incredulously. He looked at the failure tab. Yeah, there was no escaping this. It was almost like the system was forcing him to fight Sasuke right now. Besides, he got some rewards in the meanwhile. 400 experience sounded good to him, especially considering the fact that his previous quest never came to fruition because of Kakashi's intended training. He might as well accept. "Hey, Sasuke," Naruto greeted, trying to act as friendly as possible. The smile on his face was almost painful as he stretched it to the utmost limit. Naruto resisted the urge to punch the other boy in the nose. Since we have a training session tomorrow, how about we spar? We can practice for a bit." Sasuke didn't look up from the printout. "No thanks. I'm not going to get any training from the dead last. I need to persuade him, even if it requires a lot of goading on my part. Dead last. Not anymore. I learned a new jutsu, believe it? Please get interested." Sasuke looked up at last. "And that is..." Naruto grinned. He put 2 fingers together in a cross sign. "Shadow clone jutsu." In a succession of poofs and smoke, 2 shadow clones appeared next to Naruto, each of them holding up a thumbs-up sign. Sasuke snorted. Some clones so..." Naruto's eyes glimmered. He'd expected that reaction. In an instant he threw a punch at his clone. The clone caught it in the bare of his palm a second later. Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise. "Fine, I'll guess you and your clones could be good target practice. Where should we spar do?" The blonde just wanted to get this over with and gain the points, and didn't want to extend the spar for too long. "Right here, right now." Sasuke immediately switched to his basic taijutsu stance. "No matter how many jutsus you learn, I'll always beat you, Naruto. The result is inevitable. Maybe you can beat me for now, I'll admit it. But can you beat 5 of me together?" Naruto grinned smugly as he placed his fingers on top of each other. Shadow clone jutsu. 2 more Narutos appeared beside the already present 3. The roof they were fighting on was pretty small, so Naruto couldn't really go all out like he did against Mizuki. It wouldn't be appropriate to do so for a spar, anyways. Naruto rushed forward along with his clones for the first punch. The raven-haired boy quickly parried it with the side of forearm, before delivering a shot right to Naruto's stomach. The blonde took the blow head-on. While Sasuke was fast, he wasn't the strongest. In fact, Naruto felt like he and Sasuke were on even terms in terms of strength alone. Before his opponent delivered another knee to the crook of his chin, his clones instantly jumped onto the boy. One grabbed his leg, and the others grabbed Sasuke's upper body. Sasuke immediately crouched, before delivering a sweeping kick to all of the clones behind him. He flipped into the air, at the same time dodging a hook from the real Naruto, which ended up landing on one of his own clones. For left. With the space he now had, Sasuke immediately went into a series of hand signs. Naruto's eyes widened. "A jutsu. Get him. You got it, boss." The 4 dashed to their opponent, issuing a devastating kick to the boy's jaw. But it never landed. The Uchiha became a fountain of smoke instead. You think you're the only one who could make a clone. Solid or not, it serves the same purpose. Behind us. A kick dug itself into Naruto's gut as the blonde grunted in pain shortly after. Sasuke glared. "There's more to a spar than just straight-out brawling, Naruto. We've 3 left. Taijutsu is the basis of fighting for all shinobi, and if you don't even know that, you don't need a spot on my team," Sasuke stated, as if it were fact. Another clone barged towards the Uchiha, not at all heeding the words that were spoken. Sasuke spun. A foot flew through the air and viciously tagged the clone in the cheek, destroying the clone entirely. Only a single clone left. Scanning complete. Does player wish to learn Uchiha clan taijutsu? Yes/no yes. Yes, do something stupid system. Naruto groaned, holding his stomach in pain. New skill achieved. Uchiha clan taijutsu LVL1 instantly, a wave of knowledge entered him. No, a tsunami. Fighting stances he never learned, experience he never gained, and technique he never worked for. Punches, kicks, spins, flips, dodges. Naruto relived everything in a span of a second. And he didn't feel remorse for a second. He felt a sudden urge to laugh, but fought it down. The blonde, who was always smiling and laughing, just felt the sheer addictiveness of having power in one's fingertips. It was so easy, so unfair. His last clone died out. Naruto fell into a stance, one that the Uchiha was very familiar with. Sasuke's eyes widened, before narrowing once more. Copying your opponents? I thought you had more shame than that, dope. Doesn't matter, like I said, the result is inevitable. They rushed forward again, but something in the air was different. Naruto was moving completely differently, the bulky, rigid movement seen before not visible once in the current bout. Sasuke didn't notice. The second he threw a jab at the blonde, Naruto countered. Naruto spun in the air, landing a reverse roundhouse on the unsuspecting opponent. Sasuke grunted as he was knocked back a few feet. Naruto stood shocked. He just landed a clean hit on Sasuke. Growling, Sasuke Uchiha went on the offensive. He leaped into the air, aiming all of his momentum onto Naruto's head with his legs. Sasuke realized how blue Naruto's eyes were for the first time. Naruto had jumped at the same time. Staring back into the eyes of his rival, Naruto threw an elbow straight into his back, sending the Uchiha to the ground. Without even looking at his face, Naruto could tell Sasuke was mad. No, furious. In an instant, Naruto was on the back foot once again. While he learned Sasuke's taijutsu, it was only a beginner version of it. A mere imitation, not the actual thing. He had a tiny shred of muscle memory embedded into him, but it wasn't the same as the blood, sweat, and tears Sasuke had put into making his own style. He lacked the same finesse and agility Sasuke utilized while fighting, due to his unfamiliarity with the style in general. The duel continued, and Naruto began to realize he was going to lose. It was almost like Sasuke was predicting his movements. That's when it hit him. Sasuke was able to predict his movements because it was his own style. He needed to revert back. Putting his hands into the correct position, he bellowed out, "Shadow Clone Jut." Sasuke ripped into his hands and pulled them apart, before immediately kneeing him immediately after. Naruto lost. I don't know what you did to copy me, and I'll admit, it intrigued me a little. But like I said, multiple times, the result is inevitable. This spar is over, Sasuke said arrogantly, putting his hands in his pockets, and began walking towards the exit. Naruto laid on his back, breathing heavily as the exhaustion crept to him. But he wouldn't let the JRK get the last word. You won this time, Sasuke. The result may have been inevitable. And you might have beaten me without using any jutsu. But I saw you clutching your arm. I managed to hurt you. That's a victory for now, Databeo. Naruto shouted, hand to air. He didn't hear any response, but he knew the Uchiha was listening. Ding. Quest, learning the Uchihang completed. Rewards, EXP 400, Uchiha Taijutsu style learned, Taijutsu LVL increased by ding. Congratulations. You leveled up. Player is now LV5. 1 attribute point gained. Now what the hell were attribute points? Naruto quickly scarfed down his extremely light breakfast in a hurry, the brief feeling of guilt entering his gut, before being washed down by a chug of goodness that was milk. Truth be told, even he wasn't going to eat breakfast, but the fight with Sasuke had seriously made him reconsider the fact entirely. Taijutsu was tiring. Naruto didn't know that, of course. The taijutsu they taught at the academy didn't pertain to any style but more so just the basics of fighting in general. But regardless of all that, Naruto was excited, giddy almost. While using the Uchiha Taijutsu, he felt cool, something which was usually only achieved by his epic pranks. He looked at his newly upgraded stats avidly. Name, Naruto Uzumaki. Title, The Gamer. Occupation, Academy Student. Level, LV5 HP, 100 MP, 100 Chakra, 2000 STR, 6 VIT, 10 DX, 5 INT, 4 WIS, 3 LUK, 1 Current Skills, Shadow Clone Jutsu LVL 3 Class, Not Applicable Attribute Points. 1. He noted his level with dismay. There was still a long way to go before he came to Sasuke's level, but he was getting there, at least. The number of attribute points he had was disappointing too, especially since he finally learned what they were after asking the system. The points could increase once of his stats immediately, no strong work needed. Yes, please. But he wasn't exactly sure what to put it on. Considering he had an extremely important task in a few hours, he needed to do something quick. And when in doubt, go with your gut instinct. Was it really a surprise that the Jinchuriki would put his only attribute point on strength? Hey Blue Box. Put the point into strength. Naruto thought. Ding. Attribute point has been used. Strength has been increased by 1 point. Naruto grinned widely. Time to knock Kakashi down the humongous peg he was on. Naruto flexed his muscles, trying to see whether the strength attribute really did anything. For one, he couldn't feel anything at all, but did people really feel their muscles growing as they got stronger? Could he really trust the system to power up his strength instantly? Sakura scoffed as she looked away. Not again, Naruto. For once, the knucklehead ninja stayed silent. The pink-haired girl raised an eyebrow in surprise, before looking ahead again. If Sasuke noticed the change in Naruto's behavior, he didn't mention it. Some would say that Naruto had matured and had seen the difference between him and Sasuke's level, thus making him determined to improve and prove himself in the test Kakashi would oppose them. But the real reason Naruto was confusedly quiet was because of the Uchiha stats. Name: Sasuke Uchiha. Title: Last Uchiha. Occupation: Academy student level, LV 13 HP, 100 MP, 100 out of 100 chakra, 250 to 250 STR, 9 VIT, 7 DX, 14 INT, 7 WIS, 4 LUK, 2 This BSTRD leveled up as well. Naruto thought, gritting his teeth in frustration. What would it do to catch up for once? Was it really impossible to beat a prodigy like Sasuke? Were they really on 2 different levels? Naruto brushed those thoughts aside. No, he will catch up to his rival, no matter what it takes. And that started with beating Kakashi's training and becoming a genin for real. Good morning, Kakashi said, a peace sign in the air. You're late. Sakura yelled with an accusing finger at their aloof sensei. Gentle breezes of wind passed through the training sector, bringing along with it a cozy smell of pine. And the familiar sound of bells. You'll have until noon to take these bells from me, which is why the clock is set up right here. Whichever of you are unable to get a bell will get no lunch either. Should have eaten breakfast. Sakura's face twisted into newly found vengeance as she glared at Kakashi, hand on her stomach. Even Sasuke looked annoyed. Naruto just blinked. Since there's only 2 bells, one of you definitely will be tied to a tree stump here. Predictably, of course, the person without a bell fails immediately, back to academy lessons with your previous teachers. Fortunately, you are allowed to use your shuriken and other tools. I want you guys to come at me with the intention of killing. Ding. New quest. Jingle Bells created quest details. Managed to touch one of Kakashi's bells. Quest rewards: EXP 600, Kakashi's respect, Sasuke's respect. Failure: stay as a weakling for the rest of your life. Does player accept the quest? Yes/no. That's an easy choice. Touch one of his bells. Naruto didn't care how high of a level Kakashi was, he wasn't just going to touch them, he was going to take one for himself. Isn't that dangerous for you? Sakura asked, voice laced with worry. Don't worry, Sakura, I'll go easy on sensei, Naruto said, grinning. Naruto? Kakashi remained impassive. It's often said that the weakest dog tends to bark the loudest. Mr. Deadlast here is testament to that. You guys can start when. Naruto lunged at Kakashi with his kunai at point-blank range, eager to cut up their sensei for the bells. I haven't said start yet? Naruto's eyes widened as he realized there was no one in front of him. Too fast. However, I like the eagerness in you trying to kill me. We'll be starting now. Ready. Start. The blonde dashed a bit away, but not as much as Sakura and Sasuke, who ended up hiding in the trees. I need to get the bells and the EXP while I'm still at max capacity. No time like the present. I'm right here, sensei. Fight me if you can. Naruto shouted, hands crossed in his arms. Kakashi sighed. Not like the other 2. That's. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the future Hokage. Naruto stopped talking before he blitzed towards the silver-haired Jonin, but immediately took a step back when he saw the man draw into his pockets. All right, Mr. Hokage. I know I'm not your sensei yet, but I'll give you some lessons for free. Ninja Fighting Lesson 1, Taijutsu. Kunai. Shuriken. Katana. Book. Naruto struggled to get out, eyebrows raised to their limit. There has to be more, right? Maybe it's a book with a bunch of secret jutsus. Yeah, that's it. Observe. Observe it. Observation successful. Item name, Ichi Ichi Paradise, Volume 1 Item details. Written by one of the legendary Sannin, the gallant Jiraiya-sama, the Ichi Ichi Paradise series is a best-selling franchise known for its perverse and entertaining storytelling. Naruto felt his anger bloom instantly. Why, you pervert? Put that down, you're fighting me. You recognize this book. Interesting, nonetheless, it will make no difference if I fight you reading or not. Naruto pushed off his feet, lunging towards Kakashi with a kick. The man lazily lifted up one hand, catching his foot with a thud before ducking over the other kick Naruto sent his way, and at the same time flipping a page of his book. Is this the difference between me and a jonin? Naruto thought incredulously. He needed Sasuke's taijutsu again. Activating. Skill, Uchiha Clan Taijutsu LVL1 activated. Usage drains 20 MP points each minute. He aimed another punch at Kakashi, only to realize he was missing. A ninja should never be caught from the back, idiot, Kakashi monotoned. Naruto, move. He's going to kill you. Sakura yelled from somewhere among the trees. Naruto didn't need to hear it twice. The moment he heard Kakashi's voice, he already started moving. Kakashi's fingers touched the empty, cold air. The blonde had somersaulted right into a position behind Kakashi. Taijutsu. Do you really want taijutsu? Here we go then, sense. Naruto yelled, getting into a stance. Kakashi looked peeved that his attack missed. Man. I seriously wanted to get you with that, brat. Wow, cool pose. I feel like I recognize that from somewhere. The only thing you should recognize is my fist, Naruto said, running towards the man. That was very corny. Naruto gave a leading punch to Kakashi's stomach. The jonin, as always, caught it with his left hand, but was surprised when Naruto immediately issued a reverse roundhouse right after. To Sakura, it seemed as if Naruto got faster, but that was about it. To Sasuke and Kakashi, they both knew that something had changed in Naruto's style completely. His movements were quicker, more fluid, and focused on the brute strength of each attack. In fact, it surprised Sasuke even more than Kakashi. When Naruto first copied his style yesterday itself, he was inexperienced, and he didn't think too much of it. But then came the scary part. Naruto was improving. With every strike, punch, and kick, he was becoming more and more like the real thing. Maybe Sasuke's? The roundhouse managed to hit Kakashi's shoulder, who grabbed onto his leg in response. Not wanting to get grappled to the ground, Naruto pushed off the jonin's shoulder before his grasp could reach his ankles and hung in the air, making a hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Kakashi threw shuriken at the exact same time. Smoke surrounded him, covering Kakashi's sight of Naruto. More clones appeared next to him, already knowing what to do. Grabbing both his legs, they pushed him directly towards Kakashi like a missile. Ding. New skill achieved, Battle Strategics, LVL1, the bells are mine, sensei. Naruto's initial idea was to dive for the bells and pray to Kami he would catch Kakashi by surprise, but his body told him something different. He feinted a hammer fist straight to the man's head, before ducking to his legs, and at the same time swiping his hand towards the bells. A brief jingle was heard. Ding. Quest, Jingle Bells, completed. Rewards, EXP 600, Kakashi's respect, Sasuke's respect. Dexterity has increased by a level. Skill, Taijutsu has increased by a level. Taijutsu is now LVL4 skill. Uchiha Clan Taijutsu is now LVL2. Naruto rolled forward as Kakashi moved at the last second, completely negating his final drive to get the bells. Your file didn't mention any studies of Taijutsu, yet it's obvious you have some practice in it. I wonder where you learned it from. Well, I guess I can't go easy on you either, can I? Kakashi asked, before running towards the blonde with moderate speed. Naruto breathed as he brought himself back to position. He needed to get the bells no matter what. Fire release, Fireball Jutsu. A torrent of hot, viscous fire erupted into the field before him, covering Naruto's entire vision with ruby reds, oranges, and yellow. His skin flared threateningly, the temperatures reaching dangerously high levels even though it wasn't too near him. The supply of fire eventually died out, leaving the scorched grass underneath it to mourn. Kakashi was nowhere to be seen. Naruto, Sasuke said, appearing beside the blonde. What was that? Naruto asked, awed by the jutsu used by the Uchiha. The raven-headed boy stared blankly ahead. Just a jutsu? Why did Sasuke come? This Jonin, he's too strong to beat right now. While it sounds pitiful to team up with the dead last, we need to if we want to win, Sasuke said, eyes lighting up in frustration. What about Sakura? Naruto questioned. She's going to slow us down. It's best we don't. Sakura. We're right here. Come quickly. Let's team up to beat Kakashi-sensei. Naruto yelled, putting his hands around his mouth. Sasuke shook his head. Is this really the guy who I saw fighting just now? He thought with a grimace. You realize there's only 2 bells? Sasuke challenged. Yeah, but I want her to also have an equal chance to get the bell while we can. Naruto squinted his eyes, looking in every direction possible. Where's Kakashi? All he saw was the green expanse of grass which faded away into the forest of trees around them. Shadow clone jutsu? Naruto said, summoning a dozen clones around him. 6 of you stay put. The others go scout for Sakura and bring her here. You got it. What happens if she doesn't want to come? One of his clones asked while saluting. Naruto scratched his hair. Just say Sasuke is here as well. His clones dispersed after that. Sasuke felt his eye twitching, but ignored the sensation to focus on the situation at hand. His eyes widened as he heard the faintest of trembles underneath him. Jump! Sasuke yelled. Naruto did exactly that, dodging a hand that came out of the ground. Kakashi was here. The number 1 of the village, Uchiha. You might be interesting. Sasuke stared back, taking 2 steps to the front, staying silent. I might not be able to read while facing you too. A shame, I was just getting to the good part. Ninja Fighting Lesson 3, Ninjutsu. Kakashi began weaving through a sequence of jutsus, his hands becoming a blur. Let's go, Sasuke. Naruto realized for the first time how fast the Uchiha was. He was running at his maximum speed, but Sasuke was already a few steps ahead of him. Water release, water bullet jutsu. Cohesive ball of water collected together and threw themselves at Sasuke and Naruto, forcing the two to split apart to avoid the attacks. He dodged the attack. Now, Naruto wasn't sure what to do next. The academy never taught them to fight against ninjas of this caliber, let alone jutsus other than the basic clone. But maybe that was all he needed. Sasuke, Naruto. A voice yelled from behind them. His clones disappeared with a poof, and the whole interaction with Sakura suddenly filled his head. How did that happen? Shaking his head, Naruto slowed down a bit so the girl could catch up. Sakura came to him, breathing and hands on her knees. Are you and Sasuke teaming up? Ding. New quest. Prodigy created quest details. Steal one of Kakashi's bells. Quest rewards, EXP 1500, new skill. Title, Prodigy of Konoha. Failure, not applicable. Does player accept the quest? Yes/no hell yeah. Naruto thought with a grin. He had no idea what the title even meant, but Prodigy of Konoha sounded awesome. And the 1500 EXP was the highest reward he ever saw from a quest yet. Completing this quest would probably make him level up one more time, which also meant another attribute point. This was all without mentioning the random skill he would receive. And to steal one of Kakashi's bells, he needed all the help he could get. Yeah, for now. We probably are gonna need to work together if we want to beat Kakashi. Who cares about failing right now? Naruto said, trying to inspire confidence in Sakura. I guess, but if we fail we're going back to the academy? Sakura shuddered. Like I said, let's worry about that later, Databeo. Ding. New skill achieved. Persuasion LVL1. Naruto looked ahead, where Sasuke was engaging with the Jonin already. See, I need to go. Shadow clone jutsu. Naruto repeated. 8 or so clones appeared next to him, looking at their boss for orders. Sakura, listen. I'm going to have these clones henge as you, and enter the fight. You have to sneak in with them, and once the chance comes, just take the bells, Naruto urged with a yanking motion of his hands. Battle strategics increased by a level. Battle strategics is now LVL2. Sakura nodded, before her eyes widened as Naruto's clones became identical copies of her with one hand sign. Naruto could feel the physical strain the technique had on his chakra levels. To keep the henge active for a long time, you had to maintain a physical transformation by supplying a continuous stream of chakra, something which was strong enough by itself. And now Naruto had to do with 8 clones, all at the same time. For a regular genin, or even a regular jonin, this would be outright impossible to think about, and would immediately lead to chakra exhaustion, but Naruto was different. "Follow me," Naruto issued. Both of Kakashi's eyebrows raised as he saw multiple Sakuras led by one Naruto running towards him, before he blocked another punch by Sasuke. Naruto made his way into the fight. "Uzumaki Naruto is here," the Sakura army cried out at once, mimicking his actions. Naruto couldn't even tell that one of them was Sakura. Sasuke leaped back as he missed another kick to Kakashi, who honestly looked irritated at this point. His hands began moving in a quick succession. "You kids are seriously starting to get annoying." Water release, water dragon jutsu. A beast of water arose from the river behind Kakashi, shaping and transforming into a colossal dragon that glared at them angrily, the water body missing the serenity and calmness of an ocean entirely, instead similar to the rapid, relentless aggression of a speedy river. The clones doubled back before they started running back in a vain attempt to escape, but the beast hunted its prey with precision, the power of the sheer amount of water immediately destroying the clones on contact. Naruto could only gape as his plans turned immediately into shackles. But not yet, not all of it was ruined. "To think I had to use that jutsu on clones? Shut up," Naruto shouted boldly, lunging for a kick at Kakashi. The kick missed due to Kakashi quickly tilting to the side, but Naruto didn't stop there. He bent his torso downwards so that his hand could reach the ground, before pushing outward so he could get the necessary acceleration to catch Kakashi's body in a deadlock with his open legs. "MP has been drained. Uchiha-style Taijutsu LVL2 disabled. Doesn't matter, I don't need it right now either way." His legs clamped around Kakashi like a scissor on a piece of metal, trying its best to cut it open. Sasuke came in at the right moment, sweeping Kakashi's leg with a kick of his own. Naruto felt himself tumble to the grassy floor with Kakashi, who struggled to get out of the lock with Sasuke on his legs and Naruto on his arms. "Sakura now!" Naruto screamed, the strain on his legs becoming unbearable. Sakura appeared out of nowhere, presumably, and slid past Kakashi's body with her hand outwards, grasping the bells along the way. "Shanaru, they did it. They beat a jonin. An actual jonin." Naruto laughed in joy as he let go of his hold on Kakashi, scrambling to his legs. The adrenaline that filled his BLD didn't leave, pushing his excitement to even higher levels. Did his plan actually work? "I told you, Kakashi, I told you. I guess you're our sensei now after all." Kakashi patted his shoulders, swiping away a strand of grass that stuck to his uniform. "Congratulations, I didn't expect that, to be honest. Now, who will Sakura give the other bell to?" Naruto's smile dissipated. It finally registered that the notification for completing his quest never popped up. Kakashi continued mercilessly. "As I said, only 2 of you pass. Regardless of whether all 3 of you manage to work together or not. Sakura, what's your decision?" Sakura's face looked extremely uncomfortable as she took a look at the bells in her hand. Her gaze softened when she saw Sasuke, who didn't even spare her a glance, preferring to look at the grass below him. Her face became even more worried as she looked at Naruto, who seemed just as equally uncomfortable. "I can't make the decision, Kakashi-sensei," she said at last. "Why not?" Kakashi inquired. "That's wrong. In this type of field, we have to make decisions such as these to survive, Sakura. Did your academy not teach things like this? Facts. Sacrifices will be made in the middle of missions which were supposed to go on perfectly. And lives are sometimes the cost that makes sure a mission succeeds." Kakashi's eyes hardened. "We aren't the keepers of peace or any childish notion you may have assumed during academy. We're shinobi." Kakashi pointed to somewhere off in the distance. "Over there, there's a stone. Countless names of shinobi who were considered heroes of the village are carved on it, so it's not a normal stone by any means. My best friend's name is on it as well. Where is this going? Naruto thought sadly. My best friend. He sacrificed himself so that I could live. Do you really think you would be able to make such decisions on the battlefield? With that said, you guys shouldn't just give up on this training session, you should quit thinking of becoming a shinobi entirely. What? Naruto roared in outrage. What did they even do to deserve such a thing? Sakura yelped as the bells in her hand disappeared into a cloud of smoke. Kakashi was nowhere to be seen either. Did we just get played? That was probably why the quest notification never came up. Naruto realized. Where the hell did the old man? Boo! Naruto screamed as Kakashi's face poked out from underneath his legs. You're not the only one who can use shadow clones, Naruto. Kakashi quickly revealed himself entirely from the earth. You guys... What the... Naruto wasn't sure whether he should be happy or just relieved at this point. Sakura seemed to think the same, her expression still looking scarred with the whole talk from Kakashi earlier. Truth be told? Kakashi started, before chuckling immediately after. What? Sakura asked feebly. Truth be told, you guys passed the moment Naruto appeared with his Sakura clones. A shinobi must see underneath the underneath. The whole point of this test was to test your teamwork, not whether you got the bells or not, which you obviously didn't. I think this is the fastest any team has passed the bell test, so congratulations. Kakashi said, eyes narrowed into a smile. Naruto raised his hand. So everything you said before is the complete truth. We shinobi are tools for our village to use freely. However, Sakura's decision, or lack thereof, isn't to be condemned. In the shinobi world, those who break the rules are scum, that's true. But those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. The silence after his words hung in the almost tangible tension in the air. Demon, he's seriously cool. Naruto thought, awe filling his eyes. I'm gonna be like that someday though. Kakashi raised a thumbs up to the air. Starting from tomorrow, Team 7 will debut as an official shinobi team. Ding. Quest. Prodigy failed. Quest. First step to greatness completed. Rewards, EXP 1000, become a true ninja. Naruto could only grin as he was flooded with notifications. I guess I didn't level up. Congratulations. You leveled up. Player is now LV6. Nevermind. 1 attribute point gained. New title, Genin of Konoha achieved. Title, Genin of Konoha increases all stats by 5% while doing missions assigned by Konoha. Naruto had a lot more learning to do all over again. And then I dashed towards Kakashi, and trapped him between my legs, then boom. Sasuke comes and sweeps him to the floor, and Sakura comes in the end to take the bells in one sweep. Naruto finished telling his tale to the other genin around him. Everyone looked to Sakura, who shyly nodded in confirmation. Ah man, you guys seem to have a cool test, all we did was fight for a bit and Asuma-sensei made us pass. Choji said, chowing down on the barbecue, or what was remaining of it. Shikamaru sighed. Yeah, it was troublesome. It's not like you did much anyways, Ino quipped back. Where's Sasuke? Kiba asked pointedly. Naruto shrugged. He said he couldn't come. He had tried persuading the Uchiha, but his persuasion level was only at a mere level 1 for now. To celebrate all of the genin passing, Kiba had announced a party at his family-owned restaurant, Inazuka Grill. Naruto was just glad he didn't need to pay. His wallet was already suffering from the ramen he bought without Irika to pay for him. Well, if Sasuke isn't here, I'm calling total BS on that whole scene you narrated, Naruto, Kiba said, crossing his arms. Akamaru barked in agreement before returning to the oice of meat below him. What? You have to believe me, man. I was so cool. Shino, you believe me, right? Shino stayed quiet as always, before he shrugged his shoulders. I believe you, Naruto, Hinata said, her voice as timid as ever. Thank you, Hinata. Finally, someone with a brain in your team. Hinata blushed before going back to her food. The rest of the party went along swiftly, everyone enjoying the food and the company as well. With missions and the whole workload that came with being a shinobi, they probably won't see each other at once again for a long time. Just as all the teams started to leave, with Kiba staying, of course, Naruto called for a specific someone. Shikamaru. The spiky-haired boy looked back, before telling his teammates goodbye. Naruto led him to a place a bit far away from the restaurant, but not anymore to look suspicious. What? Shikamaru asked, putting his hands into his pockets. Okay, now that that's done. How do I break this to him? Fine, listen here. There's this scenario. Okay, this isn't working. How do I explain this? Shikamaru yawned. Look, Naruto. I'm super tired already. Make it quick, man. Let's first assume you can categorize a person's characteristics. Yeah, characteristics into numbers. So, like strength into a 4 or 6, speed into 8 or 9, and more. Shikamaru's eyes lightened a bit. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I can infer a bit. What are the types of characteristics? It's related to battle, mostly. There's strength, vitality, intelligence, wisdom, and luck, and I think speed. Interesting. What is this all for? Naruto expected this question to come. It's for a game I'm trying to make? Game? Yeah. Shikamaru looked at him incredulously. Alright. So where do you think I would scale on intelligence in your game? Observe. Observation successful. Name, Shikamaru Nara. Title, not applicable. Occupation, Genin of Konoha. Level, LV 6 HP, 100 MP, 100 chakra, 150 STR, 3 VIT, 4 DX, 3 INT, 13 WIS, 6 LUK, 6 Naruto noted with glee that Shikamaru was level 6 just like him. You would be around 13, I guess, Naruto stated. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. And you? Naruto whispered with shame. Modest. I'm also surprised you're so certain about the numbers. I've thought of it before. I definitely don't have anything telling me all of this. So the game is some kind of role-playing thing. I've seen something like it before, I think. But regardless, why did you call me here? It certainly wasn't to boost my ego. The blonde nodded. All right. So the player gets a card which allows them to automatically increase one of their stats by 1 point from time to time. Which stat would you increase? Stat as in one of the characteristics. Okay, I would increase my intelligence. DMN. I should have done that instead of putting the other one in strength. But at least I know what to do with this attribute point. Shikamaru hummed thoughtfully. But if the character is a shinobi, it would certainly be better to have a balanced approach, no? Naruto looked up hopefully. Since the card comes from time to time as you put it, it would be more useful to branch the card out to all characteristics, rather than hyper-focusing on one. How so? Naruto asked, genuinely curious. Think about it, we're shinobi. We get stuck in all types of positions in any mission. Say we do increase our intelligence to a genius level, but will our strength be available to support us during a one-on-one fight? With too much strength, on the other hand, how do we make plans to use that ability? We require intelligence. Theoretically, the best shinobi would have the highest and the most balanced stats, as you say. So it would be better to increase the stats you're low in at the start and work from there. This guy is seriously smart. Naruto thought, impressed by his thought process. Ah, thanks, Shikamaru, you seriously helped me out. Naruto said, grinning. Shikamaru shrugged. No problem, but you owe me now. DMN, right? Naruto waited until he was sure no one was around him before he opened his status window. Name, Naruto Uzumaki. Title, the gamer. Occupation, Genin of Konoha. Level, LV 6 HP, 100 out of 100 MP, 100 out of 100 chakra, 2000 S tier, 6 VIT, 10 DX, 6 INT, 4 WIS, 3 LUK, 1 current skills, Shadow Clone Jutsu LVL 3 class, not applicable. Attribute points, 1 Shikamaru said to balance it out. My vitality is high already, my luck is really low, but increasing that is just boring. Wisdom to ready. Wise enough, right? Best to go with intelligence. Attribute point has been used. Intelligence has been increased by 1 point. This is so amazing. Naruto whispered between chuckles, a sudden urge to laugh in celebration overcoming him. He pointed at the stone monument overlooking the entire village. Their carved faces made to inspire and fuel the will of fire among the citizens of Konoha during the darkest of times. Forget surpassing the old man, I'm gonna surpass all of you. The first, the second, the third, and the fourth. Naruto Uzumaki, the fifth Hokage, believe it. New skill achieved, Will of Fire, LVL1. Do you have eyes on the target? Kakashi asked. Yes, it's 3 meters away, Naruto responded on his walkie-talkie. Don't mess up, Naruto, Sakura said from elsewhere. Alright, I'll count you down. Don't make a single speck of noise. Naruto leaped out of his hiding spot to trap the target, his shadow clones doing the exact same. Whyish! Naruto yelled as he jumped onto the target with all of his might, covering its furry body with the combined weight of both his clones. The cat shrieked and clawed him as Naruto grabbed its arms and legs and held it towards its ear. Is it Tora? Sasuke asked, coming out of the tree behind him. Observe. Observation successful. Name, Tora. Title, The Lost Cat of Konoha. Level, LV3. Naruto leaned the cat to the right, pretending he didn't know it was Tora already. Ribbon on the left ear. Yep, it's him. Ding. Quest, Finding Tora, completed. Rewards. EXP 50. An entire week of doing D-rank missions was painful to the mind and the body. Naruto hadn't leveled up once, and his taijutsu never increased any levels. So far, training with Kakashi was more like doing chores than actual training. The skilled scouting was now level 5, even though it didn't really matter much. Funnily enough, that was the highest level in any skill he had so far. But considering that all he did for the past week was scout for lost items and other random activities, it kind of made sense. Team 7 went to the Hokage's office to drop off the cat right after. Mdem Shurjimi, the wife of the fire daimyo, profusely thanked them before enveloping her cat in a bone-crushing hug. Naruto felt slightly bad, but also knew that the cat deserved it for the torture it put them through. Hiruzen let out a puff of smoke before reading out their next mission. Team 7's next duties are babysitting an elder's grandson, shopping in the neighborhood village, and helping dig some potatoes in the local farm. Naruto was quick to retaliate, tired of all the random chores being given to them. Hell no, old man. Missions are supposed to be cool, not babysitting your grandson. Sasuke raised an eyebrow with how Naruto talked back to the Hokage himself. I never said it was. Please give us a better one. Naruto exclaimed loudly, his eyes hopeful. Not only were the missions they were currently doing boring, he needed some quests that give more experience so he could level up. He could tell Sakura and Sasuke agreed with him. Naruto, you're only a rookie genin. You're not the only one doing this work, even the Hokage himself started from these duties. Iruka barked at him from the desk. It doesn't matter. Please just give us some better missions. Naruto, as genin, D-rank missions are all you really get. But alright, I'll make an exception. Naruto looked up in surprise. Skill, Persuasion increased by a level. Persuasion is now LVL2. I can manage to give you a C rank, an SCRT and protection mission of a certain someone. Alright, that sounds more fun already. Hiruzen tapped once on his desk. Come inside. And came out the door was a tall man with a black, sleeveless shirt wrapped with a towel, and loose scad breeds below it. He had a bottle of alcohol in his left hand, clearly sounding drunk already. With a small, gray goatee and tiny glasses, he looked like one of the shady grandpas back in Konoha. Some brats are protecting me. Especially the short, blonde one. Are you really a genin? Shut up, drunkard. Naruto started, but wilted against Kakashi's glare. The man pushed his glasses up. I am an expert bridge builder by the name of Tsuna. I will require your protection until I get back to my country and finish up a bridge. Ding. New quest, Protection of Tsuna. Created quest details. Keep Tsuna alive until the bridge is complete. Quest rewards, XP 3000 class. Title, Failure. Does player accept the quest? Yes/no 3000. Hell yeah. Naruto grinned. Don't worry, drunkard, the future Hokage is protecting you. Let's go. Naruto shouted out, hands to the air. They were officially out of Konoha, way past the large gates that guarded his village. Why are you so excited? Sakura asked. Naruto scratched the back of his head. I've never been outside of the village, so it's interesting. Title: Genin of Konoha is currently applicable for increased stats. Equip title: Genin of Konoha. Yes/no yes, please. Naruto thought to himself. 5% didn't sound like much but was useful nonetheless. Tsuna scoffed. Are you really a shinobi, kid? I'm starting to fear for my own safety. You're somewhat shady yourself, old man. If Naruto's observation skill was higher, he would have noticed the slight widening of Tsuna's eyes at his words, or the brief twitching of his long, calloused fingers. Kakashi did, however. Tsuna-san, you're from Wave Country? Sakura asked curiously. Tsuna looked at her appraisingly. Yes, I am. Sensei, there aren't any shinobi in Wave, is there? No, but that's better for us in the long run. There won't be any really dangerous shinobi coming after Tsuna, after all. This time Naruto did observe how Tsuna kept his head down. Suspicious? Ding. Skill: deduction increased by a level. Deduction is now LVL 3, but Naruto wasn't the type to think the worst of others. He let the moment of panic from Tsuna slip past him. But what was this other feeling? Ding. Warning: bloodlust detected. Chills spread through Naruto's arms as he paused mid-stroll. Sense, an enemy appeared out of nowhere, manifesting from the small puddle near Kakashi-sensei. Another cloaked, masked person jumped into the air, grabbing a thick, black rope along with him. The rope circles around each side of the Jonin before entrapping him entirely. One down, a deep, bored voice sounded out. With a twist and turn of the hands and waists, the spiky rope cut through Kakashi, leaving behind a small pool of BLD and organs. All Naruto saw was red. That wasn't out of anger, no, it was just the BLD that pooled along his feet, marking his sandals with the visceral color. Kakashi-sensei was dead. Naruto! Sakura screamed instantly. Naruto jumped to the sides as a pair of spiked ropes impaled into the empty space he was once in. His eyes widened with exhilaration, his muscles aching for some sort of release, but his mind, there was no doubt about it, he was scared. Ding. New quest: Encounter Demon Brothers. Created quest details. Defeat the Demon Brothers. Quest rewards: EXP 500, Kakashi's respect. Failure: does player accept the quest? Yes/no, but when there was a goal, Naruto never gave up. Activating skill: Uchiha Clan Taijutsu LVL 1 activated. Usage drains 20 MP points each minute. I'll kill you all. Naruto roared in anger, both at himself for freezing up and the enemies for killing Kakashi-sensei. Naruto began running towards the enemy Nin with renewed vigor, and alongside him Sasuke began his attack. Sasuke threw both shuriken and kunai, embedding one end of the spiked ropes into the tree, rendering their ranged weapons entirely useless unless they wanted to retrieve them again. The taller enemy Shinobi went for Sasuke, leaving the other one for him. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Clones of Naruto appeared beside him, running a few steps behind the original. The blonde spun his kunai that he took from his pocket, holding it in an ice-pick grip. He was in range. The second the masked man swiped his razor claws at Naruto, the blonde slid to the floor, past his legs, and at the same time swiped his kunai across his legs, drawing BLD instantly. Arg! The clones jumped onto the man with battle cries of their own, but eventually became smoke after a few swipes of the man's claws. Naruto looked back to see the man's bruised face. Then he started his assault. Naruto pet his head to one side to avoid a strike, before immediately responding with a hook to the man's stomach. Due to the height difference between the two, Naruto was forced to come close due to his short range. But the cloak covering the enemy's body made it ridiculously easy for Naruto to see through his attacks. Another strike, but this time, it managed to barely tear up the skin near his hand. Ding. Poison detected. Naruto didn't care. He continued his frenzy, dodging and countering each and every attack the man made, the close combat style surprisingly suited for fighting against the mysterious man, who seemed confused on what to do. The second he saw the start of hand signs, Naruto tore the hands apart with his own, before kicking the man down. Ding. Quest: Encounter Demon Brothers. Completed. Rewards: EXP 500, Kakashi's respect. It was over. But Naruto didn't stop there. He continued to thrash the shinobi on the floor, not giving him a single chance to breathe. Enough, Naruto. But he killed Kaka. Naruto paused. Observe. Observe it. Observation failed. Target's level is too high. Would player like a partial observation? Yes/no yes. Name, Kakashi Hatake. Title, Copy Ninja. Occupation, Jonin Sensei. Level. HP, 100 MP, 100 Chakra. STR. Vit. Dex. Int. Wis. Luck. Wait, you're alive? Naruto asked, staring into the eyes, one of Kakashi. You sound disappointed. But yes, I am alive. I simply used the substitution jutsu. Regardless, it seems like I wasn't needed at all. Nice job, Sasuke. And good on you, Sakura, for prioritizing the client. Naruto looked at the groaning shinobi below him. Sasuke dragged another one closer, who looked similarly in pain. Kakashi tied them up and placed them against the trunk of the tree. Tsunamis, I need to talk to you, Kakashi said. Naruto shivered at his sensei's glare. These are Chunin from the hidden village of Mist. Known for their vigor while fighting, and sometimes use of poison. The wound on your arm, Naruto, is currently filled with poison. Don't move or else it will only get worse. We can cut it open and take out the poison afterwards. How were you able to see where we were? One of the Chunin asked. A puddle of water during this sunny day. Not possible. Tazuna coughed. Why didn't you help the kids when you could have? I wanted to find out who they were really targeting. And in this case, it was you, Tazuna-san. The mission entailed us to protect you from some thieves and crooks, not trained shinobi. At the very minimum, this is a B-rank mission already. We would be conducting outside of our transcribed duty if we continue this mission. Naruto uncomfortably looked at Tazuna, seeing the look of desperation on the man's face, before he looked back at his hand. The poison was spreading, and each second he could feel a jolting pain cross his arm. Sakura gulped, sweating. I think it's better we quit now, sensei. Naruto needs some medicine for the poison, and we really aren't trained for this at all. Kakashi nodded. I would agree, Sakura. My EXP. The quest. If I don't complete it, will I die? How seriously should I take the system? Naruto thought, hyperventilating. He grit his teeth. He had to make a decision now. Grabbing his kunai, Naruto jammed the weapon into his arm. BLD burst from the cut, removing the red liquid along with any remnants of poison in his body. Naruto! What the hell? Sakura screamed. Naruto grinned through the pain. He held out his bloodied fist to Tazuna, whose eyes widened. Oi, drunkard! Look at this fist closely. No matter who comes to stop me, even the Hokage himself, I'll protect you until your stupid bridge is built, alright. We need to continue the mission. Ding. Skill, public speaking has increased by a level. Public speaking is now LVL 3. After being scolded for cutting his hand so deeply, Kakashi wrapped Naruto's hand with bandages, noting now the wound was practically healed already. Ding. New skill achieved, self-regeneration, LVL 1 suite. I can heal by myself now. No wonder I'm not feeling much pain in my hand either. Naruto eyed his hand with wonder, but he ignored it for now. Team 7 got on the ferry carefully, trying not to tip the boat as their combined weights sat on the wooden ship. Mist quickly gathered over the waters, which left the blonde blindsided. The ferry guide gently rowed the boat, each slide sending them further along the sea. A huge bridge eventually appeared above them, its cobalt structure visible through the slightly cleared mist. It's best we don't make any noise. If Gata even gets a sniff of us, we're all gonna die, the tour guide said gravely. So this was the bridge that opposed Gatu's entire control on the shipping industry surrounding Wave. In Naruto's opinion, it was kind of small. But it was also the first step towards a good direction. The ferry went through a wall of canals, leaving them in a tunnel of darkness for a bit of time. But once the opening became clear, Naruto could clearly see the welcome presence of trees and other greens began to appear. Wow! Sakura pronounced with stargazed eyes. The ferry was parked near one of the docks, giving time for Naruto and the others to leave. I can't go any further. I wish you the best on your venture, however risky it is, the fairy guide said to Tazuna. Tazuna smiled. I understand. Thank you for your assistance. Please, Kakashi-san, get me home safe, Tazuna asked the jonin, tipping his straw hat. What did you say? Kakashi asked nonchalantly. Never mind. Naruto looked at the road ahead of him, following the footsteps of Sasuke, who was slightly ahead of him. He personally had a lot of work to do in the mission, and it was certainly crucial. 3,000 EXP was the most he was ever offered for a quest, and getting that would give him a serious boost to surpass Sasuke. There was also the mysterious class and titles he would be getting. He knew that the title would give him some extra points, but the class he was receiving was completely ambiguous. Usually the system would pop up and give him a brief description of what it was, but this time it never did. Naruto's game plan for his next few attributes was to stock up on dexterity and wisdom. His luck was terribly low, for whatever reason. But he didn't want to waste the points on something so basic like luck. The blonde noticed how Kakashi's hands twitched slightly, which was weird considering he would probably never notice that normally. Maybe. Deduction skill is acting up. Everyone, Kakashi yelled. Naruto went to his knees as a gigantic sword flew through the space his head was, before piercing itself into the wood of the tree above them. And on top of the blade, Naruto shivered. Ding. Warning, high bloodlust detected. The man only showed his bare back to them, the slightly grayish skin looking alien to the Konoha Shinobi. Striped, baggy breathes and leg warmers covered the bottom half of his body. But that wasn't the scary part. The man's face was covered with bandages, leaving only his eyes and hair for viewing. The sheer intensity of the glare made Naruto freeze. Observe. Observation failed. Target's level is too high. Would player like a partial observation? Yes/no yes. Name, Zabuza Momochi. Title, Demon of the Hidden Mist. Occupation, 7 Ninja Swordsman of the Mist level. HP, 100 MP, 100 Chakra. STR. Vit. Dex. Int. Wis. Luck. This guy, he's on the same level as Kakashi. Demon of the Hidden Mist. 7 Ninja Swordsman of the Mist. As much as I hate to say it, we're not a match for him right now. Momochi Zabuza-kun, Hidden Mist's infamous missing Nin, I didn't expect to see you here. Everyone stay far back. He's on another level. I know. I guess I'll have to reveal it now, Kakashi said, pulling up his headband. Kakashi's eyes glowed a scarlet red, with a few black tomos swirling around the pupil. What is that? Naruto thought with a frown. He observed how Sasuke's face scrunched up in confusion. One of the symbols of Konoha's supremacy, the Sharingan. It's an honor to see it in person, Zabuza said, his deep voice cutting through the mist. Naruto glanced at their sensei. Sharingan. Sasuke glared at Kakashi. The Sharingan is the counter to all taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. It's a dojutsu that is available to only some. But the trademark ability of the Sharingan. The Sharingan gives the wielder the ability to copy their opponent's techniques while they see them. The shinobi who has copied more than 1,000 jutsu. Copy Ninja Kakashi, Zabuza finished, before crouching onto the sword. Cover Tazuna-san, and don't interrupt the fight. It's an order. Zabuza disappeared in a flash, before appearing once more, standing on top of the water next to them. Over there. Sakura pronounced. Ninpu, Hidden Mist Jutsu. Strands of mist manifested and twirled through the air like the tentacles of an octopus, before hiding Zabuza completely behind the thick density of the air. Zabuza is well known as a silent killer, an assassin. Be on guard. Naruto gulped. The mist. The white air continues to become even more concentrated and thicker, to the point where Naruto could barely see the orange in his own clothing. Ding. Warning. Extreme bloodlust detected. New skill achieved. Key endurance, LVL1. Naruto could feel his hands and legs trembling as he looked at the others in worry. Sasuke and Sakura were the same, to the point where Sakura almost fell down in fear. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura. I assure you not to worry, Kakashi said, looking back at them with an ice smile. I never let any of my comrades die. Tough luck? Naruto felt his heart tear out of his ears as Zabuza's voice echoed from behind him. But just before Zabuza's blade sliced through them all, Kakashi-sensei dove, piercing his kunai into the man's skin. But it was a water clone. But Kakashi was also a water clone. But then Zabuza was also a water clone. Is this how a Jonin fights? Naruto asked no one in particular. Yes, Sasuke answered plainly. Kakashi was promptly thrown into the pond next to them, Zabuza following closely behind. Water release. Water prison jutsu? Kakashi's gargled voice gasped out loud as a ball of swirling, chaotic water encircled the Jonin, making him completely trapped. But that wasn't even the least of the Genin's worries. Water collected in front of them, slowly taking the form of Zabuza. You kids really think you're worthy of being ninja. Standing there, cowering as I release a tiny bit of bloodlust. Have you even done your first kill yet? At your age I murdered my entire class, Zabuza growled. Naruto gritted his teeth in anger. You think that's impressive? You're a mons. A foot hit him directly in his chin a second later, knocking him several meters away. Naruto groaned in pain as he felt his jaw with his hands, making sure nothing was bent in any way. He had grabbed his headband in midair, which had become loose the second Zabuza kicked him. Sasuke, take the others and run away with Tazuna-san. Zabuza can't move as long as this jutsu is active, Kakashi shouted from his stuck position. Am I really that useless? Iruka gave me this headband. I promised I would become Hokage. All that struggle just to run away. Naruto stood up, swiping away the dust on his headband. He began tying it to his head. Someone once told me, those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. I won't abandon you, sensei. The clone snorted. Words won't. Shut up, eyebrowless freak. I'm not just an ordinary genin. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the future Hokage of Konoha. Write it down. Sakura stood, surprised. Is this really Naruto? Sasuke, I got a plan. Everything was set up, from the seals to the strategy which made them. Zabuza smirked. Aroga, Naruto couldn't just stand and listen right after he made such a cool speech, could he? Shut it. I don't have time for your words. Shadow clone jutsu. 50 to 60 clones appeared around Zabuza, creating a swirl of dust around the terrain. Activating. Skill, Uchiha Clan Taijutsu LVL2 activated. Usage drains 20 MP points each minute. Yada! The clones yelled, charging towards the lone man. But even with better taijutsu than the Naruto from the academy, the clones got decimated. Each swing of Zabuza's sword managed to wipe out 5 or 6 of his clones. But all of that didn't matter. The clones managed to remain alive longer than they would have. The superior acrobatics of the Uchiha made sure of that. Once around half remained, Naruto gave out his command. Self-destruct. Smoke burst out from each clone, covering the grass fields with white. It wouldn't last long, but a brief second was all they needed. Naruto tossed the Fuma Shuriken to Sasuke, who smirked in recognition. Now we're talking, Sasuke said, smirking. With a dramatic flash, Sasuke unwinded the shuriken to its full mast. He leaped high into the air, before throwing it with insane velocities. The shuriken went past the clone and to the real target, the real Zabuza. Zabuza smirked. He caught the shuriken with his hands, before jumping over the other one while maintaining the jutsu on Kakashi. But in place of the shuriken passing by, Naruto materialized out of thin air. Carrying a kunai in one hand, he placed his fingers together. Shadow clone jutsu. Both clones and the original Naruto threw the kunai at Zabuza, trying to distract him from the water prison technique. Zabuza rolled his eyes. It's almost embarrassing how you guys underestimate me. With a turn of his sword, he reflected all of the kunai lazily. But Zabuza's back was turned. Fire release, fireball jutsu. A ball of scarlet, searing hot fire aimed directly at Zabuza flew in the humid air. Zabuza, with one hand in his prison, wouldn't be able to counter the jutsu. Or so he thought. Water release, water bullet jutsu. Zabuza growled, doing one-handed hand signs. The ball of water. Sasuke's fire in the middle, creating even more steam to spawn in the already present mist. But while the vision mattered, the currently split concentration of Zabuza mattered more. The demon of the mist was occupied with doing one-handed seals and maintaining his prison for Kakashi at the same time, and didn't notice how Naruto was nowhere to be seen. A hand grabbed hold of Zabuza's leg from underneath the water and yanked him into the pond. Naruto wasn't sure what he was thinking to willingly pull Zabuza towards himself, but it was a spur-of-the-moment thing. Immediately, the assassin's enraged face came to his vision underwater as he began moving his sword. Ding. Battle Strategics increased by a level. Battle Strategics is now LVL 3. Leveling up didn't have the same effect while you were about to die. Goodbye, world. Kakashi grabbed the blade before it struck, his Sharingan spinning wildly. Naruto quickly swam away as the Jonin-level Shinobi began their battle once more. He came on shore a few seconds later, breathing for air as Sakura helped him get up. And that was when a battle of storms started. Jutsu after jutsu of water was issued from each shinobi as the genin stared at the intensity of the battle in awe. Tsunamis of water were casually thrown at each other, uncaring of anything that stood in the way. Naruto never in his life realized just how much potential water really had, neither did he realize just how scary it was. Eventually, the water died out. Naruto and the gang cheered as they saw that Zabuza was completely cornered. Running forward, they tried to see Kakashi deliver the final blow. That's when two Senbon impaled themselves into Zabuza's neck, drawing BLD instantly. Sakura gasped, pausing her movements with Tazuna, whereas Naruto and Sasuke trudged forward. The person stood boldly on a branch of a tree, his strange clothings marking him as different from the rest of them. With similarly striped breeds like Zabuza, green Haori, brown sash, and peculiar mask, Naruto couldn't really decide whether it was an enemy in front of them or not. I have to thank you for dealing with Zabuza for me. It has certainly been a tough journey tracking this man, the person said with a surprisingly gentle voice. You're a hunter nin of the hidden mist, Kakashi pronounced. Correct. It's our duty to hunt down missing nin like Zabuza here. The conversation continued, but Naruto toned their voices down. He knew what the masked boy was saying made sense, but his gut, it told him something was wrong. The continuous, tingling feeling made him do something. Observe it. Please don't fail this time. Observation successful. Let's go. Name, Haku Yuki. Title, Apprentice of Mist. Occupation, Missing nin. Level, LV 16 HP, 100 MP, 100 Chakra, 350 STR, 9 VIT, 8 TX, 16 INT, 8 WIS, 6 LUK, 2 Missing nin. Apprentice of Mist. This person is on Zabuza's side. Naruto realized with a widening of his eyes. But why would he kill Zabuza? No, there had to be something else going on. Haku was at an absurd level of 16, there was no way she would make such a mistake. If he told Kakashi about his absolute findings, he would be questioned about the source. Naruto definitely didn't want to tell anyone about the system he had and be seen as a complete delusional. The only option was directly confronting her. Naruto walked towards Zabuza's body and Kakashi, practically feeling Haku's eyes on him. Kakashi-sensei, something's not really adding up. You mind if I test something? Naruto whispered. Kakashi nodded. Sure. Naruto took a deep breath. Commence stage 1. Hey, you don't happen to be on Zabuza's side, do you? Naruto asked loudly. On second thought, this really wasn't a good idea. Haku's calm composure immediately dwindled down, his posture a nervous wreck. Sakura began walking towards the group with Tazuna behind her. Hey guys. What's happening? A Senbon was placed a millimeter to her neck a second later, Haku behind her. Or was it a clone? It didn't matter, Sakura was in trouble. Sakura, Naruto yelled in distress. Any one of you move and I'll kill her in front of your eyes. Haku's calm, comforting voice was entirely gone, replaced by the cold, monotone voice of a weapon. Naruto noticed how Kakashi's and Sasuke's hands twitched, waiting for the right moment to strike. While Sakura's predicament was horrible, it also proved one thing. Zabuza was alive. Commence stage 2. Leave Sakura alone or else I'll kill Zabuza, right in front of your eyes, Naruto said, motioning to kunai he placed on Zabuza's neck the second he saw Haku move. This was a huge gambit, but one that could potentially pay off. Naruto had made a huge mistake. which was tempting the anger of the trigger-happy Haku instead of letting her go with the basically dead Zabuza. Haku let go of Sakura right after, her motions portraying her eagerness to keep her emissary alive. Sakura gasped before she ran towards Sasuke, pulling out her kunai. Good, now we can just have Kakashi kill Zabuza and team up on Haku. Naruto's kunai stabbed itself into water. They had severely underestimated Zabuza. When the hell did he SW with a clone? With a swirl of wind, Haku disappeared a second after. Naruto fell to his knees with a deep breath. It didn't go too bad, right, sensei? Kakashi eyed him. We need to have a talk. The genin groaned. This wasn't going to end well at all. So you thought it was too much of a coincidence for the Hunter Nin to appear right when Zabuza lost? Kakashi asked, trying to confirm his thoughts. Naruto's sweat dropped. Pretty much, yeah. No, actually I have a blue box thing that tells me a person name, title, occupation, and abilities at a single glance, and I've used it against Haku to find out who he really was. The truth was sometimes so unbelievable that it was better to flat out lie. Right now, Kakashi was laid down comfortably in a sleeping bed, resting his body after the strenuous use of the Sharingan. Well, thanks to Naruto, we know that Zabuza is still alive. And while Sakura was in a strained position because of it, something bad could have happened regardless considering it was a water clone. Good job, Naruto. Kakashi said with his signature eye smile. Naruto blushed with the praise. Regardless, we need to start training once Zabuza comes back. While it was a clone, I know that the real Zabuza was heavily damaged, so, for now at least, we have time to train and be more prepared. Train. Sensei, that guy is way too strong. He's somewhere around your level, what chance do we have against him? Sakura whined. Overestimating oneself is bad, but underestimating oneself can sometimes be even more detrimental. Yes, you can beat Zabuza as of now, but the Hunter Nin is also a target. Plus, you guys are seriously improving. I was impressed by the ideas Naruto made during the whole fight as well. Sasuke narrowed his eyes on Naruto. Was the dobe always this smart? Or was he faking it all during the academy? Sakura nodded in agreement at the statement. She was pretty impressed by Naruto as well. Woo, I'm hyped to train now. Naruto exclaimed, the smile on his face working to ease the atmosphere. What are you so excited for? That's just useless. A short kid came from the hall, the perpetual frown on his face evident, ending up hugging Tazuna. Inari, these are the ninja who helped protect Grandpa during his travel. They'll help us too, Tsunami said, frowning at the kid. Inari stared blankly at them. But, Mom, these ninjas. Gonna die anyways. What did you say? Naruto growled. You're no match for Gato. Don't tell me what I can and can't, Naruto. Sakura scolded, dragging the blonde back. He's just a kid, idiot. Naruto quelled his anger, before letting his grin creep back up. Activating. Skill, Will of Fire LVL1 activated. I don't know who the hell Gato is, but he stands no chance against me. No matter how many people say I can't do something, I'll prove them all wrong. I'll save you and your village in this mission. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the future Hokage of the Leaf, believe it. Inari's glare deepened. What's a Hokage? Another word for stupid. For once in his lifetime, Naruto had nothing to say. I just want my 3000 EXP. The training will begin now. Finally, some actual training from Kakashi, Naruto thought with a grin. So far, they've only done some standard formations and some useless missions. Kakashi-sensei held a finger up. I'm sure you all know what chakra is, right? The three genin nodded in unison. Today, we'll learn about using chakra with some special exercises. But we already know how to use jutsu, sensei, Sakura said confusedly. You've done jutsus, alright, but not effectively. Using a large sum or chakra on every jutsu isn't effective at all, and can make your jutsu weak if not dysfunctional. Naruto hummed in confirmation. Weak jutsus in the middle of a battle is the first step to death. Not only does chakra control help minimize the amount of chakra used, but also the speed at which you can conduct a jutsu. If you continue as a shinobi without controlling your chakra, no doubt about it, you'll die. Naruto gulped. So what's the training, sensei? Tree climbing? I can do that already? Sakura whispered to herself. I can see you aren't that excited. Well, that's to be expected. Any genin Dan climbed a tree after all. However, this isn't the regular tree climbing you do as kids. You have to do it without your hands. Without my hands? Naruto said out loud, not sure how that would work. Do I have to hug the tree with my legs and pull myself upwards? You'll see. Kakashi walked to the tree, before placing a foot on the tree. Then another. And one more. The Jonin was walking up the tree without using his hands, the crutches in his arms coming up with him. Kakashi made his way up the long tree like it was a casual walk, before looking down on them, upside down, as he made his way across a branch. The genin looked in awe at their sensei. So that's what he meant, Sasuke grunted. You see, the trick is to gather the correct amount of chakra to your feet and use it to stick it to the tree. The effective use of chakra is required for such a technique. How will this train us for Zabuza, sensei? Sakura asked. Exactly. Controlling your chakra is one of the most basic aspects of being a shinobi in battle. This exercise's main aspect is learning the exact amount of chakra needed to be applied in your feet, which is a skill that every shinobi must perfect as genin. The tradition of sorts. That chakra needed for climbing a tree isn't large, quite small actually, but getting the right level is difficult for beginners. The feet are the hardest part of the body to gather chakra in, after all. So basically, we can climb on anything after this is done? Naruto asked curiously. Pretty much. Some materials can be tougher than others, though. Climbing or walking on water is a whole different matter altogether, though. Walking on water. Isn't that what Zabuza did? Theoretically, Kakashi continued. Learning this technique means you have the capability to learn any jutsu. Your affinities will come into play then as well. But that's not for now. The other thing you gain from this exercise is the stamina needed to continue fighting while controlling your chakra for longer PRDS of time. I don't like talking too much, so we'll start for now. Kakashi threw 3 kunai to each of the genin, the weapons landing in front of them. Mark your progress with these kunai. Whoever gets the highest is practically the best at chakra control. For now, since you are beginners, try getting a running start to climb. Make sure to use the standard seal as well, it will be easier. Naruto looked up at the tree in front of them in determination. I'm gonna do this faster than everyone else here. Especially Sasuke. Naruto put his hands into a seal. Let's do this. He felt the presence of chakra in his body, before commanding it to move to his feet. Only some, Naruto urged. When he felt the chakra pool on the surface of his feet, he began to run. He placed his foot on the tree, making sure he maintained the chakra on his foot at the same time. The weight on his body drastically decreased at once. It was working. Naruto placed another foot on the tree afterwards, until he was parallel with the tree. But he didn't stop there. Naruto ran 2 more steps before the chakra in his feet waned, signaling the end of his run. Naruto cut through the bark of the tree with a quick slash, marking his progress. Ding. New skill achieved. Chakra climbing LVL1 skill. Chakra climbing has increased by a level. Chakra climbing is now LVL2. New skill achieved. Chakra control, LVL1. I guess I did it. Naruto thought to himself with a frown. He looked at Sasuke's progress with curiosity, noting how his mark was around the same level. I'm catching up. So it seems Sakura can control her chakra better than the rest of you. Impressive. Naruto looked at the pink-haired genin in shock, not thinking to see her progress as well before. She sat on the branch of her tree with a grin. Naruto clenched his hands. Sasuke had similar emotions as well. He mostly wondered how Sakura managed to get so far, but also how Naruto was at the same level as him. Sorry, Naruto, but it looks like Sakura is ahead of you in the race of becoming Hokage. And Sasuke, it seems the Uchiha clan isn't as worth the prestige as it once was. Sasuke and Naruto looked at each other, the passion to get better at the exercise clear in both of their eyes. Naruto looked at Sakura with wide eyes. Maybe he could ask her for some tips. Hell no. He was going to prove to Kakashi that he was Hokage material, all by himself. No help needed whatsoever. Ding. New quest. Testing the waters, created quest details. Learn how to chakra climb and walk on water in a week. Quest rewards. Job change quest unlocked, EXP 1200, Kakashi's respect. Failure. Lose all of your self-respect permanently. Does player accept the quest? Yes/no hell yeah. Naruto shouted aloud. The other shinobi looked at him in confusion, before coming back to the matter at hand. Naruto didn't care how long it took, he was going to MSTR both those techniques in a day. Ding. Skill. Chakra climbing has increased by a level. Chakra climbing is now LVL 3 higher. Ding. Skill. Chakra climbing has increased by a level. Chakra climbing is now LVL 4 even higher. Ding. Skill. Chakra climbing has increased by a level. Chakra climbing is now LVL 5. I have to go further. Naruto took one more final step, before marking his height for the entire world to see. Ding. Skill. Chakra climbing has increased by a level. Chakra climbing is now LVL max. Naruto puffed and breathed, standing on the apex of the tallest tree in the forest. The dense bundle of leaves made a convenient platform for him to stand on, as he stood and observed the bright sun and the rest of the dark, green forest. I did it! Naruto shouted for the world to hear, his back leaned backwards. Ding. Skill. Chakra control has increased by a level. Chakra control is now LVL 2. Sasuke looked at the blonde with undeniable envy. He thought with anger, but above all, confusion. Why was this so strong for him? And how did Sakura and Naruto do it so easily? Kakashi closed his book, equally impressed with Naruto. He had hoped the blonde would go slower so that he and Sasuke would boost each other and progress faster, but this was fine too. His rate of improvement, it's remarkable. Almost like a Kekai Genkai. I've never seen anything like it. Is this the power of a Jinchuriki? Or is Naruto really that talented? To manage something like this in 4 hours, he not only did it, he completely mstred it as well. Time will only tell. Kakashi thought, closing his book with a silent thud. Naruto ran down the tree with speed, before flipping onto the ground with a dramatic flourish. He grinned at Sakura and Sasuke, who were confused and seething respectively. Now that I've mstred it, am I in the lead, sensei? Naruto asked the Jonin. Kakashi placed a hand on the back of his head. What lead? Naruto scowled. Whatever. What do we do next? I think we need to wait and see. It's best for both you and Sakura to take a rest for now, considering how tired you've become. Tired? I can go for much longer, sensei, Naruto proclaimed to the silver-haired man. I was going to do sparring sessions, but considering my predicament, it's best we don't. Besides, overtraining isn't good either, Naruto. How am I going to complete the quest? Naruto thought angrily. He needed that experience if he wanted to level up. He couldn't wait until that diamond bridge was finally built. Who knows how long that would take? And to learn how to walk on water, Naruto needed Kakashi's help. Sensei, I'm gonna try and learn how to walk on water. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. I'm afraid that might be a bit too advanced for a genin, but considering you mstred tree climbing much faster than I thought, it's fine for now. The technique is similar to tree climbing, but your chakra has to adjust to water, which isn't solid. So, Naruto questioned. So just leaving the correct amount of chakra there for your feet to stick won't work considering the randomness of water. You have to send pulses of chakra continuously to your feet every second, and maintain that as well. Naruto could feel his brain churning trying to process all the information. Kakashi sighed. It's best for you to try it yourself and learn along the way. I believe there's a lake north of here, but don't wander too far. Don't be too disheartened if it doesn't work though. I'll be impressed if you manage to do it in 2 weeks. Naruto saw the opportunity to gain something from this the moment Kakashi said his last sentence. Alright, since if I answer this water thingy in a week, you'll have to give me a favor. Kakashi shrugged. But what will you use the favor for? I don't know, teach me a new jutsu? Fair enough, it's best you start now, though, if you really want to win this. Naruto nodded. He had some work to do. First day splash. Why is this so DMN strong? Naruto shouted with frustration as he fell into the water for the 10th time. Clothes soaking wet, he swam out of the small pond before attempting the technique again. Finding the pond wasn't very strong. In fact, It was much nearer than Naruto expected. Continuous chakra, small pulses, change it accordingly, Naruto mumbled to himself. He placed one foot into the water, checking to see whether it worked or not. Well, of course, it didn't. But there was some small amount of upward force on his sandal, which seemed to be a good sign. Sighing, Naruto took his foot out, before looking into the sky. It had only been 30 minutes since he left, but Naruto still felt his progress was slow for some reason. The sun was slowly setting, meaning it was best if he went back for now. "I'm here," Naruto said, opening the door. Kakashi waved. "Oh." Tsunami walked in and out, setting dinner for everyone. Naruto looked at the brooding Uchiha with a smirk. Did Sasuke manage to finish the exercise? The raven-haired boy winced. Not yet, but he got much better. He'll be better than you soon, no? Sakura assured the blonde, or Sasuke himself. Sure, Naruto chuckled smugly. Sasuke, seeing no other option, uttered out a few, very surprising words. How did you do it, Naruto? Naruto froze, shocked. There's no way I heard that correctly. Sakura and Kakashi felt the same way. Could you repeat that? Naruto asked. Sasuke gritted his teeth. I said, how were you able to do it? 1. I'm super awesome. Much more awesome than a regular shinobi, and 2. Did I say that I was awesome? I don't care about that. Just give a few tips, or something. Naruto tilted his head slightly. Tips. Okay, I can do that. Sasuke sighed in relief. But it won't be that beneficial for me, right? In return, you have to teach me a jutsu of your own, Naruto said, trying not to laugh at Sasuke's expression. Fine, I'll teach you something. Kakashi smiled at the relationship between his genin. It reminded himself about his own days as one, however short they might have been. Dig in, everyone. Tsunami said from the kitchen. Finally, by the time Naruto finished his dinner, he wasn't in the mood to train any longer. Not because the food was bad, but because he learnt about the tragic demise of Inari's father, the hero of Wave. Tsunami's teary eyes looked back at the group of ninja. Ever since he died, Inari hasn't been the same. Don't worry, Brett. Naruto thought with a frown. I'll save this village and you at the same time. Second day, floating. Naruto was practically levitating in the deep water, his feet submerged into the water entirely. It wasn't complete walking on water, but very good progress. Ding. Skill. Chakra control has increased by a level. Chakra control is now LVL 3. Naruto fell into the water as his concentration slipped when he looked to the blue screen on his side. it? He swam back to land, patting all of his clothes dry. Maybe he could take a short break? Or a long one. Wake up, you'll catch a cold. Naruto shook his head as felt his eyes open on their own, meeting the black eyes of a black-haired girl in front of him. Where was he? Oh right, training. Who are you? Why are you gathering leaves? Naruto asked, yawning. These leaves are good medicine, which is really important to have in these types of areas. Naruto nodded in understanding. It's really early, but I guess it makes sense. What were you doing so early? I saw you sleeping near the pond, so I brought you near the sun over here to dry up. I was doing some training, actually. Oh, that's what I thought. Looking at your headband, you're a ninja, right? Naruto grinned widely. The girl's eyes widened. That's incredible. Why are you training? The blonde clenched his fists. I need to become stronger, a lot stronger actually. Why so? Naruto paused. Usually no one asked any further. Becoming Hokage, it's my dream. To make everyone acknowledge me, and to prove that I'm more than just a hopeless brat. And who are you pursuing this dream for? Is there anyone that's important to you? The girl emphasized. Naruto reminisced about all the people he knew in his life. Yeah, he definitely had of people important to him. Yeah, of course I do. The important people in my life are the reason I want to become strong, in a way. Without even a single important person, what's the point of becoming stronger? The girl smiled warmly. You seem to understand, though not many do. Let's meet somewhere else, again. What type of training are you doing anyways? Oh, I'm trying to walk on water, but it's really not working out. Naruto didn't miss how the girl's eyes widened in recognition. Why does an innocent person like her recognize something like that? Ding. Skill. Deduction increased by a level. Deduction is now LVL 4. Naruto did something he should have done from the start. Observe. Observe it. Observation successful. Name, Haku Yuki. Title, Apprentice of Mist. Occupation, Missing Nin. Level, LV 16 HP, 100 MP, 100 Chakra, 350 STR, 9 VIT, 8 TX, 16 INT, 8 WIS, 6 LUK. 2 Naruto's eyes widened in shock briefly, before coming back to close again. My luck is seriously horrible. I might need to give it some points once I level up. But what was more shocking, Haku wasn't a bad person at all. While she was the apprentice of the wrong person, Naruto could almost relate to her. Fighting her right then and there would probably be a loss for Naruto, considering his current level and the lack of information he had on her as well. He could just leave right now, seeing how Haku didn't appear to want to harm him in any way, which was surprising, considering she definitely knew who she was. It wasn't like Naruto had threatened the life of her MST or the last time they met. Even though it hadn't really produced an outcome, Naruto looked at her level apprehensively. Maybe there was something he could gain out of this too. She has to know how to water walk, right? Hey, do you have any tips for walking on water? Naruto asked inquisitively. Haku froze. But I'm not a ninja, I don't think I'm qualified to give you tips. That's the proper answer. How should I continue after that? I'm not so sure about that. I'm a pretty good judge of whether someone is lying or not, and my gut is saying you're pretty skilled as a ninja, Naruto said casually, not minding the fact that he was blatantly lying through his teeth. Why would you think I'm trained? Naruto thought up the most random things to say and shoved it into a single conversation. Your gait and the way you move generally. I just found it similar to Shinobi back from my village, understand? Now, can you please help me? I've been stuck on this for a few days. Haku paused, dark eyes trained on Naruto's blue for an extended PRD of time. Naruto wasn't sure for how long, but he didn't particularly care at that point. Well, you are certainly very observant, impressive indeed. But fine. For tips, well, Meister taught me in quite an unorthodox way. For one, always practice the exercise with your eyes closed. It makes it easier to focus on the feeling of chakra on your feet. And two, imagine your chakra molding itself into the water, rather than just sticking onto your feet. Naruto nodded, imprinting all of the words into his brain. Haku smiled. That's really all I can tell you. I'll have to leave now. Thank you. The girl made her way out of the trees, before turning back one more time. By the way, she's telling me now. I won't let her have the satisfaction. Naruto's stubborn nature pulled through, pushing him to say the next sentence. The apprentice of Zabuza. Yeah, I know, Naruto finished for her. Naruto felt the air between him and Haku suddenly chill. This might have been a mistake, but he wasn't going to stop now. To be honest, it sounded really cool in hindsight. From what he observed from his previous encounter with Haku, she was incredibly protective of Zabuza. Maybe he was her father or something. I don't know why you're with that guy, seeing how nice you really are, but I'm not gonna ask. 'Cause the next time we meet, I'll be knocking him out in front of you. Haku looked back, making Naruto flinch at the state of her eyes. They radiated anger. But then they quelled down afterwards. My MSTR is one of my important people. I will not tolerate any ill words against him. However, I will not kill you considering you were in my hospitality until now. Naruto didn't understand how someone could have a ruthless murderer as an important figure in their lives, but he didn't want to question it. Haku left into the midst of woods, leaving the blonde alone to ponder what even happened. Fourth day, Naruto placed another foot on the water carefully, his eyes closed in concentration. He molded the chakra to the water and rapidly emitted pulses of the energy. It worked. Woo! Naruto shouted. He began walking a bit faster across the pond before attempting a jog, before sprinting across the water like it was regular grass. Walking on water felt amazing. Ding. Skill. Chakra control has increased by a level. Chakra control is now LVL 5. Naruto leaped off the water onto the soft grass beside it, relishing in the fact that he wasn't wet. He had done it before a week passed, just like he promised Kakashi-sensei. Ding. Quest. Testing the waters, completed. Rewards. Job change quest unlocked, EXP 1200, Kakashi's respect. Congratulations. You leveled up. Player is now LV7. 2 attribute points gained. Naruto could only celebrate even louder as he received not 1, but 2 attribute points at once. Was that because he was level 7? Did that even mean anything? Naruto prepared to go back to Tsunami's house to tell Kakashi the news, but was stopped when another notification came up. Ding. New quest. Survive created quest details. Survive. Quest rewards. New job. Failure. Death. Does player accept the quest? Yes/no. Naruto had no idea what a job was, nor did he really want to know. He just leveled up and received 2 attribute points. He needed to tell Kakashi so he could learn a new jutsu. It was too late to distract himself with this quest right now. Best to go with yes/no. Naruto blinked. He could have sworn that he had said no. Shrugging, he repeated his command. Yes/no and oh. Yes/yes whatever, yes I guess. It was just a quest like always, and he would get some rewards in the end anyways. Transporting. Time seemed to freeze as Naruto's body started to shimmer a light blue. It started from his feet, the body parts transforming into small, digital cobalt blue before vaporizing into nothingness. He lost feeling in his legs, then waist, stomach, shoulders, and finally his face. Where am I? Naruto was nowhere to be seen. Where the hell am I? Naruto asked no one in particular. It was dark, so the genin's eyes took time to adapt to the environment. The surroundings slowly became more and more visible. Naruto almost wished it hadn't. He was in a large sewage of some kind. The murky water and reeking smell of sewer invading his nose made it obvious. The large, open expanse was only closed by the upper circular walls of the sewer canal. In between, a river of water slowly flowed down the sewer. What is this? Swish. Naruto's body moved on his own as he dodged a pair of kunai aimed at his head. He jumped back several meters to assess what was happening. Across the canal water stood 2 cloaked figures of a moderate height. Observe. Observation successful. Shinobi, LV6 Shinobi, LV7 1 level 7 and 1 level 6 ninja against a single person. That would be strong for any regular genin. But this was Naruto. Activating. Skill, Uchiha Clan Taijutsu LVL2 activated. Usage drains 20 MP points each minute. Let's finally see where all this training got me, Naruto said as he got into stance, motioning for the 2 enemies to come with his forward hand. The shinobi leaped onto the water, using the same walking on water technique that Naruto had learned. The Uzumaki did the same, no longer having to think to maintain his chakra. Other ninja who recently learned the water walking technique usually take 1 or 2 days getting used to the feeling and be able to get consistent with it. Naruto, on the other hand, had the system on his side. Once he leveled up a skill to a certain amount, he could consistently maintain that level of performance forever or until he got tired. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Clones of Naruto surrounded Naruto as they also began running alongside him. A torrent of water erupted from underneath Naruto as the sharp pressure of the element burst his clones to smoke. The water carried him quickly back out of the middle of the canal, pushing him roughly against the walls of the underground sewer. What kind of jutsu is that? Naruto asked with wonder, wincing as he felt small pain near his torso where the water managed to strike though. It had been completely wordless, and Naruto had barely seen the signs being made. Seeing the 2 shinobi slowly prowl up to him made him quickly stand up. He needed to summon more. Naruto's eyes bulged in pain as a punch embedded itself into his gut a second later. He leaned past the next punch right after, dropping into a crouch and delivering a sweep kick. A cool combo he found himself doing a lot using the Uchiha Taijutsu. In the span of half a second, the blue-eyed ninja spun backwards as he reverse-kicked the other enemy, at the same time getting slightly cut by a kunai revealed far too late. I have to stick with taijutsu and clones for now, not like I know anything else. Wait, why don't I know anything else? Naruto thought infuriatingly. The first thing he would do after getting out of this sewer hellhole was taking full advantage of the bets he made with Kakashi and Sasuke. But back to the matter at hand. Naruto brought out the kunai in his punch with a flourish, spinning it into a backhand position. He could do this. One of the shinobi launched forward, catching Naruto in an arm lock. Naruto used his smaller size to worm out of the grasp, before elbowing him in the jaw, knocking him backwards. Naruto followed the attack, landing a strong hook to the jaw. He felt the impact rock the lower-level shinobi, leaving him unconscious on the floor. The enemy disappeared in a flashing light of red. The warm-up is over. That was just a warm-up. The job quest will soon begin. The longer you survive, the more points earned and higher the tier the job assigned will be. What? Survive? What was this even about? The slow step of sandals on stone filled Naruto's ears. The terrified genin slowly turned his head, his eyes widening the instant he saw the target. Plates of dark, red armor turned and collided as the tall man came closer and closer to Naruto. Hair stretching to his waist swayed lightly. But above all, the Konoha headband shined brightly on the man's head. Naruto didn't need to see the other features to know who it was. He had already memorized the man's face from staring at the Hokage monument for hours on end. Your opponent will be the god of Shinobi, Hashirama Senju. This couldn't be happening. He can't survive against the first Hokage. How would he even get points? What was the system thinking, pitting him against the god of Shinobi of all people? How would he even put up a fight? This wouldn't be a battle, it would be torture. Naruto was fighting the Hashirama Senju, the man whose tales and legends did a disservice to his capabilities. And he, a genin fresh out of the academy, was placed against that. Warning. Pressure beyond anything he ever faced immediately lunged itself at Naruto, who tried to scream but soon found that his throat wasn't listening to his commands. The blonde fell to his knees as he felt the almost tangible gravity placed upon him, restricting any movement. His chakra seemed almost frozen in place in response, the feeling of power in his veins not at all present. He was so used to feeling his chakra that he forgot just how it felt without it. In front of Hashirama Senju, Naruto was an ant. No, not even an ant. He was much, much less. Hashirama Senju wasn't a regular human. No, there was something different about him. The type of power he felt, he was the next closest thing to a god. Red tentacles of chakra leaked from his body as Naruto fell into deep unconsciousness. Naruto held his head in pain as he felt a sudden migraine and dizziness rush over his head. The familiar presence of a forest and water served to ease him greatly. He was back at the pond. You survived for 12 seconds. You will receive a job based on your actions thus far. The player is a very determined and well-natured person, one who is welcome to adversity, and will try his hardest to avert it. His road has been filled with death from the very start, being sealed with demons and the atrocities that come with it. In his road to become the strongest, corpses will be no stranger to him, and the player will walk a road parallel with the Shinigami himself. Noting this, the decision has been made. Your job will be necromancer. I'm impressed, Naruto, Kakashi said genuinely. Naruto grinned smugly as he walked casually along the pond. At this point, he didn't even need to think as he laid foot after foot onto the water. I told you, Sensei. Now, about that bet we made, Naruto drawled. I'll think of something and teach it to you later. Naruto leaped out of the pond, walking towards the training sector where Sasuke and Sakura were. The blonde hadn't told Sasuke about the water exercise. Something told him it wouldn't bode well to do so. Sasuke was still doing the tree exercise. Unsurprisingly, his kunai mark was much higher than before, but still far from perfect. Sasuke leaped off of the tree another time, his foot unsticking from the wood right at around 3/4 of the entire length. Better time than ever to start helping him, I guess. Naruto called out to the tired genin. Sasuke looked back at Naruto with surprise, before settling his expression once more. What do you want? Naruto grinned. I'm here to help you. Saying that felt good. The raven-haired ninja bristled, before slowly nodding in acceptance. What do I do? Well, having seen you attempt the exercise itself, I can give some tips. The main issue with you right now is that you're unable to keep the chakra to your legs for enough time. That could be because you've put too much chakra into your legs, which would be impossible to control, Naruto mentioned. And how do I put less chakra? Sasuke asked. How do you know how much chakra to put in a fire jutsu versus a clone? Try and find that difference and apply it here. Sasuke stared at him like he was an alien. That's oddly smart coming from you. Naruto scowled. Yeah, whatever. I need the jutsu once we return to Konoha, by the way. Sasuke snorted before running towards the tree again. Naruto didn't need to look any longer. He knew Sasuke would get it sooner or later. Besides, he had something even bigger to look forward to. 2 attribute points. 2. He had waited. Now to add the points, not because he was an entirely patient person, but because he simply wasn't sure what exactly to do. Name, Naruto Uzumaki. Title, the gamer. Occupation, Genin of Konoha. Level, LV 7 HP, 100 MP, 100 chakra, 2000 STR, 6 VIT, 10 DX, 6 INT, 5 WIS, 3 LUK, 1 current skills, Shadow Clone Jutsu LVL 3 class, not applicable. Attribute points. 2. Is it finally time to increase my luck and wisdom? Naruto asked himself, scratching the back of his head. He could keep his VIT stat the same for a long period of time, considering just how high it was. Strength might need some improvement. Luck, intelligence, and wisdom were the stats which were lacking the most. Balanced approach. But something just felt so wrong with increasing his supposed luck and wisdom when he could automatically see the difference in his ability when he increased the other stats. Naruto sighed, the decision creating a tight knot in his head. I guess I'll just listen to Shikamaru. But not completely. Increase strength and wisdom using my attribute points. Attribute point has been used. Strength has been increased by 1 point. Attribute point has been used. Wisdom has been increased by 1 point. Naruto paused for a second, trying to sense a difference. He didn't feel any wiser. What a scam. He thought dejectedly to himself. Naruto took a look deeper into the woods. Maybe he could train by himself for a bit. It. Naruto winced tiredly as ran across the treetops of the forest, his stamina quite low despite the large amount. Training against your own supercharged clones for hours on end was very, very tiring, especially considering it used your own chakra. Luckily, the sun was still out, and navigating back to Inari's home wasn't very difficult. Give or take 10 minutes, Naruto could already see the familiar path to the house they've been living in for a week by now. Leave my mom alone. Inari. Naruto ignored all of his fatigue as he pushed his stamina to the limit, urging his legs to propel him even faster. Yada! Right before a sword plowed through the small boy, Naruto slammed his fist right into the enemy's face, pushing at the last minute to knock the man into the water opposite of the docks. There was one more person. Naruto turned to Inari in worry. Are you okay? BB behind Y. A shining katana stopped right before Naruto's neck. Naruto grinned. Don't worry, these guys ain't nothing for me. After all, the clone could deal with the other guy easily enough. Why did you even come here? Inari asked timidly. I was training by myself for a while, and the others kind of left without me. So I assumed they would be here, but I guess they aren't. Inari nodded. Regardless, I'm glad you proved me wrong, Iri. A real sissy wouldn't have stood up against those guys like that. Hell, I'm not sure I would have done that when I was your age. You're strong, really strong, Naruto said, no longer looking at Inari. He needed to go. If they sent bandits towards Inari's family of all people, how would the actual bridge be? Who would they be facing? Naruto had a good idea who. Stay safe. I gotta go now. Heroes continue to be heroes after all. Yeah. Inari cheered. Naruto grinned one last time, before running away. His grin slowly molded itself into a solemn frown. This wasn't going to end well, was it? Naruto made his way onto the bridge, trying to examine the players at hand. Well tried. The mist practically made it impossible to do so, but also made it very easy to guess who was behind it. Kakashi-sensei was fighting Zabuza, and Naruto wouldn't be surprised if Sasuke and Sakura were fighting Haku by now. Naruto slowly made his way into the mist, trying his best not to alert anyone, especially not Zabuza of all people. Once he was inside, he could clearly see what was happening. He was correct with his previous assumption, except for the fact that Tazuna was on the bridge as well, and Sakura was helping to guard him. What is that dome of ice? Haku's jutsu. Initially, Naruto was planning to sneak attack Haku. But the entire plan changed once he saw the bloodied body of Sasuke. I thought she was a nice person, but no. She's going all in on Sasuke. Naruto thought, enraged. His eyes widened as he saw an opening. He took the chance. A small shuriken sliced through Haku's shoulder as he stumbled onto the bridge. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Without wasting any more words, Naruto made his way into the battlefield. Activating skill, Uchiha Clan Taijutsu LVL2 activated. Usage drains 20 MP points each minute. Naruto engaged the masked boy in combat. Let's test your taijutsu, shall we? Naruto smirked. I'm assuming you've completed the water walking exercise by now. Haku asked, almost like they weren't enemies at all. Naruto frowned. Why remind me of that now? He ignored her question. Naruto's clones barged in at once, aiming to overwhelm Haku with their sheer size and numbers. The blonde himself went into the air, landing behind Haku gracefully. He aimed a punch carefully at Haku's back, who was too occupied by his numerous other clones, even if they were rapidly decreasing in number. There was no way this punch would miss, right? Wrong. Haku didn't just dodge, he pivoted his legs before pushing Naruto's fist to the side with the back of his hand, redirecting all of the force in a single instant. An instant later, he was swept to his feet by a soundless kick by the missing Nin, then dodging another hit due to the smallest of sounds from the rustling of Haku's baggy clothes. He hadn't realized before, but a reason why Haku's taijutsu was so deadly was because of how silent it was. Naruto wasn't able to hear any movement from Haku before she striked, which made her moves much more unnoticeable before they actually hit. It was a battle between the Uchiha taijutsu and Haku's own. On their own, the Uchiha taijutsu seemed to be much more effective in general, but in the mist, where senses like sound mattered so much, Haku's was even more effective. If this fight continued any longer, Naruto wouldn't be able to win. It would be best to retreat for now. Naruto summoned more clones to deal with, or slow down Haku for the time being. He had to find Sasuke. Was he in sight? Hey! Sasuke jumped slightly as Naruto's voice rang in his ear. Hint aside. Sasuke partly shrieked, an unusual sound coming from the Uchiha. Why not? Naruto shrugged lightly. You have no idea just what that guy can do in here, he's there. Naruto thought as he saw the image of Haku in one of the mirrors. Shinban impaled themselves into Naruto as he groaned in the sudden pressure in his back. BLD covered his orange jumpsuit soon after. But the pain wasn't unbearable. Both Naruto and Sasuke stood up immediately after, albeit wincing as they did so. We need to get the hell out of here, Naruto yelled. I'm trying, idiot, Sasuke yelled back. After a flurry of hand signs, red-hot fire was sent towards the opposite side of the ice dome. The fire reflected partially, flaring the entire enclosure in heat. But to no avail. Naruto looked around, defeated. If fire couldn't beat the ice itself, what would? But wait, the ice had melted slightly. You think your fire can beat a pinnacle of Kekkei Genkai? Haku's voice asked, echoing around the dome. Some more Shinban was thrown at the duo. This time, they were able to dodge more than a few, but were still unable to completely dodge all of them. Naruto desperately ran around the dome, trying to guess where Haku would appear next. What it was near impossible. Pain was all he felt as more objects pierced into his body, drawing more and more BLD outwards. This isn't fair. Even with my leveling ability, I don't have any jutsu currently to counter Haku. Is this the end? The Shinban stopped. Amazing, the Sharingan. But will that change the result? Naruto prepared himself for another throw. But it was still too fast. Naruto, to the right? Sasuke yelled. Seeing no other option, he did what Sasuke told him. Nothing hit Naruto. Sasuke's eyes were glowing red. Maybe they had a chance of winning now. With the same jutsu that Kakashi had, Sasuke got a serious power boost. Normally, Naruto would be envious, But right now, survival seemed to be the more important thing. Naruto got up to his feet in a hurry, before running back towards Sasuke. He needed his guidance if he wanted to beat Haku right now. Sasuke's eyes swirled rapidly. Above us. Sasuke leaped out of the way, only to realize that Naruto hadn't done the same. His scarlet eyes widened. Did he? Naruto had jumped upwards. As Naruto met the incredibly fast Haku in the middle of his teleportation-type jutsu, he grappled Haku's hands to the side before kicking him in the torso, away from his intended direction. Finally, a direct hit. But he didn't stop there. Quickly summoning clones, they caught Haku's flying body before throwing it back to Naruto. The blonde slammed his foot into Haku's back, sending him into the bridge floor with a loud, painful thud. It had to be over by now. Naruto placed his kunai onto Haku's neck without hesitation and stabbed inwards. Into water. A water clone. I'm sorry, Shinobi, Haku's voice said from somewhere behind him. Sasuke's body lay still next to Haku, whose sunbon stayed pierced all the way through the Uchiha's neck. Naruto's breath stilled. Haku bowed solemnly. It's amazing, really, to have found such a loyal comrade. He definitely could have dodged the projectiles at the last second, considering his own Kekai Genkai, but doing so would have made you the target instead. Rage. You must be one of his own precious people, for him to react in such a way. If it means anything, I'm sorry for killing your comrade. But it was for my own survival if anything else. Shinobi are born. Fury. Please do not take it to heart, Ding. Wants to lend you chakra. Do you accept? Yes/no Haku, you're going to die. Naruto growled quietly. I don't think. Naruto disappeared into thin air, before appearing next to Haku once more. And your death will be especially painful. He launched a hook at Haku's stomach, pushing him through ice mirrors. Glass shards exploded on the impact, creating a hole in the once impenetrable dome of ice. A tornado of red chakra erupted around Naruto's body as he glared at the ragdoll-like body that rolled onto the bridge. No mercy. Naruto launched a kick straight into the face of Haku, cracking his mask into two. Haku's body spinned across the floor of the bridge, before he managed to grab hold of his balance. But it was already over. Tired, bloodied, and faced against an impossibly strong opponent, Haku was ready to give up. He stood up slowly, his eyes closed in acceptance of his death. Naruto stopped his punch at the last second. A gust of air pushed Haku's mask off of his face, revealing the feminine face to the open mist of the bridge. The whiskers on his face became less pronounced, his eyes became the regular, azure blue, and the red chakra no longer surrounded his body. Naruto stood in silence as he regarded the boy in front of him. Your friend is dead, killed by me, and you still won't kill me. Naruto's rage spiked in an instant, but he reeled it back in by continuing his punch to Haku's face. You've become weaker. What exactly was that form earlier? Not like it matters. Naive people seem to think that letting their opponents live is an act of kindness, but not for me. You've shattered my reason for living. A weak shinobi like me isn't worthy enough to help Mr. Zabuza. So please, kill me. Naruto couldn't help himself. He laughed in disbelief. What's so great about him? He's a monster. He kills for fun. How can he be anyone's precious person? Haku smiled. Maybe you see him as so. But in the darkness of my times, Zabuza was the one who helped me the most. If I'm no use to the one I'm living for, what's the point of continuing to live? This type of logic, it's horrible. I hate it. So you give up after being beaten once. What about all of the training you did to come so far? Was that all useless? Haku nodded. Yes. Hopeless, Naruto whispered. He brought up the kunai in a quick motion. He would do this quickly. Haku's eyes widened randomly. The missing nin was gone. Kakashi felt his Chidori impale itself into a body, but it wasn't the correct one. His accomplice sacrificed himself for him. Kakashi thought incredulously. Haku whispered quietly. Kakashi, you were wrong again? Zabuza said, chuckling. BLD painted his masked face as his gray eyes started back at Kakashi's own. Thank Kami I helped the boy back then, if not, I'd be dead by now. Ha. Zabuza shouted, laughing loudly. He swiped his sword across, trying to cleave Kakashi into two, but missing entirely as Kakashi grabbed Haku's body and jumped backwards. Naruto gripped his kunai, but stopped when Kakashi addressed him. This is my fight, Naruto. Naruto gritted his teeth, but stayed still nonetheless. Yeah, he mostly likely would have died if he tried to fight against Zabuza, but he couldn't care less. Naruto. Naruto winced at Sakura's voice. Thank God you're alive. Let's get Sasuke and get out of here with Tazuna-san. Kakashi-sensei can handle this now. Naruto said, pointing to Sasuke's body, which was slightly obstructed by the mist. Naruto watched as Sakura left with Tazuna towards Sasuke's body, before directing his attention back at the fight before him. Kakashi slowly dismantled Zabuza, the slow movements of the latter making it easy to guess his opponents, which was even easier for someone who had a Sharingan. Kakashi then demobilized both of Zabuza's arms in a brutal display of fighting. No more jutsus or mist to hide behind, Zabuza. It's over, the Jonin said coldly to the demon of the mist. Click. Whoa. That man definitely made a fine fool of you, demon. A pity. If you die, how will I give you the proper fees? Naruto looked at the other end of the bridge to see a rather short man approach the trio slowly. Behind him stood a mob of bandits all equipping weapons of their own. Jagged hairline, small, black sunglasses, black SHT, and purple tie. The man screamed shady business. What's all of this? Zabuza asked murderously. Naruto took a step back. Business, Zabuza. I'm going to kill you now. So say your final prayers to the world, please. Don't worry, no one is going to miss you, hee. Someone would. What's the meaning of this? You really think I would pay that amount for you? Never. I'm a businessman, not running a charity. You're infamous around these areas, and incredibly skilled. Trying to betray and kill actual shinobi would be strong, considering how many friends they've made along the years. But you were perfect. A missing nin that no one cares about. Does it matter if you die? Don't take it too seriously, Zabuza. It's good business. Either way, it's not like you didn't cheat me either. The demon of the mist. Was that a joke? You lost to some random ninja that recently came here. You're not a demon, Gata said, cackling. Zabuza looked back at Kakashi. Kakashi, you are no longer my priority. And our fight. There is no motive for me to assassinate Tazuna. Kakashi nodded in acceptance. But Gata stepped forward, kicking Haku's face with contempt. This girl or boy, just as annoying as you. Naruto felt his rage overwhelm as he began running towards Gatu, only to be stopped by Kakashi who held the back of his jumpsuit. Naruto, there's too many of them. Naruto directed his ire towards Zabuza. Won't you do anything? He's disrespecting Haku in front of you. Zabuza shrugged, his arms stiff. So, Haku died. So, Haku was still your friend, a comrade. There are no real friends in the world of missing nin, child. We are either tools to be used or people who use others as tools, nothing more, nothing else. Haku was a useful tool that I appreciated for his strength. So I will repeat my question. So, Naruto growled in frustration. So, Haku really meant nothing to you in the end. He sacrificed himself for you and you won't do anything. Just standing there. A long silence enveloped the duo, the thick atmosphere between the two becoming even thicker. Zabuza whispered. What? Kunai. Naruto threw his kunai to the demon of the mist immediately after. Zabuza caught the weapon in his mouth. Emotional. Kill them all, people. Gata yelled. The storm of people yelled as they infiltrated the bridge entirely, the sounds of multiple footsteps and battle cries filling Naruto's ears immediately. Zabuza went to meet them all at once. But Zabuza was a demon. He slashed through everyone using the kunai in his mouth, cutting through the mounds of bandits like scissors on paper. He dodged a dozen swords at once, before knocking into men several feet taller than him. Many bandits fell to the floor, lifeless, as a long gash spread through their necks in mere seconds. But even they were too much for Zabuza. Swords impaled Zabuza as the swarm of men began to overwhelm the one man. But Zabuza still didn't stop. With the relentlessness of a starved lion, he embedded the kunai into Gatu's teeth. Zabuza laughed. Yeah, I don't care if I die right now, but as long as you're coming with me to hell, I'll be happy. The demon finished the kill in its entirety soon after. Zabuza smiled for the last time in his life. I won't be seeing you any longer, considering you would be going to heaven, Haku. But, thank you. Naruto swallowed his throat in apprehension. Cherish the sight of a real man, Naruto, Kakashi said. This was all too much for a recently made genin. Naruto's eyes continued to stay wide as he swallowed all of the events into one session of his memory. Naruto. Sasuke is alive. Naruto's heart quickened as he glanced to his left, seeing the familiar blue-shirt boy raising a hand in greeting. I see. You really were too kind of a person, Haku. Naruto looked back at the bandits with anger. Now these guys deserve to die. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A day later, Zabuza and Haku's funeral was a quiet event. With only Team 7 and Tazuna present, the burial seemed to be more of a standard process rather than an act of caring, which wasn't very surprising considering the lives the missing Nin had held. Living solitary lives, they didn't have many friends to mourn their deaths for them. It was a small memorial site, the largest being the mountain of a sword behind Zabuza's funeral. It's an unfortunate thing. But don't be mistaken. Zabuza wasn't a good person, nothing he could have done would have changed that, but he did have his heart in the right place in the end. What's even more sad is that you, Genin, had to experience a type of mission like this so early in your lives. An A-rank mission. It's fortunate I was your sensei or else. Thank you, sensei, Sakura said politely. Well, I can't do it all the time. Should we leave now? Sasuke nodded. Achin, Naruto looked at the graves before him. Let me just stay here for a bit. Kakashi-sensei raised an eyebrow. You sure? Positive. Your wish. Sasuke, Sakura, let's go. Naruto stayed still for much a while longer as the rest of the team left him behind. There was a particular reason why the blonde stayed behind in the first place, and it wasn't because he wanted to contemplate on the deaths of the duo, no matter how sad it was. The system was telling him something. Ding. New skill achieved. Shadow Extraction, LVL1 info. Shadow Extraction allows the transformation of dead bodies into shadows which can be recalled at any time for the player to use. Higher the difference in level, the lower the success rate. Higher the time taken after the body died, the lower the success rate. Higher the will of the person to stay in the afterlife, the lower the success rate. Current maximum shadows. 2 What? The Smith. I can revive them as shadows. Then came the next question. Who should he revive first? And would it really work? This was the first real ability the system had ever given him, so Naruto was slightly skeptical. Now, who should he go for next? Zabuza or Haku? It didn't really matter since he had 2 available spots anyways. But were these shadows the actual ones that died earlier? Were they the ninja he had just fought yesterday? Was Haku's sacrifice for nothing if he could have revived her afterwards? Obviously, that wasn't the truth. But Naruto's paranoia quickly took over his senses. The ability gave him the chance to reunite Zabuza and Haku. But what if one of the summonings failed? It was best to check the limits of the ability for now. Considering the system said the higher the level the harder the extraction became, it would be easy to test out the limits of his own capabilities for now. Naruto went to the gravestone next to Zabuza. His hands were trembling, and his heart rate was at an all-time high. The grave stood painfully still, begging to be called upon, and the sword stood similarity, begging for someone to grasp its stilt once more. Use shadow extraction on Zabuza. Extraction failed. What? 2 more chances remaining. Try again. Extraction failed. 1 more chance remaining. Naruto needed this to work. Zabuza's death, it wasn't meant to be so disappointing. He needed another chance, whether as a shadow or the real thing. He wouldn't lose now. No matter what it would take, he needed this extraction to summon. Activating. Skill, Will of Fire LVL1 activated. Skill, Will of Fire LVL1 has bonus effect of increasing success rate of extraction by 10%. Zabuz, your devotion to the sword is what got you the name Demon of the Mist. Now, Show that same devotion to me. The same devotion that Haku served you with. Arise. Extracting. Extraction successful. Dark energy erupted from Naruto's body as he felt a rush of power exit his body like water behind a broken dam. The visceral aura flowed directly towards the dead bodies buried under the soil, until finally all of it disappeared into the ground. Then silence. But then the energy started pouring back out relentlessly. Tendrils of liquid shadows slowly began forming out of the grave, pooling into a shadowy mass without any defined shape. But the shadows continued to pool, building and building upon each other, slowly forming a familiar shape. I can't believe it. Naruto's eyes looked at the monstrosity before him. The shadowy mass of Zabuza stared back. Shut up. Zabuza? LV1 He looked the same as always, except for the fact that the colors of his clothes were replaced by a shade of black, and his face showed a wispy blue, entirely missing the humane colors he once had. On his back, the giant sword he always used was perched comfortably, every contour of the metal shaded black. A rough scowl was evident even through his bandaged face. Zabuza looked scarier than when he was once alive. Where the hell am I, brat? I re-uploaded this chapter to fix many mistakes in the shadow summoning because my editing wasn't working, so extremely sorry if you've already read this chapter and saw a notification. Uploads are still every Tuesday. Where the hell am I, brat? Zabuza growled in his ghostly form. Naruto briefly flinched in fear before rearing back. It was insanely jarring to see the dead body of Zabuza, a body which he helped bury, back in real life. It only showed the insane capabilities of his system, and just how much power was in his hands. I said, "Where the hell am I?" the shadow asked again, irritatingly. Active skill, Shadow Extraction LVL1 Info. Shadows drain 50 MP every minute, a value which will decrease as level of skill increases. Initial extraction takes 20 MP. 50 MP. That's insane. That means only 2 minutes. Naruto thought incredulously, doing the math in his head. The skill, for now anyways, was insanely underpowered. A mere 2 minutes could decide the difference between a win and a loss in the toughest of times. He understood that. But 2 minutes was still too little. Regardless, Zabuza was a Jonin-level ninja, meaning the 2 minutes would certainly be worth it for now. And it wasn't like he was going to be this low level. If Naruto upgraded his level in Shadow Extraction, he could certainly decrease the MP drain, which would make the ability a monster to deal with. Naruto waved at the shadow with a trademark grin. Zabuza-san, this is Naruto, Naruto Uzumaki. You know, the blonde kid from earlier. Zabuza glared back. Yeah, I can tell. Now tell me, Naruto Uzumaki, why am I still alive? And more importantly, how? He's a shadow as of now, so there wouldn't be any reason not to tell him of my ability, right? I could also pass it off as a special jutsu of my own. What did Kakashi-sensei call it? A Kekkei Genkai. It's my ability, a Kekkei Genkai, like Haku had. I can summon the dead in the form of shadows, or something. To be honest, it's still a work in progress, like many other things. Naruto deadpanned. Zabuza's eyes widened. You're telling me you can summon the dead? Is this a joke, brat? You're alive right now, so what more proof do you want? How is the afterlife, anyways? Don't make a mockery of this situation. This isn't a normal Kekkei Genkai. The amount of things I could do if I had something like this? Zabuza chuckled dangerously. Why did you summon me? I wanted to test the ability on someone, and you happened to die recently. So I did it for you to gauge my current ability, Naruto said. You're telling me this was all a test? A test to see whether you could summon me or not. Why didn't you summon Haku first? The demon of the mist asked, his deep voice taking on a tone of inquiry. I can't give a reason without revealing the levels, can I? What should I do here? You're a lot stronger than Haku, so I wanted to see whether I could summon you or not, pretty much. There, that wasn't too bad. Zabuza nodded in acceptance, before looking at his muscles strangely, before looking at his surroundings curiously. A look of denial spread along his eyes. Naruto observed his behavior. Wah, Zabuza picked up the wide, black sword around his back before swinging it frantically in the air, cleaving through the atmosphere and sending gusts of wind across the fields, shaking the leaves of nearby trees. It was an impressive display of swordsmanship, but both Naruto and Zabuza could notice one thing. Zabuza was weaker. Much, much weaker. Why am I so goddamn slow? Zabuza yelled in frustration, his shadow muscles flexing as he continued his onslaught. Naruto paled in realization of what had happened. The system would never be so nice to him to give him such a promising ability. It would never give him direct access to Jonin-level Shinobi with a flick of a wrist. No, the system made him work for that type of power. And in this case, it made the shadow itself work. Shadow Zabuza was much, much weaker than the original. They shared the same appearance, same personality, but different stats altogether. Shadow Zabuza was around Haku's level or so. Thus, the 2 minutes became even more useless. Considering Shadow Zabuza was only level 1 as of now, he needed to level up his shadows and his shadow extraction. Naruto made haste to rectify his mistake. Zabuza, your form right now is much weaker than what you were when you were alive. I'm not so sure as of now, but I believe you will have to train to become stronger again or else. I'm stuck like this for the rest of my life. Zabuza questioned angrily, his eyes smoldering. Naruto chuckled. Technically speaking, you aren't actually alive, so yes. Zabuza lunged at Naruto. Naruto sidestepped, dodging the attack entirely, before sweeping the shadow's legs from underneath him, dropping him to the floor. Naruto immediately unsheathed a kunai from his pocket, before placing it on Zabuza's neck. You aren't a Jonin anymore, just a shadow of mine. Remember that, Naruto whispered gravely, apply pressure on the solid surface of Zabuza's neck. Naruto felt a giant sword slide to his jugular. The body in front of him dispersed into water. The same trick. The deep, monotone voice of Zabuza rang through his ears. You may not remember, but since you obviously forgot, let me remind you, one last time. I'm Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the mist, and I have no Naruto gulped as the gigantic sword left his throat. Now, summon Haku. Naruto looked once last time at the shadow warily, before rubbing his throat to ease the soreness. Note to self, don't PSS off the psychopathic swordsman. Ding. 30 MP remaining. Naruto calculated the math in his head again. 1 minute had passed, meaning 50 gone. And the cost of the initial summoning, which was 20. He could still summon Haku. Naruto nodded. All right. Naruto walked up to the grave of Haku in a hurry, eager to get this over with. He probably didn't need to struggle as much as summoning Zabuza, considering the difference of levels between him and Haku wasn't very high in comparison to the difference between him and the Jonin-level Shinobi. Maybe 1 or 2 tries. Haku arise. Extraction successful. Similar to before, a dam of energy broke from Naruto's body, entering the air and going into Haku's grave. The soil seemed to eat up all of the energy as it dissipated into the grave. Shadows pooled once more, forming the body of Haku that Naruto came to recognize easily. Haku, in all of his feminine grace, appeared fully fledged in his regular clothing, but this time everything was shaded a dark black, and his skin was a peculiar shade of blue. Where am I? Haku asked, staring at Naruto with obvious surprise. Naruto looked around for Zabuza. It would be easier for that man to explain this, after all. But no one was to be seen. Ding. You currently cannot keep more than 1 shadow summoned at a time. Naruto groaned in annoyance. He barely had a minute left. Listen. So pretty much, here's a summary. I have the Kekkei Genkai to summon the dead from. The graves, which I have already done with Zabuza and now you. The bad part is, you are now much weaker than normal, which I think you should be able to tell by now. Zabuza is currently around the level you were at when you were alive, meaning you would be somewhere around Genin level. Probably higher. But yeah, that's it, Naruto finished, breathing after the long monologue. He looked at Haku hopefully. Again, where am I? I didn't expect the afterlife to be so colorful. Ding. MP has been completely drained. All MP-related skills and abilities are deactivated. Naruto looked at the empty lands of grass before him. Okay. 2 weeks later. Ding. Quest. Protection of Tazuna completed. Rewards, EXP 3000, Class, Necromancer, given. Title, Messenger of the Dead. Congratulations. You leveled up. Player is now LV8. 2 attribute points gained. New title, Messenger of the Dead achieved. Title, Messenger of the Dead increases the success rate of shadow extraction by 5% and increases all stats by 3% while on missions. Ooh. Another 2 attribute points for the future Hokage. Naruto smiled happily as he looked through all of his notifications. Things were finally starting to look uphill. On the past few weeks, Naruto had spent most of his time training with Team 7 and helping finish the bridge Tsuna was so hellbent on. And finally, the strong work actually paid off. The bridge, in his honest opinion, looked appealing. It wasn't too fancy, but managed to display a look of elegance which was fitting for the small town they were in. Tsuna had the look of a proud father as he observed his bridge from afar. He spent so many decades dreaming about this moment. It's all thanks to you guys this is possible. I can't thank you enough, Tsuna said, tears forming around his eyes. Like I said, Tsuna-san, your amazing hospitality was more than enough as thanks, Kakashi said, bowing. Naruto smiled. It was always nice seeing people do nice things. And you? Tsuna said, directing his smile at Naruto. Me? I can't thank you enough as well, Naruto. For protecting Tsunami and Inari when it mattered the most. Naruto tried not to roll his eyes. The man has mentioned that same instance more than 100 times by now, and had brought it up every single dinner and every time he was alone with him. Yeah. Big bro Naruto is too cool. Inari mentioned from behind Tsuna. Sakura snickered. Big bro Naruto, you've got fanboys now, no? Hypocritical. Naruto wanted to say, but refrained from doing so. Grandpa, I think we should give a name for the bridge while the ninja are still here. Tsuna laughed. You're right, Inari. How about the Great Naruto Bridge? Naruto smiled as he heard the name, a strange swelling of pride in his heart erupting immediately. But did he really deserve it as much as the others? The Great Zabuza Bridge. Naruto shook his head. The shadow would probably kill him if he did something like that. Sounds great. Kakashi laughed. If that's all, we will be taking our leave, Tsuna-san. Of course, I couldn't keep you guys here any longer, after all, Tsuna answered wholeheartedly. Naruto raised a thumbs up to Inari. I'll visit later on, Inari. By then, you better be a lot stronger. You bet. Inari grinned toothily. Have a safe trip. Tsunami ushered out at last. All of Team 7 felt a gentle tug on their hearts as they finally left the small town they've been in for the last month. Naruto looked at the path ahead of him and groaned. This was going to be an incredibly long trip. Walking wasn't too strong, but the type of food they had to eat was the bare minimum, consisting of energy bars and most importantly, no ramen. In the 2 weeks since the funeral, Naruto had resisted the urge to summon Zabuza and Haku again. For that, he had several reasons. Firstly, he was 90% sure Zabuza didn't even want to be summoned at this point. Second, he wasn't exactly sure how to deal with Haku. And lastly, the whole shadow business seriously creeped him out. Sure, the necromancy thing looked cool and all, but it was seriously weird when you thought of it from an outside point of view. Summoning the dead to be your companions. Yeah. Totally normal. Naruto also felt like he would get a better idea of dealing with the issue back in his home village, Konoha. Wave was cool and all, but it didn't have Ichiraku's ramen, did it? A steamy bowl of soft, chewy noodles and the aroma of miso and pork. Naruto was already salivating. A bowl of Tuchi's ramen will definitely bring me up to speed. Hey Sasuke. Last one to the tree over there has to pay for ramen. Naruto began running at full speed. One more miso ramen. Naruto called out as he dropped another bowl onto the table before him. Sasuke eyed his wallet with widened, disheartened eyes. How much does this guy eat? Irika was just glad he wasn't paying again. So yeah, Irika-sensei, where was I again? Alright, so we were fighting, Slurp, this guy called Zabuza, and we found out that he was actually just a nice guy in the end. I managed to defeat everyone with a super cool jutsu, blah blah blah, I saved the whole village. Then they named a bridge after me. Isn't that cool? Irika nodded in acceptance, not believing half of the things coming from Naruto's throat. Naruto finished another bowl and patted his belly in appreciation. That's enough for now. Okay, Sasuke. I'm done with eating. Sasuke sighed with relief. Oh, then I'll take my leave. Now, you have to train me, Naruto declared. An awkward silence filled the ramen shop. Train? Sasuke questioned. Remember the jutsu you owe me? Yes. Naruto cheered inwardly. A jutsu from Sasuke, and hopefully an effective one. Ever since the fight with Haku and Zabuza, Naruto had realized just how limited and short his jutsu range was, consisting primarily of the Shadow Clone and the Academy 3. They were useful in their own subtle ways, but the blonde needed something more flashy. Something that would do damage. Naruto looked at Sasuke triumphantly. Which jutsu will you be able to teach? Sasuke morphed his face into a thinking pose. I don't really want to teach him anything, but considering it was a bet, I'll guess I'll have to. How about? Fine, I'll teach you something. Come to Training Ground 46 by tomorrow morning, around 6 or so. It's normally empty by that time, I believe. Naruto grinned. You got it. Now, which jutsu? Sasuke was gone. The blonde waved goodbye to Tuchi, Ayam, and Irika before going on the usual route to his apartment. The route which generally avoided most crowded areas, using the alleyways littered around Konoha. The second Naruto reached his apartment, he jumped onto his couch tiredly. It had been a long month, but certainly not without its own benefits. Open. Name, Naruto Uzumaki. Title, the gamer. Occupation, Genin of Konoha. Level, LV 8 HP, 100 MP, 100 out of 100 chakra, 2000 STR, 7 VIT, 10 DX, 6 INT, 5 WIS, 4 LUK, 1 current skills, Shadow Clone Jutsu LVL 3 Shadow Extraction LVL 1 class, Necromancer attribute points. 2. I'm facing this dilemma a lot more these days, but I guess that's a good thing. What should I add? Naruto thought to himself. The blonde felt as if it was better to not stress over the specifics of each point for once and just add them where he thought it was best. Add to dexterity and luck. Attribute point has been used. Dexterity has been increased by 1 point. Attribute point has been used. Luck has been increased by 1 point. I'm bored. I guess it's time to summon one of them. Who should it be? Naruto thought of his previous encounter with Zabuza and shivered. Yep, it was best he went with Haku, maybe fill her in with where he was right now. Summon Shadow Haku. Darkness moved like water itself, the cohesive matter combining together to form the shadow. So it wasn't a dream? Haku asked with a raised eyebrow. Naruto rolled his eyes. Hello, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. The person who summoned you from the dead. You are currently in Konoha, the Hidden Leaf Village. So this is the land where the Hokage resides. Interesting. And why have you summoned me, Naruto-san? Haku asked, eyeing his surroundings. Naruto put his legs on the top of his couch. I was bored. So you summoned me, a dead shadow, to alleviate your boredom. Something like that? That doesn't sound like such a great idea in afterthought, does it? Yeah, it doesn't. Naruto didn't like that he was being patronized by the dead. It was either you or clones, and I prefer not talking to myself. Or Zabuza, of course, but I prefer not talking to him even more. Haku nodded in understanding, before walking around trying to investigate the place. This is quite the magnificent house. Are you quite rich, Naruto-san? Naruto couldn't help it, he laughed out loud. Maybe it was the right decision to summon you. Haku pet his head. Naruto shook his head. Listen, I don't have much time at all to talk with you, considering a minute has already passed by now. But for now, this much is fine. Just so you know, I won't be summoning you or Zabuza too much, and only when you're really needed or during times like now. I actually can't have others knowing about your presence, you understand? Haku nodded and then bowed. I understand, Naruto-san. For now, I'll take my leave. How exactly do I do that? Please let this work. Dissipate Haku. Haku's body rapidly became smaller and smaller as the mass of shadows turned into nothingness. Quite an eventful day. Naruto thought, yawning. The next morning, Naruto woke up to the ringing of his alarm right next to his ear, groaning and miming in distress as the sound interrupted his precious sleep. He was about to go to sleep again before his mind seemed to directly speak to him. Sasuke's going to train you a jutsu. With that, his mind sparked into overdrive. Naruto quickly brushed his teeth, showered, wore a new jumpsuit, and put on his sandals. He double-checked his ninja gear, filled his utility bag with some protein bars as breakfast, and made his way towards the intended training ground. The numerous open fields were strong to distinguish, but Naruto managed to make his way through. Training Ground 46. The large, open expanse of grass was perfect for training, Naruto realized, as he made his way through the ground. "Hey!" Naruto shrieked as he heard Sasuke's voice from behind him. He placed a hand on his heart in an effort to cool himself down. "Yo," Naruto responded. "I don't have too much time, so let's get this over with quickly. I'll give you the hand signs and some basic tips, but that's pretty much it," Sasuke said, unloading his bag onto the surface of the ground. "What jutsu are we learning exactly?" Naruto asked curiously. "I didn't tell you yet. You've probably seen me do this a lot during training or fights. Fire release, fireball jutsu." "I take everything back. Sasuke is literally too cool," Naruto said with stargazed eyes. "Do you need a demonstration?" Sasuke asked. No. I need to learn this as fast as possible, Databeo. Are there any hand signs?" Sasuke grunted in confirmation. "Of course. There are 6 hand signs normally, but others with higher chakra control like Kakashi-sensei said can convert it into 4 or so. For now, we will just learn the 6. The seals in succession are snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Remember those, remember those." Sasuke tossed him a scroll of sorts, the paper fluttering as it reached his hands. "Here, all the hand formations are given in this. I don't really expect you to learn it in a week, since this jutsu is a bit of a speciality of the Uchiha clan. But try your best. And also, consider my debt finished." "Of course." Naruto yelled in appreciation. "Any tips?" Sasuke rolled his eyes. "HN. First of all, do you know how this jutsu works?" "Obviously. The shinobi using the jutsu just stirred up some chakra in their stomachs and released it using—" "Not exactly," Naruto admitted ashamedly. Sasuke frowned slightly, his eyebrows tensing. "How am I going to do this? Fine. Think of it like this. A fireball jutsu isn't just made of fire, it's chakra that was turned into fire. And where does that chakra come from?" "From us. HN. So the first step is to mold the chakra in your core into fire, and then release that chakra from your mouth." Naruto nodded in understanding. "So why do you put your fingers in front of your mouth like that?" "It's easier to direct the fire where you want it to go." "I see." Naruto began going through the hand seals, his hands moving tremendously slow, but accurate nonetheless. He thanked his younger self for remembering each and every seal after failing to summon a clone for the 30th time. Snake, boar, horse, tiger. Naruto felt the chakra in his stomach churn and tumble around like a wild animal stuck in a cage, and molded it to become hotter and attain the aspects of fire. The expanded and expanded in his stomach, his tummy feeling quite warm internally. Something's coming up. Naruto opened his mouth wide as he placed bent fingers in front of his mouth. Fire release, fireball jutsu. A small trickle of flame left his mouth. Sasuke smirked. "It's not tree climbing to get it on the first try, dope. You better believe it will take a lot longer than that." Naruto chuckled inwardly. Truthfully, he didn't expect any spectacular result to begin with, but it was still disappointing regardless. "OSU. Basu. Basu. Basu." Naruto's ears twitched as he heard a foreign sound. Sasuke looked around himself in a similar fashion. "Do you hear that?" Naruto asked. "Of course I can, dope." Naruto strained his ears even further. "What the hell is it? It sounds like a chipmunk or something." The sound got even louder. It wasn't a chipmunk or any animal like that, it was a person. Probably a teenager like them, considering the higher pitch of the voice. "Yes, Lee. Allow the fountain of your youth to spill all over Konoha." "Yes, sensei." To be more exact, it was 2 people. One taller and the other around their height. Most peculiarly, Both of them seemed to be wearing some sort of green spandex. Naruto walked over to the spectacle, curious to see what exactly was happening. What he saw was more than shocking. The kid of their size, presumably Lee, was walking with his fingers. With one hand crossed behind his back, and the other protruding only his thumb and pointer finger, did a walking handstand, with those weights on his legs. "And who are you fine, young gentleman?" Naruto looked into the dazzling eyes of the older man, further shocked by how shiny his teeth were. "Are they even real?" I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and he's Sasuke Uchiha. We're part of Team Kakashi's kids." As expected from my rival, making his team exercise this early in the morning. I don't think it's worth telling him the truth. Naruto's sweat dropped. The teen stopped doing his exercise. Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke dully looked at the other. The boy, presumably the son of the other man, grinned in a way eerily familiar to his sensei. "I'm Rock Lee, and I must challenge the both of you to a duel. I have re-uploaded this chapter, as once again, my editing isn't working. If someone knows how to fix it, please tell me. Until then, you'll be seeing the primary new chapter every Tuesday as always, and a secondary update Friday through Saturday. I fixed a lot of issues and added some dialogues, but it's not required to read through them. Sorry for the inconvenience." "A duel?" Sasuke repeated incredulously. "Of course," Lee exclaimed just as brightly. Naruto felt more and more out of place with every second he stood in the presence of the green duo. Who in their right mind would ask for a duel right after meeting someone? That sounds like something I would have done, to be fair. Naruto admitted reluctantly. The older man practically shouted, making Naruto flinch reactively. "This guy. Strange name. What did I tell you about challenging people to a duel immediately?" Naruto sighed in relief. Finally, someone with actual common sense. Lee dramatically pointed a finger to the sky. "Never forget to say please." "What the?" Naruto whispered in shock. "And what exactly have you done in this instance?" Guy asked vaguely as if he were giving some sort of divine knowledge to his student. I didn't say it's please, sensei," Lee said frantically. "What the hell is going on?" "Wait, are those tears in his eyes?" "I sincerely apologize, sensei. As a punishment, I will run 1,000 rounds around Konoha. That's not too bad, right?" Naruto thought, conscious of his own ability. It would take an absurd amount of time, but it was certainly doable. Considering the fact that Naruto himself had insane stamina, the punishment would certainly be easy to replicate. But Lee had never stopped talking. Unfolded. Naruto looked to the left, meeting Sasuke's eyes. Naruto couldn't tell if the Uchiha was awed or just flabbergasted by what he saw. Personally, Naruto felt both. Although he didn't really see any purpose in running around Konoha blindfolded, neither could Lee for that matter, he had to admit it was impressive for the boy to do such a feat, regardless of the reason. Naruto had been pranking the village since he was a youth, but even he hadn't memorized the correct routes around the entire village. Guy grinned widely. "Your youth is as vibrant as the morning sun, Guy-sensei." "Lee." Naruto took a step back in horror as the newcomers began hugging each other earnestly. What was he even watching? Sasuke took a similar stance, as he attempted to excuse himself from the conversation entirely. Guy coughed loudly. "I apologize, it seems I haven't introduced myself or Lee here, yet." "Indeed," Sasuke drawled. "I'm the sensei of Lee here and 2 others. Together, we make up Team Guy." "A pleasure to make your acquaintance," Guy exclaimed, striking a dramatic pose at the same time. "So they are a shinobi team like us. Now it makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? They must be from the years before us, then." Naruto realized with a nod. "I believe Kakashi has told you too about me?" Guy asked, smirking. "No," Sasuke said bluntly. Guy recoiled as if he were struck. "Am I still not worth the acknowledgement of my dearest rival? I will have to train to solve this issue." "Are these guys serious? I need to check their stats." Naruto started with Lee first, finding it better to see where he compared with other genin in Konoha. Observation successful. Name, Rock Lee. Title, Prince of Taijutsu. Occupation, Genin of Konoha level, LV 19 HP, 100 MP, 100 out of 100 chakra, 10 out of 10 STR, 15 VIT, 16 DX, 20 INT, 4 WIS, 3 LUK. 2 Naruto looked over Lee's stats with shock, instantly noticing just how high level he was. Level 19 and just a genin. He was at a higher level than Haku or Sasuke. Just how much of a monster was this guy? Naruto's eyes skipped past the next section before he went to the actual stats. He tried not to faint in that second itself. Lee's stats were something he had never seen before. It was almost unfair to compare them to someone like Naruto or Sasuke, and Kami forbid, someone like Sakura. 15 in strength, 16 in vitality, and 20 in dexterity. Just how strong is this guy? Naruto couldn't even hope to reach those types of stats soon, let alone ever. But that was also an exaggeration, fortunately. His progression seemed to rely on the quests he received, a completely unpredictable factor that he couldn't actually control. Imagining having to increase those stats by pure training and to the level Lee had done, he shivered. How much training did Lee have to go through to reach such a state? But then Naruto noticed both his chakra and title. Only 10 chakra. It suddenly made sense why Lee was called the Prince of Taijutsu and why his stats seemed to be so focused on the strength of his body. Lee most likely had abnormally low chakra reserves, forcing him to focus on the incredibly demanding art of taijutsu. Naruto frowned in sympathy. He looked at Guy before conducting another observation. But the result was very, very predictable. Observation failed. Target's level is too high. Would player like a partial observation? Yes/no yes. Naruto recited, not even surprised at that point. Name, Might Guy title, King of Taijutsu occupation, Jonin Sensei level. HP, 100 MP, 100 chakra. STR. Vit. Dex. Int. Wis. Luck. Naruto found a newfound respect for the comedic duo in front of him. And for a good reason as well. He was in front of royalty, after all. Alright then, I believe introductions are over with. Lee, didn't you want to fight with Sasuke? Naruto asked enthusiastically, wanting to see the boy fight with his own eyes. Itchin' we could spar. I've wanted to see how much I improved, anyway, Sasuke declared, smirking. Naruto knew Sasuke was going to lose. It was practically inevitable at this point. The level system wasn't always accurate, especially considering Naruto's own stats, where specifics like his own level were remarkably low. But during fights, the higher-leveled opponent usually stole the win, unless it was through a spout of genius or power that the lower level managed to gain the victory. Case and example being his own victory over Haku, where the Kyuubi's chakra helped him a lot. And here, considering Lee's own overwhelming agility and strength, there was no way for Sasuke to win, unless his teammate had been hiding a secret jutsu from him for a while. But Naruto didn't care about that. He just wanted to see whether he could copy Lee's taijutsu or not. Lee raised his bushy eyebrows confusedly before they settled back down in realization. Oh, I'm sorry for the misunderstanding, Sasuke. I meant to ask whether I could spar both of you at the same time. Naruto blinked. Sasuke gritted his teeth in anger. Am I seriously being looked down upon by this kid? Lee. Guy snapped. Of course, I meant no disrespect to any of you. Lee quickly corrected. I forgot to mention, but taijutsu is kind of my specialty, so it wouldn't really be fair to go one-on-one. And how would you think that without knowing my own capabilities, first? Sasuke asked, his voice low but obviously irritated. Ah, is taijutsu a specialty for you as well, Sasuke-san? We must fight at once. Lee insisted, his eyes firing up with determination. Lee got into position. You are allowed to use any jutsu you wish. But the other rules of a standard duel do apply. Naruto observed Lee's stance with interest, finding the boy's initial move to be quite the peculiar one. With one hand behind his back and the other pushed forward as if he was inviting Sasuke to come to attack him, it almost seemed like Lee was purposefully leaving holes in his own defense. Now, how did I copy Sasuke's taijutsu last time? Naruto thought to himself. Previously, The system had automatically given him the option to take Sasuke's taijutsu for his own and didn't actually apply any skill to do so. This meant Naruto was at the short end of the stick for his idea to work. "You all seem fired up," Guy said excitedly. "I'll count both of you down. Go." Sasuke rushed forward as Lee continued to stay still, unwavering despite the Uchiha's push forward. The raven-haired genin launched a wide kick at nothing. Lee was already gone. Sasuke gasped as a stinging pain erupted in his back, where Lee kicked him from behind. How will I be able to copy Lee's taijutsu if I can't even see it? And if Naruto could not see Lee's movements from the sidelines, how would Sasuke see them? Sasuke leaped backward across the field, trying to find some space to recover and think. But he did not even get the time to do that. The second he let his guard open, Lee flew across open grass with a whirling kick towards his opponent, a kick which was luckily dodged by the target. Sasuke huffed and puffed as he dodged another onslaught of kicks and punches from the green-clad genin. He still had not delivered a single hit on the boy. "This guy, he's a monster." "Fire release, fireball jutsu," Sasuke announced in response to the speeding Lee. His hands went through the signs with casual and practiced ease, finally transforming the work of his body and chakra into a spewing ball of flames, which flew towards the boy with great speed, scorching the earth below it as it traveled. Lee leaped over the flames, burning the tips of his green spandex in the process and leaving his pale skin bare to the morning wind. Then the attack continued. Taijutsu versus taijutsu. And other than the king himself, no one beat the prince in hand-to-hand combat. It was a technical battle, with each fist and kick made after great thought, but it was also done at a pace that made Naruto concentrate to see what was happening. Lee's taijutsu was fluid and filled with agile movements and such, but each punch and kick was filled with such intensity that made it plainly obvious just how much Lee had practiced each move. Sasuke did not have such intensity at his disposal, but he definitely did have something else. The Sharingan. "I was going to save this until later, but here goes nothing," Sasuke thought with a grimace. Sasuke's eyes suddenly became scarlet red as two tomos circled the pupil rapidly. Guy narrowed his eyes at the move. There it is. The jewel of the Uchiha clan. It doesn't take a genius to see why Kakashi was given the huge responsibility to train the last Uchiha. After fighting alongside Kakashi so many times, I'm not unaware of the abilities it gives the user, but will that be enough for Sasuke to beat young Lee? Naruto looked at the mysterious ability with awe. He still had no idea what it did other than it helped Kakashi copy a few of Zabuza's jutsus, but that was all. It was a Kekkei Genkai unique to the Uchiha, and a jutsu that somehow Kakashi managed to have. But the effect was clear. Sasuke suddenly became faster. No, he wasn't physically faster, he was just predicting Lee's movements at a quicker rate. It was very beneficial for Naruto, who was finally able to actually observe the two fights from each kick to punch. Before, Lee controlled the entire pace of the bout, but now, Sasuke held a hand in the pace as well. He tried to note down each and every hit of Lee's, the way he dodged Sasuke's hook, and even the way he moved in response to Sasuke. Scan it. It worked. Naruto thought gleefully. It would probably take time for scanning to complete, so until then, Naruto just waited peacefully for the fight to end and Sasuke to lose, which was a result that was inevitable at this point. But Naruto wasn't even allowed to do that. A cold, but respectful voice sounded out from behind the blonde. "Guy-sensei." Another voice, more feminine and a lot warmer, was heard a second later, repeating the exact same thing. Naruto turned around to see two teenagers around his age, but taller, walk up to him. The boy looked distinctly familiar, but the blonde could not remember for dear life who he looked like or where he had seen him. He wore a beige shirt, strapped up, and dark brown shorts which left his lower legs bare. He also seemed to have brown, long hair, which wasn't too unusual unlike Naruto's bright blonde. But the most distinct feature seemed to be his eyes. The entirety of both his eyes were pale. Just like Hinata. Naruto realized with a dawning expression on his face. That was where he recognized the boy from. Him and Hinata had to be related, considering their familiar facial features and more specifically, the undistinguishable eyes. Is it a Kekkei Genkai like Sasuke's own? Naruto thought questioningly. He had never seen anyone other than the whichever clan Hinata was from. The Hyuga. Yeah, the Hyuga clan. The other person was a girl of medium stature, but her presence was quite intimidating. Not because of her face or aura, but because of the huge bow staff on her back. With her pick blouse and hair tied into a bun, the girl seemed pretty nice. Naruto began to introduce himself while closing the distance between them. Hello. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, Genin of Team 7. I'm Tenten, Genin of Team Guy, and he's Niji Hyuga, also a member of the same team, Tenten said, motioning to the boy beside him. Hyuga, right? Do you know Hinata Hyuga by any chance? Naruto inquired earnestly. Niji eyed him with zero emotion. Naruto thought of the one word popping into his head. Hinata Hyuga. No, I don't know her, Niji monotoned. At least he answered my question, even though it definitely sounded like a lie. And who is fighting Lee currently? Niji asked, looking straight ahead at the continuing fight before them. Sasuke struggled to keep going, his legs almost giving out as another leg sweep managed to make contact. How much longer? Naruto just winced. At this point, Lee was toying with Sasuke. But he answered Niji's question, regardless. My teammate, Sasuke Uchiha, is fighting against yours. Tenten's ears perked. Sasuke Uchiha. Niji snorted. A failure fighting against another failure. Lee is just wasting his time, like usual. The hell is wrong with this guy? Maybe he could see a random person walking by who might say something like that, but your own teammates. If Sakura or Sasuke had said something to him, Naruto clenched his fists. How are either Lee or Sasuke failures? Naruto asked, vexed at the attitude of the Hyuga. He just couldn't understand how anyone could think that way, and for some reason it seriously angered him. Maybe because Niji's attitude was against his core beliefs as a shinobi. Tenten chose wisely and stayed silent. A year of fighting and training alongside the Hyuga had made her knowledgeable of the way he thought, more than she wanted, to be honest. Niji wasn't a bad person per se, but neither was he nice. The difference between a genius and a regular shinobi is a clear one, and neither Lee or Sasuke are geniuses. The latter may have been one, but clearly isn't. Anymore. Considering he's losing to Lee of all people. Naruto couldn't even believe what the Hyuga was saying. And so are you a genius? Can you defeat Lee? Naruto asked loudly. Of course. I've done it many times. No matter how much effort or strong work Lee puts in, he can never defeat me. Him and I are living proof of the disparity between geniuses and others, Niji said confidently, stretching his legs while he spoke. Naruto just couldn't find it in himself to believe people like this even existed to begin with. Geniuses. Disparity. Who even believed in those things? I'm not a genius or anything, Niji, but I still believe I would whoop you with an eye closed if I wanted to, Naruto said, letting some cockiness seep into his voice. Who knows, maybe Naruto could defeat the Hyuga with an eye closed. Observe. Name, Niji Hyuga. Title, not applicable. Occupation, Genin of Konoha level, LV 19 HP, 100 MP, 100 chakra, 200 Ista, 13 VIT, 14 DX, 15 INT, 7 WIS, 5 LUK, 3 goddamn. Nevermind. Naruto thought bitterly. But that wouldn't stop Naruto from asking what he wanted to do next. You wouldn't mind a spar, would you? Naruto asked coolly. Niji answered without any hesitation. There's no point in sparring someone much weaker than me. Are you sure you aren't scared that your theory is false? If Sasuke and Lee of all people are failures, I would be considered one as well. No. Naruto asked, trying to irk Niji's pride in one go. If the raising of Niji's eyebrows was to go by anything, it definitely worked. Niji quickly got into position, a stance which was widely different from both Lee's or Sasuke's. He had his palms open. Whatever. I didn't plan on wasting any energy before my training, but considering the minimal amount I'd be using, it's perfectly fine. This cocky BS dirty. Naruto thought angrily. He couldn't wait to wipe it out of his face. He activated his Uchiha clan taijutsu and made his way towards the still Hyuga. He wouldn't let anyone say such words and live to tell the tale. But then someone caught his punch. Naruto looked up to the eyes of their sensei. Guy smiled at Naruto, his face apologetic. I'm sorry, Naruto-san. But I can't allow this fight to happen. Naruto didn't really care about that. He was just annoyed at how easily Guy managed to stop him, the word easily referring to the fact that Guy literally just put an open palm up, caught his fist, and didn't even flinch at the large amount of pressure. Why so? Isn't sparring an act of youthfulness? Naruto asked sarcastically. It is surely. But sparring while a teammate is in need of help isn't very youthful, is it? Naruto looked towards his right in panic. Sasuke was on his knees, no more energy remaining in his body as he tried not to fall backwards onto the soft embrace of the grass. Naruto jogged over to where he was, but didn't try to spark any conversation. He could tell what Sasuke was feeling at that very moment. Naruto himself had felt it many times, after all. The thought that you could never beat an opponent, no matter how strong you tried, that the gap between you two was completely unavoidable, it was depressing to think about. I'm sorry, Naruto-san, but your teammate refused to end the fight no matter how many times I tried to do so, Lee said, bowing. It's fine, Naruto forced out of his scowling face. Guy spoke out afterwards. I'm sure you and Niji can spar it out in the Chunin exams, Naruto-san. The Chunin exams. Ding. New quest. Schooling the Hyuga created quest details. Defeat Niji during the Chunin exams. Quest rewards. EXP 2500. Learn the Hyuga Taijutsu style. And increase Taijutsu level by 2 failure. Become a so-called failure. Does player accept the quest? Yes/no yes. Of course yes. Naruto responded to the system, smiling. Listen here, Niji. The blonde proclaimed to the Hyuga. Naruto continued. I'll be the one to defeat you during the Chunin exams or whatever, so don't lose to anyone else before me, you got it? And earn that sweet experience. Niji shook his head, chuckling. You and your empty talk. Fine then. Prove to me, Naruto Uzumaki, that failures can defy destiny. Naruto supported Sasuke to his feet, carrying his weight as the Uchiha leaned his body against his teammate's shoulder. He looked back one last time. Activating. Skill, Will of Fire LVL1 activated. Defy destiny. I'll do much more than that, Pale Eyes. Destiny is just another word for losers like you who can't admit their own defeat. I'll make my own path, my own destiny, regardless of the situation. That's my ninja way. Yes, that's it. Naruto thought to himself. I won't let anyone trample my own path to becoming Hokage. Not Niji, Lee, or anyone. Skill, Will of Fire has increased by a level. Will of Fire is now LVL2 info. Will of Fire, when used effectively, can increase the morale of comrades. It is considerably more effective when used near lesser-ranked shinobi. Sorry, Naruto. But you're gonna do a lot more than that to beat Niji. We're in another league. 10-10 butted in. When did I ask for your opinion, Miss Fangirl? Naruto asked bluntly. Naruto left with Sasuke before 10-10 could retort. That guy seriously gets on my nerves. 10-10 gritted out before bringing out her staff to practice. Lee chuckled nervously. I'm sure it was just a joke. Guy-sensei laughed heartily. It will be good to see your progression, Naruto. The fourth would definitely be proud. It was another morning and another day. A day since Naruto met Team Guy, and a day since Sasuke was absolutely destroyed by Lee. The difference in Sasuke's behavior was obvious, and it was starting to get on Naruto's nerves. Where was the cocky, annoying BSRD who used to challenge Naruto in everything? Naruto missed the old Sasuke. But he also didn't have the heart in him to say anything towards the Uchiha either. Scanning complete. Does player wish to learn Goken Taijutsu? Yes/no Goken. Is that what it's called? Yes, please. Naruto had been waiting forever for the scanning to finish, but it had taken much longer than he had anticipated. If he remembered correctly, the scanning of the Uchiha clan's taijutsu had barely taken a minute. But it sort of made sense, considering the relative complexities of both taijutsu styles. It seemed the stronger or more advanced the taijutsu was, the longer it took to scan. What is that? Naruto thought bewilderedly. He had never seen a message like that from the system before. It was usually the regular ding or something similar. Your taijutsu level is currently too low to learn the Goken taijutsu style. Do you wish to archive the Goken taijutsu style? Yes/no, of course. I knew things were going too well for me to automatically learn Lee's taijutsu. Whatever, it's not like I needed it in the first place. What does archive mean?
Yes,
Archive successful. Naruto looked at his stats miserably. He needed to upgrade his taijutsu level, or else more opportunities would be missed in the future. But the system was seriously making it strong for him. It gave him a quest for the Chunin exams. Exams which certainly weren't going to be conducted anytime soon. Naruto sighed as he directed his focus back to the real world around him. So you're telling me you and Sasuke fought against Team Guy and were utterly outmatched? Kakashi asked casually, flipping a page of his book. Naruto nodded sadly. And you proceeded to challenge one of them to a duel in the Chunin exams, which I haven't even decided yet to put you in. Yes? It was to be expected, of course. They have been genin for a year at least, while you guys haven't had much experience in general. And considering Guy is their sensei, they certainly would have some form of expertise in the taijutsu area. Sasuke stayed silent. Kakashi noticed Sasuke's gloominess. Sasuke, don't be so disheartened. It's only obvious that Lee would defeat you. There's always someone stronger than you at the present moment. But the real difference between a strong shinobi and a weak one is what they do to overcome their own weaknesses. What do we do, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked curiously. Kakashi did his signature eye smile. Naruto groaned. The type of training Kakashi had put them through till now was basic drills and formations, and was not something the hyperactive ninja was keen to continue. Their sensei shook his head knowingly. Don't worry. It's not just any type of training. It will be a one-on-one coaching session with each of you. How will you train us all one-on-one at the same time? Naruto asked, confused. Kakashi laughed. I would have thought you would be able to find out, Naruto. The Jonin placed his hands in a very, very familiar position. One which Naruto was very NTMT with. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 2 clones of Kakashi appeared out of thin air, or more specifically, chakra. The original Kakashi ordered around his doppelgangers. One clone will take Naruto, and the other will take Sakura. So Sasuke gets the original? Naruto asked incredulously. Don't whine, Naruto. Sasuke has the skill set closest to my own, and it would be more helpful to teach him personally for now. And it's not like my clones don't have the same knowledge that I do, Kakashi mentioned, wiggling his finger. Whatever. Come on, clone, Naruto said dejectedly, walking towards the corner of the training field. The other clone went along with Sakura to the opposite side of the field at the same time. Kids these days, always so impatient, Kakashi said, shutting his book and throwing a look at Sasuke. Sasuke stared back, motionless. Kakashi's voice suddenly tightened. I'll be teaching you some important things. But before that, I think it's time for us to talk. With Sakura, Sensei, what exactly are you going to teach me? Sakura asked. The clone scratched his white hair, in a manner of aloofness. The truth is, your skill set and my skill set are most likely the farthest apart in terms of similarity. So for now, it's going to be sheer taijutsu training. Sakura groaned loudly. Kakashi's clone brought out his book. Come on, Sakura, we can't have you flapping around like usual if I happen to submit you guys into the Chunin exams, can we? Sakura snorted. As if, with Naruto, you wanted to learn a jutsu, right? Kakashi asked the blonde. Naruto nodded. The clone clapped his hands together. All right. Then I know what we're going to do. We need to check what your elemental affinity is. The genin strained his ears. Elemental what? Affinity. It's basically which element your chakra is most attuned to. For example, my elemental affinity is lighting. Therefore, I can learn lightning jutsus at a much faster rate. It's useful to know before you start learning actual jutsus, so you can focus on a specific element at first and not waste your time trying to learn something else. Understand? It was basic enough, so Naruto didn't really have any trouble understanding his sensei. So whichever affinity he got, it would be more beneficial to learn jutsus from that element to begin with. Would have been useful to know that before Sasuke taught her that fire jutsu. Naruto complained in his head. So I won't be able to do jutsus which I'm not compatible with? Naruto asked, anxious of the answer. No, not exactly. Case in point, I'm known for copying 1,000 jutsus, but each of them aren't lightning releases, are they? It's just easier for those with the corresponding affinity to learn the jutsu, and also more effective chakra-wise. I see. How exactly do we test for my affinity? Kakashi put a hand into his pocket. I had the original give me this before we left. His hand came up, revealing it to be a piece of paper. Before you ask, it's not just any type of paper. It's chakra paper, and has the ability to find out which type of affinity a shinobi has. Let me show you a demonstration. When I pour my chakra through here, the paper wrinkled in an instant with a satisfying crunch. A wrinkle in the paper means it's a lightning affinity. Likewise, for fire the paper will ignite. For wind, the paper splits into two. The paper crumbles for earth, and becomes wet for water. That's so cool. Naruto gushed, eyes glazed with excitement. The clone tried not to laugh. Now you try. Naruto reached for the chakra paper eagerly, taking it from Kakashi's grasp. He held it in his hand with wide eyes, before putting it between his fingers. He carefully pumped his chakra through the paper, waiting for something to happen. Ding. Chakra paper detected. You will be allowed to choose your own affinity. Select one of the below. Fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, select. Naruto questioned, completely bewildered. Choose wisely. How am I supposed to choose so suddenly? Naruto thought with raised eyebrows. Why is it even giving me the option in the first place? Naruto raised his eyes to the expectant look on Kakashi's face, whatever amount was visible, and looked down immediately afterward. What's wrong? Kakashi asked curiously, folding his arms together. I'm nervous, you know? Naruto exclaimed, trying to sound as timid as possible. For what? It's not like whichever element you get decides your future or something. Oh wait, it kind of does. Kakashi chuckled. Take your time. I guess I'll read in the meanwhile, but I must say, it isn't like you to be so slitting about these types of things. Normally, you would be jumping up and about to find your affinity, isn't that so? Naruto mentally face-bombed before looking back at his system. Leave it to Kakashi to be so observant around these things. He genuinely didn't know what to pick, but maybe he could try and fish out an answer from Kakashi. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei, it's just that I don't want to get a lame affinity like Earth or something, so I'm sort of anxious right now. Naruto bluffed, trying to give a valid reason for whatever he was doing. I wouldn't underestimate any element, Naruto. Often, it's the surrounding and the opponent we face against that chooses the effectiveness of an element. Yeah, that makes sense. When he had fought Haku and Zabuza, using jutsus like fire would be practically useless against the water behemoths they created with the hand signs they spun through. So no direct answer from Kakashi on what element I should pick. Naruto wrapped a hand around his head as he began to focus. The big question still remained unanswered. Which element should Naruto realistically pick? He had already taken an absurd amount of time just to fuel some chakra to the paper, and any longer Kakashi would get suspicious. Not that it really mattered, of course, but it was still awkward, to say the least. I should go through all the elements one by one, and by the process of elimination, pick the ideal element. Naruto declared to himself, nodding in satisfaction at the idea. First was fire. It was a valid choice, and certainly the most flashy one. Naruto was sure that selecting fire would increase his firepower a lot, both literally and figuratively, but he was afraid of the flexibility of using such an element. So far, all the opponents he had faced were water users, making Naruto wary of the element in general. Though, it would help me learn Sasuke's jutsu. Next was wind. Naruto wasn't sure what to think of this one. He had never seen anyone use a wind jutsu of any kind, so he couldn't really accurately gauge the strength and weaknesses of such an element. Might be best to cross this out for now. Lightning, it looked promising. Probably the coolest one out of them all. Considering it was Kakashi's own element, it would be useful in the training aspect. Nope, never. Naruto personally didn't see the appeal of Earth-style jutsus, Not that he was trying to downplay their role, but again, he never really saw them in action. Unless he counted the jutsu where Kakashi came from underneath the ground to surprise him, but that was just a sneak peek of its potential. Then came water. Clearly, this was the most valid choice present. Naruto had seen the true potential of water jutsus when Zabuza and Kakashi fought for the first time, which was a very eye-opening experience for the genin. The flexibility and ferociousness of water was completely on display during the matchup, which seemed to matter a lot more now during his decision. But the main factor influencing his decision was certainly the training factor. While lightning gave him the option to get training from Kakashi, the Jonin was only one man, and rarely had the time to solely focus on jutsus. However, Zabuza and Haku, whose summoning was on the tip of Naruto's fingers, could train him much more easily. Considering both their aptitude in the element of water, there was no better option. That's it, my mind is set. Naruto took a deep breath, pinching the paper tightly. I choose water. You have chosen. Congratulations. Your elemental affinity is water. Info, +5 stats when using water-style jutsus, plus 25% chakra efficiency when using water-style jutsus. Naruto felt water creep along the side of his fingers as the chakra paper turned wet in response to his chakra. Kakashi let out a grunt of surprise. You've finally done it, water. Can't say I expected that, to be honest. Yeah, me neither. Kakashi closed his book with a resounding snap. You know how jutsus work, right? We bring chakra out of our core and manipulate to our needs, creating what we know as jutsus. Naruto hummed in agreement. Yep, that's obvious enough. Well, this is where it gets a bit tougher. Nature transformation, have you ever heard of it? Naruto suddenly felt like he was being pulled into a new world of knowledge and training. Oh no. Ding. New title. Stormbringer achieved title. Stormbringer gives plus 15% chakra efficiency when using both water-style jutsus and lightning-style jutsus, along with increasing all other stats by 5%. What? This title, it has to be the strongest one yet. 5% increase in all of my other stats, and 15 extra points in water. Adding that up sums to me being 40% more efficient with water. And the completely random increase in lightning, it's only 10% away from actually having an affinity. So I have the ability to focus on lightning as well. Naruto thought with both awe and happiness that he was finally getting some, in his opinion, well-deserved gifts from the system. Equip Stormbringer. Equip title, Stormbringer. Equipping Stormbringer means the genin of Konoha title will be replaced, as the user does not have the multi-title ability unlocked yet. Yes/no multi-title. Whatever. Naruto zoned his way back to Kakashi. The clone stepped forward. Well, you're about to find out. For your first jutsu, it's a bit unorthodox, but how about we learn? Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi prepared himself. As the Hokage of the Leaf, he rarely did so. But when pitted against one man, it was mandatory to do so. Or else, the consequences would be dire. The man in question entered his room without permission, seating himself in the chair across from Hiruzen. With half of his face bandaged, Hiruzen could only tell what he was thinking by the man's left eye. And so the bout started. They talked like old friends, but they both knew that it wasn't the case, truly. Maybe once, but certainly not anymore. The atrocities Danzo had done in the name of Konoha had made sure of that. Hiruzen, I have a proposal. Sarutobi knew it was coming, for Danzo always placed a hand on his cane for a brief second before asking for something. But which is? For the upcoming Chunin exams, the council and I have decided to implement a new rule. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Without the Hokage to approve. Danzo chuckled, the deep voice echoing throughout the small room. Of course not, Tokage-sama. This is why I have come here to tell you our idea. I believe you will agree with it as well once you hear of it. Speak. The mandate is as follows. All teams that wish to enter the coming and future Chunin exams must have a compulsory B-rank mission completed. That's unusual. Hiruzen noted with a frown. And why is that? Danzo smirked slightly. For many reasons. I'm sure you've noticed by now, but the rate of death in the Chunin exams is, quite frankly, more than high. Not only is a Konoha shinobi dying a horrible thought in its own right, it would be an embarrassment for us when other villages enter. I'm sure you wouldn't care for the first reason, but I can't be given the right to speak as well. Hiruzen snapped himself out of his thoughts. Regardless, why change such a rule now? And what effect would applying such a rule even have? It would be fishing out the good teams from the rest, wouldn't it? Only teams which are capable enough to successfully complete a B-rank mission would be fine during the Chunin exams, wouldn't they? Not only would this decrease the death rate in the exam, but it would also more accurately show the strength of Konoha to the other villages. Unsurprisingly, he gives valid points. I really can't give an honest rebuttal. I see no other choice. Thank you, Danzo, you and the rest of the council have done well. Danzo nodded humbly, but the faint smile was still present on his face. Now, what is the real reason for all of this? Hiruzen demanded. Danzo's smile faded. Why would there be any other reason? You and I both know I care about this village just as much as you, regardless of who is the Hokage or not. Hiruzen just sighed. He was getting too old for this political play. He took a long drag from his pipe, before letting it out from the window of his room. Can't wait to finally retire. Hiruzen smiled warmly. Naruto, I'm placing my bets on you. 1 month later. Naruto roared in determination. He wouldn't lose here. He had already lost count of how long he had been under the sun, but at this point, it didn't matter. Next to him was his rival, Sasuke Uchiha, who was in the exact same position as the blonde. Both of them were in the plank position, sweat pouring down their chins and falling to the soft grass underneath as time continued to pass on, and the pain continued to build relentlessly. You can do it, Sasuke-kun. Sakura cheered from the sideline. Naruto gritted his teeth. Goddamn annoying teammates. But I won't waste my energy speaking. Kakashi came back to the real world next, peeking up from his regular book. You guys are still doing the exercise. I never said it was. Competition? Shut up. Shut up. Both Naruto and Sasuke shouted out loud as the last of their energy started to deplete. Ding. Vitality has increased by 1 level. Naruto dismissed the message immediately. Just give a few more. Sasuke fell to his stomach first. Naruto immediately fell right afterward, glad to be finally done with the whole exercise. It was a basic one, but it certainly still hurt when done for prolonged PRDS of time. Told you I'd win, Naruto said smugly through his breathing state. Sasuke didn't even look like he could speak as he clutched his stomach. A month had passed since Naruto had chosen his elemental affinity, and in that time, Team 7 as a whole had continued their training at a moderately fast rate. Faster than what they had been doing before the wave mission, of course. At least once a week, Kakashi would conduct a private training session with each member of the trio, something which drastically improved the lacking points of each genin. For Naruto, the Jonin had worked on a way to improve his lack of firepower. Whenever his affinity had been revealed to be water, he began training the blonde in a specific jutsu which he thought may reveal itself sooner or later to be incredibly crucial in the future. For Sakura, Kakashi had not done much except for work on her taijutsu and strength in general. Whether it was in the form of exceedingly long spars and gruesome exercises for hours straight, he made sure Sakura was stronger by the end of the day. Sasuke was a much more complicated issue when compared to the other two. To begin with, he didn't have the right mindset. His loss to Lee was greatly devastating to his ego and pride as a shinobi. And thus, Kakashi had to waste some time beating the broken ego out of the Uchiha, before the actual training he was put through. At least, that was all that Naruto himself knew. He had tried to poke out the secret of the training Sasuke had gone through, but the whole deal was lip-sealed. This was why Naruto was incredibly curious to finally see all of his teammates' stats. He had abstained from doing so during the first month of training because he wanted to test his own improvement against the others. Without any more hesitation, he first made an observation of Sakura. Observation successful. Name, Sakura Haruno. Title, not applicable. Occupation, Genin of Konoha level, LV 6 HP, 100/100 MP, 100 out of 100 chakra, 100 out of 100 STR, 4 VIT, 4 DX, 3 INT, 6 WIS, 3 LUK, 5 that's a pretty good improvement. Naruto thought, eyes creased, thinking about back when he had first gotten the ability. He shuddered as he reminisced about the pink-haired girl's stats back then. They were practically no different from a civilian. Hell, they were less than Naruto's own, who at that point had no real ability if he didn't count his shadow clones. He glanced at Sasuke, swiping his head to the right, where the genin was still flat on his stomach. Observe it. Observation successful. Name, Sasuke Uchiha. Title, Last Uchiha. Occupation, genin of Konoha level, LV 14 HP, 100 MP, 100 chakra, 250 to 250 ester, 10 VIT, 8 TX, 16 INT, 7 WIS, 4 LUK, 2 not too shabby. He definitely improved at a steady pace. It's not surprising his rate of leveling up was lower than mine considering he was already at a higher level. Naruto noted with a thoughtful frown. Naruto's own stats. Hey, quit slacking around. Sakura shouted from somewhere further away than where she once was. Naruto was so deep in his thoughts that he unconsciously toned out everything else, something which seemed to happen a lot more recently when he opened his system. The blonde began running towards the rest of the team. Wait for me. Kakashi patted Naruto's hair affectionately. As if we would leave with you, Naruto? That sounds exactly like something you would do, Naruto deadpanned in return. Kakashi exaggeratedly placed a hand on his heart. Your words hurt me, my dear student. Sasuke coughed into his elbow. Sensei, please get to the matter at hand. Sakura nodded in agreement. You're right, Sasuke, Kakashi said, his voice instantly switching to what Naruto called Jonin mode, signaling that he was finally about to say something serious. We have been called directly to the Hokage's office? The Hokage's office for something other than a mission? Sakura questioned in disbelief, the look of surprise on her face easily noticeable. Sasuke and Naruto were also surprised, but for different reasons. Both of them had been to the office several times, and were used to the humbly small and functional area. And for what reason? Sasuke asked, voicing Naruto's own question faster. And this is when it starts getting into more serious territory. Kakashi adjusted his walking pace, slowing down so it would be easier to talk. I guess I have to start from a month ago, don't I? There were talks about a new mandate which would drastically change Shinobi traditions. How come we didn't come to know about that? Naruto asked. Well, it was top secret at that time. Not even Jonins had the right to know. Naruto wasn't going to ask how Kakashi knew, and it looked like neither of his teammates wanted to either. He didn't blame them. Sakura hummed thoughtfully, wringing her fingers together. And what exactly does the mandate entail, Sensei? I don't know the entire details, to be completely truthful. All that I know is that it details towards the Chunin exams, which is the reason you much pay extra attention towards whatever the Hokage tells you. Naruto grinned. You can count on us, Sensei. They went out of the training fields after that, engaging in some small talk here and then. Then they finally reached their destination. The academy. The office was located in the administrative section of the academy, so it was quite a nostalgia trip to go through the rooms once again, this time as a real ninja. To think that I couldn't do a clone jutsu back then? Naruto whispered to himself, chuckling. Kakashi passed by the secretary without a word, not needing to actually show an ID card or anything else. Without hesitation, he knocked on the door to the Hokage's office. Come in. Naruto enthusiastically went in right after, wanting to tell the old man about what all he learned in his few months as a genin. That was, until he saw that there was another man in the office besides Hiruzen. Kakashi bowed. Hokuto-sama, Danzo-sama. Naruto and the rest of Team 7 did the same. Naruto eyed the man called Danzo warily, but that wasn't without reason. The innate aura that the person emitted was enough to scare out Jonins themselves. It was creepy almost, like a sense of dread overcoming him. The feeling that someone could be behind you at any moment in time, forcing Naruto to keep a shield of paranoia active. But he was still going to conduct the observe, obviously. Observation failed. Target's level is too high. Would player like a partial observation? Yes/no yes. Name, Danzo Shimura. Title, The Darkness of the Shinobi. Occupation, Leader of Root Level, HP, 100 100 MP, 100 100 Chakra. STR. Vit. Dex. Int. Wis. Luck. What does this all mean? Naruto asked himself, eyes wide at what he saw. Darkness of the Shinobi. Leader of Root. It was something above his current pay grade. Naruto had a vague feeling that he wasn't supposed to actually know anything of what he saw, so decided to ignore it for now. It's best I look before I leap for now. He looked at the Hokage questioningly. The man had an odd apologetic look on his face, but the comforting smile was still present. To think of it, I've never used observe on the old man, did I? It's obvious how this will end up. Observation failed. Target's level is too high. Would player like a partial observation? Yes/no yes. Name, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Title, The Professor. Occupation, Hokage level. HP, 100 100 MP, 100 100 Chakra. STR. Vit. Dex. Int. Wis. Luck. Nothing new to learn here. You were called in here to learn about the new mandate which will be effective starting from today, but I'm sure you already knew that, Kakashi? Danzo said, his soft laugh unnatural with his rough look. Kakashi feigned ignorance, but knew it was pointless. I'm not sure I know what you're talking about. I'm sure you don't, considering your insight into the Umbu. Regardless, let me recite the mandate to you. He cleared his throat. Those teams wishing to compete in the Chunin exams must have at least a B-rank mission recorded in their activity list. A B-rank mission. Kakashi's face immediately lightened up in recognition. So that's their goal. Isn't a B-rank mission too high for some of the genin teams, regardless of their ability? Kakashi asked curiously. Hiruzen spoke up next. While it is stated as B-rank mission, they are, to be honest, more so C-rank than B. The missions are mostly non-combat related, and won't consist of too much fighting. That's what you said for the mission in Wave. Naruto thought incredulously. It had to be a curse at this point. Naruto tried to ignore Danzo and his piercing gaze as he spoke. If I may ask, Hokage-sama, haven't we already finished an A-rank mission before? Hiruzen laughed at the use of Hokage-sama from Naruto of all people. Yes, it's true. It's recorded that Team 7 have successfully completed an A rank, however, other villages won't see it that way. They are only counting the missions from this month onwards, for whatever reason. Will we be assigned the mission right now? Kakashi inquired. Correct, the Hokage said, pulling out a stack of papers. He flipped through some pages in a binder before stopping. Your mission is to capture a group of bandits and bring them back alive to Konoha forces in a maximum of 2 weeks. That is the only objective. You must be wondering why it is a B-rank mission, right? Naruto nodded. The bandits are sanctioned near IWA borders. Kakashi immediately swerved his head towards the Hokage in shock, looking between him and Naruto rapidly. The Hokage merely nodded, recognizing the Jonin's predicament, but refrained from answering. Is he insane? Kakashi thought with confusion. The chances of IWA Shinobi appearing and recognizing Naruto is quite low, but the risk is just as high, no, much higher. If they wage war against the Jinchuriki of all people. Yet, there has to be a different reason. The two people in front of me are too smart to make such a drastic mistake, but what could it be? Isn't that one of the other Shinobi nations? Naruto asked no one in particular. Danzo smiled, but not in a condescending manner. Correct, Naruto. So why this mission in particular? Kakashi asked, dreading the answer. Danzo's smile seemed to widen even further. The truth is, you aren't the only team who received this mission. Naruto's face scrunched up. But who else is there? Lee's team. Shikamaru. Kiba. They aren't from Konoha. Yes. Someone from IWA received the same mission. You see, this mission isn't really a mission. It's an early competition between the participating villages of the Chunin exams. Kakashi's thoughts were correct. These madmen, there's more than Suna attending. Danzo smirked as he got up from his chair, his voice grandiose as ever, sending chills down Naruto's spine. Next month, Konoha will be hosting the first ever international Chunin exam. Ding. New quest, International Chunin exam created quest details. Join as a contender in the upcoming Chunin exam. Quest rewards. EXP 1000, perk. Unlocked failure, die. Does player accept the quest? Yes/no, and Naruto trudged along the muddy path laid before him, trying to avoid digging his foot into the deeper sections of the dense liquid, but to no avail. Sakura shrieked as some mud got onto her skirt. Why is it so muddy here? Yeah, it's not like we're surrounded by rocks every single turn we take, Naruto grumbled, equally frustrated by their environment. What did you say? Nothing. Kakashi interrupted, stopping the inevitable argument between the two. The main reason is because we are near Iwagakure, which is predominantly surrounded by rocks, and is widely known for its rough terrain. Why were they going to Konoha? Because the Hokage himself and the creepy-as-hell Danzo guy asked them to. Naruto didn't know whether the other genin teams were doing it as well, considering how top-secret the whole matter was. He didn't get the time to ask either, being forced to immediately pack up and leave the next day. The next morning he had immediately eaten Tuchi's ramen as a good luck charm, hoping that the mission would end quickly. According to Kakashi, it would take a day or two, but he couldn't really trust his eccentric sensei too deeply. Sasuke jumped over a particularly large puddle of mud gracefully. Didn't the Hokage say our mission was near the IWA borders? As you mentioned, borders was the word he used, correct? How can I explain this? Kakashi expressed to himself, hand on his chin. I'll start from the beginning. I'm sure you know about what happened during the Third Shinobi World War. IWA and Konoha were in a huge scuffle, if I remember correctly, Naruto remarked, thinking back to the lessons Irika used to give. Absolutely right. In fact, quite a large scuffle. Territories of both Konoha and IWA were conquered left and right, leaving citizens of their respective villages to suffer in the cruel aftermath of war. The same thing happened in the Second Shinobi World War, and though it wasn't as big, it set the roots for an intense rivalry between the two nations. And with that rivalry came a number of meaningless deaths. That sounds horrible. Sakura whimpered. Kakashi grimaced under his mask. To us. Trust me, I was a part of it. In fact, believe it or not, Konoha were losing the war for a good amount of time. But I'm sure you know who turned the tides. Sasuke grunted in affirmation. The fourth. Naruto's head swerved as he heard the name of his idol, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Kakashi nodded. He managed to single-handedly change the tides of the war, gaining the title of Konoha's Yellow Flash. However, that is getting quite off-topic. What you need to know is that due to the war, there were a large remainder of territories which were unclaimed by both IWA and Konoha, in fear of retaliation from both sides. Sakura tilted her head in confusion, slightly slowing down her pace to talk. That doesn't make much sense, does it? Why doesn't someone just take it? These places aren't just any regular back-of-the-country towns. They were previously battlefields that shinobi fought on and died. They are reminders that war once existed, and should never happen again. If IW suddenly came and proclaimed they owned lands such as these, it's practically announcing they are ready for another war. Konoha and IWA have had multiple talks, and agreed to keep the border areas as a peacekeep of sorts. Didn't Danzo say we would compete against the other genin teams? If we compete against IW, who hoard in hatred on us that we never knew about, how the hell would this turn out well? Naruto asked, hyperventilating at the thought of facing the IWA shinobi. Not because he was scared of fighting them, but because he wasn't sure just how deep their hate was. Kakashi seemed to have read his mind. In any case, if any IWA shinobi, you know who I'm referring to, wander the territory and see us, there would undoubtedly be a fight. That's why I have a safety measure in order to prevent such a situation from occurring. Naruto sighed in relief. Which is? Kakashi held up a single hand sign. Henge. Smoke rolled off his body in an instant, covering the transformation entirely. The smoke slowly revealed itself to be, what the hell? A woman. An incredibly old woman. With long, gray hair rolling off his shoulders and wrinkles covering his face, Kakashi was practically unrecognizable. His previous height decreased by a foot due to his back being scrunched up uncomfortably. Naruto couldn't believe which words came out of the Jonin's mouth next. Yo? I have to be dreaming. What the hell? Sakura yelled in surprise, almost tripping down a rock. I'm pretty sure you know what a henge is. Why are you guys so surprised? Kakashi asked innocently. Even his voice is slightly different. Naruto realized with a thoughtful glance. Naruto eyed up the old woman in front of him. Firstly, why do you still have the mask on? And secondly, do you really need to use such a disguise? Why not? Naruto crossed his arms together. Isn't it oddly suspicious for an old woman to be traveling around bordered areas by herself and 3 other teenagers? Kakashi released the henge right after, smoke erupting once again. You're right, I just wanted to have some fun. In any case, henges aren't always so useful. If an enemy sensor is present in the battlefield, it would be incredibly easy for them to tell who is using henge. For now, we are just using the technique to hide our real looks. But why? Sasuke asked curiously, voicing both Naruto and Sakura's thoughts. Naruto seriously didn't understand the point of the henge right now. Even if they were found out, it's not like their looks would have any effect on a fight. Kakashi seemed to be taking unnecessary precautions, which was something he never did. It's not to be recognized by any IWA shinobi, trust me. Considering this is a competition, the IWA genin may target you in the real Chunin exams, Kakashi said, making sure not to look at any of the genin. I'm lying through my teeth here, but hopefully no one really noticed. The real reason is because of Naruto's hair. His blonde head, which is quite rare in these parts, would certainly attract people. And Kami forbid they make the connection between him and Sensei. I can't let that happen. Naruto looked back to the path in front of him, the shadows of buildings beginning to appear. Kakashi cleared his throat, drawing all the attention back to him. Like I said, all of you will need to use henges. In case we encounter any IWA shinobi, we will have to create alternate identities. Naruto's eyes widened. Alternate identities. Yes. Like a different name, look, and, if you want, personality. Though that's not really required for this mission. How do we know what to change into, Sensei? Sakura asked a second later. I'll give you some tips on what to change. Sasuke, take care of the hair. I don't know, smooth it out or something. As for Sakura, please change your hair color to black. And Naruto, you will need the most change. Ah, why me? Naruto rebuked, slightly offended. Kakashi chuckled. I didn't mean it in that way, Naruto. The truth is, you are the most likely to stand out in a crowd. In fact, you should change your entire face for now. Take out those whiskers, and you have to change your hair color to black. The eyes are also a bit noticeable. Whiskers, eyes, hair. Okay, I guess that's doable. Sasuke stopped walking. Should we just do it now? Well, using a henge continuously doesn't use too much chakra, but it can still drain a lot if you use it continuously. For now, just try it out, but don't let your chakra levels reach below 50%, Kakashi responded, with a meaningful look towards Sakura. Fine. I guess I'll do it right now. Henge. Henge detected. Does player want to use the character customization menu? Yes/no. Naruto had no idea what he was looking at. Henge menu name. Skin. Hair. Height. Face. Body. Eyes. I guess, do I just set everything with my thoughts like usual? Let's just try it out then. Naruto took a deep breath, trying to imagine his disguised body in his mind. Eyes black. How should I change my face? A little bit more angular, I guess. I do have a lot of baby fat still. I'll also remove my whiskers for now. As for height, I can make myself a few inches taller, right? Skin, let's make it a bit paler. Hair needs to be a bit longer, and not as puffy. Oh yeah, make it black. My body should remain somewhat the same. I guess that's it. Please set a name. What's the name of the guy in that one comic I read? Ruji. Yeah, that's it. Henge has been set as Ruji. Info, using henge menu means this specific henge is stored in the system. Therefore the user can repeatedly use the sorted henge without change. Smoke suddenly surrounded Naruto's body. The genin immediately wobbled as his newly found height was incredibly uncomfortable to walk with. Naruto looked at himself with awe. Oh. Naruto couldn't see how his face looked, obviously, but he could definitely see the change in his body. His body was more streamlined in a way, but not skinny like usual. The hair that creeped down his forehead was definitely black, though. Kakashi raised his eyebrows. That's an incredibly well done henge. Most henges which are creating a completely new body are usually poorly done, but yours seems almost uncannily real. Do you know anyone who looks like that by any chance? Naruto grinned smugly. Nope. I'm just that impressive, sensei. Your voice as well, it's not the same at all. You could probably hold that henge for this entire mission with the amount of chakra you have as well. Regardless, how about you too? Naruto looked to the side where Sakura and Sasuke stood. Sakura looked weird with black hair, to say the least. Sasuke didn't change too much, other than his hair, which wasn't as spiky as before, but rather it was like he used a comb to put it to the side. If he added some glasses, Sasuke would definitely look like the nerdy kid in the library back in Konoha. Naruto giggled immediately. Shut the hell up. Sasuke gritted through his teeth. Sakura came through the smoke right after. Your henge probably isn't any better, Nair. Naruto met her eyes with a passive glare. He definitely didn't miss how she averted her gaze right away. They were nearing the edge of the town in front of them. Alright, time to beat some bandits back to Konoha. Ugh, this is so boring. Naruto groaned as he stared up at the ceiling. Sasuke snorted. Deal with it though. How come Sakura gets her own room? Naruto asked, appalled by the unfairness of it all. If you want your own room, just say so, Naruto, Kakashi said from the corner of the hotel room. They had found a mostly empty hotel inside the town, and quickly ordered 2 rooms for a few days. The rooms were small, but enough to accommodate all of them. How long will this mission take? The blonde inquired. I don't know the exact amount, but definitely not more than 3 days. There's no way I can deal with this for 2 more days. How about I go now and capture the bandits for myself? Naruto asked, without a trace of overconfidence. Kakashi lazily looked at him over his book. Sure, I guess. Take Sasuke or Sakura with you. And don't wander too far. You remember their identification marks, right? Yeah. Tall, bald, and scars over his face. Big, scary guy is the leader of the bandits. I'm terrified. Naruto retorted sarcastically. Sasuke, let's finish this mission off. Kakashi's eyes instantly widened as if he forgot something. Don't forget your henge, Naruto. And Sasuke, I suppose? Sure. The blonde didn't waste any time putting a hand sign up. Henge. Detecting henge. Available henges. Ruji use Ruji. The old Naruto was no more, for Ruji replaced him. Naruto looked at Sasuke. You aren't going to henge? Trust me, it's not worth it. Naruto shrugged, inwardly trying not to laugh at the Uchiha's predicament. How about this? Let's make this a competition between ourselves. Whoever finds the bandits first has to pay the other person with 5 trips to Ichiraku Ramen. Fair? No. I don't like Ichiraku. How about if I win you pay for me at the Inazuka Grill? Sasuke asked, smirking. Hell no. That's too expensive. My allowance is practically dead already without Irika paying for me at Ichiraku's. But backing out now would go against my pride as Naruto Uzumaki. Losing is not an option. Alright, let's do this. Naruto shouted in agreement, bolting towards the east direction of the town. The town wasn't too big, but wasn't that small either. It was pretty busy, with traders and other workers bustling here and there. With relatively large buildings and other shops, it was a simple and neat town. On the outside, according to Kakashi, it was practically a home for missing ninja, bandits, and other crooks from all villages due to its free state. So Naruto searched, and searched, and searched even longer. The sun was quickly falling down. An inkling of dread started to creep up to him. Did Sasuke already find the bandits? Are they waiting for me to come back? I must not give up hope now. One more building on the east side of the town was left. Naruto looked at the sign suspiciously, Hashi Hashi Restaurant. Let's go in then. He pushed the door of the entrance, making his way into the somewhat busy shop. There were only some customers, around 8 to 10, but the atmosphere still felt somewhat busy. "Welcome to Hashi Hashi Restaurant," an old man exclaimed from over the serving bar. Naruto sat himself in the corner, analyzing all of the customers at once. Nope. Not a single person matches that description. Why did I even bother? Sasuke has probably found them by now. Whatever, I'll just spend some time here, I guess, Naruto mumbled to himself, fiddling with his black hair. But then some people entered the restaurant right after. Ugh, I can't find them anywhere. It's fine. How about we stay here for a while? I guess, but there aren't any available seats, are there? Just find the most empty one. Please no, please no, please. A short girl and a moderately tall boy sat from across Naruto. With short, black hair and weirdly colored pink eyes, the girl's red uniform and brown flak jacket was bright in the dull colors of the restaurant. The boy wore the same uniform, but in a much different manner. He had black glasses and a paler face, and bandages surrounding his right arm. Quite an eccentric duo. What does that red uniform even mean? The girl looked at him once before her eyes sparkled. What the hell? Hey, I'm Kuratsuchi, your name? Nah, Ruji, Naruto stuttered, almost revealing his identity immediately. It didn't really matter much if they knew his name, but it still felt like a mission to keep it secret. That's quite an uncommon name in these parts, Ruji-san, her partner mentioned calmly. Naruto felt sweat slowly start to appear and drip down his chin. Really? I never noticed. What's your name? He pushes his glasses back. I am Ubuki Fujiomi. That's it. Kinda anticlimactic. Well, Ruji, what are you doing here exactly? Kurotsuchi asked, waving her short hair around her shoulder. Well, here goes nothing. My family are well-renowned merchants around these areas, so I've come here for some trade by myself. As of right now, I didn't really have anything to do, so I wanted to travel around the town for a bit, Naruto said without a single break between any of his words. Kuratsuchi nodded in understanding. I see. So, that means, you really know about who comes and goes around here, right? Naruto froze. The conversation wasn't going where he wanted it to, but he couldn't stop the lie now, or else it would definitely get suspicious. Correct. Kuratsuchi leaned closer to whisper something into Ruji's ear. So, this is going to be oddly specific, but have you seen a tall, bald man with a whole lot of scars on his face? He's really creepy and stands out in a crowd. He probably had 5 or 6 goons around him. If it was even possible, Naruto froze even further. Who the hell are these guys? How do they have the same description Kakashi gave me? Observe. Observation successful. Name, Kuratsuchi. Title, Princess of IW8. Occupation, Genin of Iwagakure. Level, LV 17 HP, 100 MP, 100 out of 100 chakra, 300 Esther, 13 VIT, 10 DX, 15 INT, 6 WIS, 4 LUK. 5 Naruto's heartbeat increased rapidly as he read down the stat line of the otherwise naive girl in front of him. His luck was truly terrible. Meeting the rival IWA team in a place like this. It was almost like Kami was trying to get him to lose or something. Other than the main issue, Naruto realized she was even higher than Sasuke's level, and consequently, higher than his own. Are they really that much stronger than us? Naruto asked himself, disbelieving of what he saw. No, the level system didn't always mean everything, he personally knew that. But then Naruto saw something else in her stats. The title, Princess of IWA. Is she royalty or something? This wasn't looking good for the Konoha Genin at all. In fact, it was terrible. It's best if I relocate back to the hotel for now, and plan an attack later. But, at the same time, I can't allow IWA to get the bandits first. That leaves only one option left. I'll have to continue with the bluff. I may or may not have seen him, to be honest. Why are you interested in knowing? Naruto asked knowingly. Kurotsuchi looked at her teammate who shook his head repeatedly, before she shrugged and looked back at Naruto. Well, Ruji, the truth is, we're both shinobi. Naruto gasped. No way. The IWA Genin nodded smugly. It's true. I don't have my headband right now, considering I'm wearing a disguise, but I can show you a jutsu if you want. Ibuki glared at his teammate. Is it really necessary to tell a civilian about all these things? Anyone could be part of the Konoha team, you know. Kuratsuchi glared suspiciously at Naruto. Are you part of the Konoha team, Ryuji? Naruto shrugged. What's a Konoha team, exactly? Kuratsuchi glanced back at Ibuki in a I told you so manner. Whatever, it's clear I got sidetracked. Anyways, do you recall such a man? Naruto shook his head. No, never. She sighed in a dissatisfied manner, putting her head down on the table. This mission is a pain. In the meanwhile, order some food, Ibuki. Ibuki nodded. Sure. Do you want anything, Ryuji? Naruto blinked. He didn't expect that. No thanks, actually. Your loss. Naruto sat back in his seat, closing his eyes, enjoying the peaceful climate around him. But then the door opened once more, revealing a tall, bald man. Naruto immediately came back to his feet, looking closer at the man's face. Kuratsuchi did the same beside him. Red, hot lines spread across his face unevenly, making the man look like he was permanently scowling. It has to be him. Hey, Ryuji, Kuratsuchi whispered. Naruto didn't take his gaze of the man, who sat in a recently vacant-made corner. I seriously recommend you get out of this shop now. Things are about to get messy. Naruto looked at the muscled man and the goons behind him. A shinobi against regular bandits. It probably won't be too strong for the genin to defeat them, especially considering how high-leveled she was. While Naruto hadn't looked at Ibuki's level directly, he could tell he wasn't a weakling either. Kuratsuchi put her fists together. Let's go, Ibuki. Ibuki took off his glasses and merely nodded. Naruto had no idea what to do. Could he just butt in now and defeat the bandits for himself? No, that wouldn't be possible. It was a 2 versus 1 situation, and he most likely wouldn't be able to overcome the both of them at the same time. Naruto shook his head in frustration. Damn it? Kuratsuchi didn't waste any time. She wasn't a politician like her grandfather to take things slow or easily, she just did what she wanted to as fast as possible. Even killing. Well, not exactly killing. The mission entailed that she captured the bandits alive, meaning she couldn't really fight for real. This put her and Ibuki at a major disadvantage as the bandits wouldn't care about leaving her alive. She threw a kunai at the main target, who was distracted by the menu in front of him. Of course, she aimed it slightly to the right so that it wouldn't actually hit the man. That should be enough to scare him a little. But the satisfying sound of kunai embedding itself into wood never came. The target caught the kunai in his hand. At that point, Kuratsuchi should have known the man wasn't a regular bandit. But, of course, she didn't. Her overconfidence didn't let that happen. Instead, she charged forward. Someone wants to fight. The man's deep voice rang throughout the small restaurant. At this point, all of the people in the restaurant had left in panic. She pointed at her teammate. Ibuki, take care of the rest of the gang, I'll manage this guy by myself. Of course. Sensei would have told me to wait for him to come by now, but it's too late to stop here. Taijutsu started first. Expecting an easy fight, Kuratsuchi confidently made the first strike. She swept her legs underneath the scarred man, who sidestepped right after in response. She could barely see the hook which followed. Too fast. The genin leaped backward, feeling the force of the punch through the air it pushed against her face. At this point, the fight was outside the restaurant. Her eyes narrowed. Lava release, bullet rain jutsu, ball of fiery, glowing ball of lava summoned themselves from Kuratsuchi's mouth and were sent towards the enemy with great speed. The deep voice spoke out once more. Water release, water wall jutsu. A wall of water blew through the ground below, forming a near indestructible structure of water, which blocked the upcoming attacks entirely. So he is a shinobi. Doesn't matter, Kuratsuchi gasped as a kick landed on her stomach, the sheer power of it sending her towards the building opposite to the restaurant with high velocity. This guy, I might have to start getting serious. Finally. Saving that owner from the bandits was seriously annoying. Kuratsuchi's eyes widened at the familiar voice. Ryuji. The second Naruto helped the owner to safety, he bolted out of the building, ignoring the ongoing fight Ibuki had with the rest of the crooks. It was obvious at a single glance that the tall one was the strongest. Anyways, Naruto scanned his surroundings before his eyes locked on to the man before him. Finally, saving that owner from the bandits was seriously annoying. Ruji. Naruto ignored Kuratsuchi's voice. The game plan, in a way, was simple. He needed to quickly defeat the man before him, before getting a shadow clone to carry him back to the hotel. Then disrupt Ibuki's fight entirely, and create even more shadow clones to carry those bandits back as well, and if necessary, defeat Ibuki as well. To defeat the target in front of him, he had a plan. But to do that, he needed to stay hidden from Kuratsuchi. Good thing Kakashi taught him the perfect jutsu to do so. Naruto took in a deep breath, before going through a multi-dud of hand signs. Water release, hiding in mist technique. The water droplets in the air around the street began to thicken and thicken, condensing into a blanket of mist which covered the road entirely. Naruto pumped his chakra continuously into the jutsu, which served to thicken the mist even further. What the hell? The target yelled in frustration. Naruto could understand. Even as the user of the jutsu, he couldn't see a single thing either. But he also knew someone who could. Summon Shadow Zabuza. Dark matter twirled around itself, the tentacles forming thick but not quite tangible. They seemed to be moving randomly, but Naruto knew that wasn't the truth. The infamous Zabuza Momochi was alive once again. Mist? Naruto didn't need to waste any more time. Zabuza, I know you don't want to serve me, but we seriously need to defeat this guy. Shadow Zabuza growled, his sword forming as a mass of shadows. Whatever, there's finally some action, brat. Who do I need to kill? Info, shadows drain 50 MP every minute, a value which will decrease as level of skill increases. Initial extraction takes 20 MP. Naruto tried to ignore the fact that Zabuza just said that he would kill the man, and instead focused on the enemy in front of him. He couldn't allow the death of the target, but he also needed to defeat him as fast as possible. Kuratsuchi most likely wouldn't be able to see in the mist while it lasted, and wouldn't want to waste time trying to fight here. Maybe she would try and help Ibuki out with his fight. They were just supposed to be bandits, but considering the leader happened to be a shinobi himself, it wouldn't be a surprise if the rest were as well. Zabuza, are you able to locate him? Naruto asked probingly, pulling out a kunai from his pouch. Of course I can. Zabuza answered immediately, sounding offended that Naruto even asked that. The problem is that I'm too weak right now. Naruto completely forgot about that. Shadow Zabuza was strong, but paled in comparison to the real person. The summon was probably around Chunin level, but physically might have been even lower. It was only because of experience and technique that kept him in the contending ranks for now. If Zabuza had been in his old form, the fight surely wouldn't have taken this long. Naruto closed his eyes. He couldn't rely on sight right now in the middle of so much mist. He listened and listened strong, straining his ears tightly. The sound of bustling and the heavy footsteps filled his ears. In front of us. Use Uchiha Taijutsu. Activating. Skill, Uchiha Clan Taijutsu LVL 3 activated. Usage drains 15 MP points. Minute. User can use this skill for 1 minute without draining MP. His skill, which was now level 3 due to the recent month of training with Kakashi, quickly took over his body. Naruto jumped into the air, avoiding the massive body which barreled into the place he was once in. The genin winced. If he had been hit with that? Zabuza swung his gigantic sword with practiced efficiency, aiming for the crook of the man's neck. The man slapped his hands together and caught the legendary sword in his palms. Zabuza's eyes widened before narrowing once more. He applied even more pressure on the top of the handle, letting the sword loosen from the man's tight grip, before lunging down and swiping at the opponent's legs. The target merely jumped back the attack altogether, but at the same, Zabuza still had his sword. That sword, I think I recognize it from somewhere. Regardless, I'm not going to ask what type of jutsu this is. Kids these days with their Kekkei Genkai and clan jutsus, why make it so strong for the rest of us normal ninja? The man whined, before his voice hardened. Doesn't matter, I guess. After this, one less Kekkai Genkai left in this world. My name is Zenki. I think it's fair for you to know the name of the last person you'll ever meet, right? Naruto found it weird how the target, or Zenki for that matter, referred to his shadow extraction as a Kekkai Genkai, but it also made a bit of sense to do so. When encountering a new jutsu that almost seemed unimaginable to the eye, it was a fair result to assume it to be some type of bloodline. But it wasn't in this case. Zenki flashed through hand signs at a practiced speed. Wind release, great breakthrough. A torrent of gust erupted from his mouth, the intention of the jutsu clear. He's trying to blow the mist away, but that won't work so easily, would it? Naruto thought to himself. The strength of the wind was very high, but the mist still partially remained. That was due to the amount of chakra Naruto had poured into the jutsu, and the comparatively lower amount Zenki used for his own. It wasn't much, but Zenki could see now. You're just a kid. Huh? I'll have fun destroying you. And then Zenki ran. Naruto met him in the middle, depending on his taijutsu to carry his fight. The bald, muscular man threw a ridiculously fast wide hook, which was promptly dodged by Naruto ducking at the last minute. Naruto took the opening to his advantage, and launched a fist to Zenki's stomach, which was completely open for his attack. Zenki merely chuckled in response. Oh no! The man lunged down and grabbed Naruto's leg, before pulling the boy to the air. Naruto struggled against his grasp, but Zenki's physicality was too strong. A clean, final hit seemed inevitable. But Zabuza was still in the fight. Immediately behind Zenki, the legendary swordsman swiped his sword at neck once again. Naruto was promptly released in an attempt to escape the attack by Zenki, who was forced to back off himself. It kind of worked, but the slash on Zenki's back said otherwise. BLD leaked onto the floor, the ruby color even visible through the partially thick mist. Naruto grinned at the sight. It was pure, brute strength versus a swordsman and an all-rounder like Naruto. I need to get a solid hit and knock this guy out. But I can't do something like that with my own strength with how much stronger this guy is physically, maybe? Shadow Clone Jutsu. 12 or so clones manifested around the genin, each of them running towards the opponent before them with haste. Oh, the little kitten wants to add some more players on the field? Zenki grinned, casually shifting into a stance. It's alright, come at me. Zenki's muscles tensed, contracting for a brief second, before he exploded from his static position. His clones tried their best, they really did. But it was completely futile. Each punch and kick of the Baldy destroyed 2 of his clones at once, the sheer strength and speed of his attacks impossible to block or deflect. Zabuza snorted at the brief fight, before looking at Naruto seriously. I might have a plan. Naruto swerved his head at great speeds to listen to the good news. But you might have to take a good hit or two, and I need a way to get near that man. Naruto winced as he imagined the pain. A hit from Zenki. Yeah, that would definitely hurt. A lot. And about getting near to the monstrosity without being hit to oblivion. That was a lot to ask for as well. But they could try something. Naruto summoned a clone. He cast a meaningful look at Zabuza's weapon. Your sword. The shadow smirked, something which looked incredibly creepy on the undead man's face. Naruto looked at his MP with dread. Only 50 remaining. Which meant barely 1 minute left with Zabuza. He quickly disabled his Uchiha clan taijutsu skill, making sure not to waste any more MP. This was their only chance. The clones were all demolished. Zenki glared at the remaining 2 figures in front of him. There you are. Shadow Zabuza clenched his sword tightly. Here. He threw his sword with frightening speeds, the blade revolving as it flew towards its target. Knowing how damaging the weapon was, Zenki couldn't afford to try and stop it with his hands. Which left only one option. The blade passed by Zenki's body, who quickly sidestepped past the attack. Now I recognize you. You're Zabuza Momochi of the Mist, correct? Zenki asked, eyeing the shadow amusedly. You don't seem as strong as the stories describe you as. And you're just as smart as you appear, does? Zabuza's blade disappeared into smoke, as Naruto appeared a second later. It was fitting that Zabuza used the same technique that was once used against him. Zenki's eyes widened. Naruto's hands went through the signs of another jutsu. The jutsu Kakashi had actually taught him first, before teaching him the next one with great reluctance. Water release, surging sea. A monstrous amount of water generated from Naruto's mouth, aiming at Zenki's general direction. The tsunami of water doused the man with great force, but he didn't budge at all. The liquid collided with the rest of the environment in a similar fashion. A large amount of water remained on the terrain, creating a layer of blue on the otherwise rough road. Naruto stood, completely doused by his own jutsu. His black hair laid flat on his forehead, just as wet as his clothes. He panted slightly before taking a deep breath. He needed to do this. Sending a pulse of chakra to his feet, Naruto began running on water. Annoying, Zenki muttered, shaking off some water from his clothes. At least now it will be even more fun to beat the life out of you and that idiot girl. Kuratsuchi. Where the hell even is she? Naruto thought, before shaking those thoughts out his mind. He needed to kouse. The man grinned, showing his surprisingly pearly teeth. Alright then. Let's do this. Naruto ducked as a speeding kick went past his head. He took the opportunity to come closer to the giant, and threw a fist to his jaw. With a satisfying crunch, the attack landed. But Zenki chuckled once again. Naruto's BLD went cold. He was completely open. Zenki appeared in front of him in an instant, grabbing his face roughly. He literally picked the genin up with one hand, before smashing his face into the rocky road underneath. Naruto gasped in pain as he felt his nose break immediately at the contact, the organ leaking BLD soon after. The water, which had slightly decreased the impact, became a murky red. How does it feel? The man asked, grinning sinisterly. Naruto just grinned, accidentally tasting the metallic BLD which reached his lips. Great. Why the hell did I do that? A brief flash of anger went through Zenki's face, before he smiled once again. It won't be feeling great for long, trust me. Zenki threw his body to the sky like a rag doll, before jumping along. Naruto's whole vision was a nightmare, his rapidly spinning body not letting him get a proper view of his surroundings. Naruto lurched forward as a leg implanted itself into his stomach, dropping him back to the ground with a loud splash. The pain was unbearable. Definitely the worst he had ever felt, without a doubt. Kakashi's training didn't compare to this at all. Naruto's henge had disappeared by now, revealing his much shorter stature and blonde hair for the world to see. Ding. Vitality has increased by 1 level. Zenki crossed his arms together. You're even more of a kid than I thought you were. Should I feel bad now? I'm not really feeling very pitiful, though. What's your name, kid? Naruto slowly stood up. His bleeding face, torn clothes, and weak posture was not a very appealing sight to behold. The genin merely smirked. Gotcha. Water release. Water prison technique. Zabuza was always known as the silent killer, after all. A sphere of rotating, dense water encircled the man quickly, trapping him inside. Zabuza had a submerged hand in the sphere, which worked to keep the jutsu active. That was the real reason why Naruto had used his surging sea jutsu. To create the optimal environment for Zabuza's prison technique. Of course, Zabuza could have done the technique without a water body, but it would have been a lot slower, and thus much harder to trap Zenki, a physical monster, in that way. Zenki screamed and thrashed inside the sphere, but to no avail. He punched the sphere continuously, causing it to ripple and shake in response. Naruto tried not to gape at the sight. How is he so abnormally strong? Is he using chakra or is that his regular body? Shadow Zabuza grunted. Get done with it quickly, kid. It's strong keeping a guy like him inside. Naruto sighed, placing his hands on his knees. That was seriously tiring. He ran towards Zabuza, eager to end the fight off. Look, we just need him unconscious, Naruto said matter-of-factly. Unconscious? Why not kill the BSTRD? Shadow Zabuza growled, bringing out his gigantic sword with his remaining hand. Naruto knew this would happen. The mission said, the water prison shook with a groan. Naruto's eyes widened with shock. The prison was breaking. The layer of water around the man became thinner and thinner as he continued to repeatedly bombard the sphere with an onslaught of punches. A second later, the man was free. With an ear-splitting roar, Zenki leaped into the air in an attempt to escape. But Naruto was already behind him. Sword. Naruto instantly screamed at Zabuza. Zabuza threw the shadow-black sword like a spear at the blonde, who caught the weapon midair. Naruto grunted at the sudden weight pulling him down to the ground. Before Zenki could even react, Naruto spun Kubikurabocho and strike the man's head with the blunt side of the sword. Zenki was out cold. Shadow Zabuza raised an impressed eyebrow. Nice one, Brett. Warning. 0 MP remaining. All MP-related skills are being disabled. The shadow and the sword dissipated into nothing, leaving Naruto alone, breathing and injured. He fell on his bottom tiredly, searching for a source of energy as the regeneration started to kick in. Naruto summoned 3 clones. Clone 1 saluted. Boss. Take this body to Kakashi-sensei and explain it's the bandit the mission talked about, Naruto ordered, standing up once again. And you? His clone asked worriedly. Equip Ruji. Ruji stared back at the clones. I've got some work to do. He needed to get the remaining bandits from the IWA team, and he had a plan to do just that. Kuratsuchi sighed with relief as she finished the last bandit with ease. They were definitely Shinobi, but not close to Chunin level at all. And now, we have to deal with that other guy. Ibuki pushed his glasses up, like usual. He snorted disgustedly at the groaning bandits in the corner of the restaurant. What about the leader? Kuratsuchi hesitated. I'm not too sure actually. She was sure she heard Ruji's voice back then, and after the mist jutsu was released, she found it fruitless to try and help the fight. It was certainly a good thing she came back as well, with the rough time Ibuki had with the remaining bandits. They weren't very coordinated or individually strong, but they had the advantage in numbers, and could have easily overpowered him. She turned around as she heard the sound of footsteps. Ruji walked into the restaurant slowly, his eyes swirling about and alert. Kuratsuchi narrowed her eyes. It was clear at this point that Ruji wasn't a regular merchant around town, and quite the opposite. The boy met her eyes and smiled apologetically. I can explain everything. Kuratsuchi raised an eyebrow. Like your merchant family? Ruji winced. Yeah. That was a lie. Most of what I told you guys was a lie, actually. Are those the remaining bandits? Ibuki nodded curtly. And what does it matter to you? Nothing, I'm just worried they might wake up again. They won't, I'm sure of it. We beat to a pulp, Kuratsuchi confirmed. Oh great. How about we talk over at that corner? I know I don't seem the most trustworthy right now, but I'm sure I can convince you otherwise, Princess of Iwagakure, and of course, the well-renowned Ibuki Fujiomi, Ruji declared with a friendly smile. Kuratsuchi was surprised. How did he know of my status? Is he a spy sent by Gramps? She wouldn't be incredibly surprised if the old man sent someone to look over her as she went on the mission, especially to a location like this. Ibuki looked at his teammate, who nodded in confirmation. We accept your offer. You don't need to be so serious, Ibuki-san, Ruji said, chuckling. I don't care if you trust me or not, but I assure you that I'm on your side. The trio walked towards the corner of the restaurant, enclosed by the surrounding tables. Kuratsuchi didn't realize at that moment that she completely lost sight of the remaining bandits, but Ruji did. Kuratsuchi glared at the boy in front of her. Well, Ruji, can you introduce yourself again? This time the truth. Of course. Well, to start off, I was sent directly here by the Iwagakure Shinobi forces. Something about a Chunin pre-examination, am I correct? Yes, that is why we were sent here as well. But I haven't seen you in any of the other genin teams, have I? Ibuki mentioned. That's right, I'm not in any of the genin teams. I was sent here to monitor the examination, or competition between Konoha and IWA, and help protect the coming IWA team if necessary. To be honest, I didn't expect you guys to come so fast, so I was slightly unprepared for your arrival. For that, I'm sorry, Ruji said, frowning. Kuratsuchi's mind was set by now. The person in front of them was genuine at the very least. She was still mad that Gramps sent someone to monitor her, especially when she had made him promise to not treat her like a child again, but that was a matter for later. She smiled brightly at Ruji. Well, our Jonin-sensei will probably come soon. Do you want to come back to IWA with us? I'm assuming you beat the leader, right? Jonin-sensei. Ryuji stuttered randomly. Yes. Sure. And yes, for the leader, he's completely knocked out for now. We can go and get them later. Ibuki scrunched his face, confused. Why not right now? Ryuji shrugged. Your wish. And also, one last thing. I'm sorry. For what? Ryuji turned into a cloud of smoke. Kuratsuchi gasped in surprise, standing up from her seat immediately. Ibuki did the same thing, albeit without the gasp. Kuratsuchi ran towards the entrance of the restaurant, looking for any remnant of the black-haired shinobi. But something felt off. She couldn't describe it, but the atmosphere itself seemed different. Kuratsuchi. Ibuki slightly yelled from inside the restaurant. What? Kuratsuchi snapped, frantically looking at the empty road in front of her, before looking back inside. The bandits are gone. What? Kuratsuchi screamed in her head, coming to confirm the truth for herself. There was no trace of the bandits left. Ryuji had taken them all. Which meant they had been played from the start. A sudden wave of memories entered Naruto's brain as he dashed back to the hotel quickly. Wait, that actually worked. The genin thought incredulously. He thought Kuratsuchi and Ibuki would have asked for some kind of confirmation for his identity at the very least, and had prepared his clone for that type of response. Little did he know he didn't need to do that either. Naruto chuckled evilly. He felt a pang of remorse for lying to the kind IW genin, but he couldn't lie. It felt good tricking people. His whole stunt was a much easier way of getting his goals accomplished, without having to fight in any way. He was kind of forced to lie as well. There was no way he would stand a chance against both of them at once. Naruto realized. He knocked on the door loudly. Kakashi-sensei, it's me, Naruto. Kakashi's voice came muffled a second later. Password? What password? Come in. Naruto opened the door with a click, smirking at the presence of a defeated Sasuke and indifferent Kakashi. Naruto looked at Sasuke knowingly and with a smug grin. Did you find the bandits, Sasuke-kun? Sasuke merely grunted. Well, guess who did? Come in, man. Naruto's clones barged into the room at once, dropping the unconscious or frighteningly injured bodies onto the floor. 10 bandits laid on the floor, each of the bodies matching the descriptions given in the mission list. His clones saluted, before disappearing a second later. Naruto removed his own henge a second later, trying to deepen in his point. Kakashi looked at the men, once again with indifference. You found and beat all of them up. Naruto scratched his head. It's a long story. I guess I'll give a short summary. I found the bandits, beat them up, and brought them here after a scramble with the IWA team. Actually, that was a bit too detailed. Sorry. Sasuke eyed him like he was a freak. Kakashi just shrugged. Naruto frowned. He expected them to be more impressed. Sakura barged through the door a second later, the large ruckus waking her up from her own room. What happened? Naruto greeted her before continuing. Like I said, it's a long story. But pretty much. Please, not again, Sasuke said, grasping his forehead. It's fine, I owe you some ramen. Naruto smiled victoriously. Yep, this was a total success. So what do we do with these bodies? Naruto asked a second later. I'll deal with that. For now, change your henge so the IWA team doesn't recognize you, Kakashi mentioned, as he began moving towards the bodies. Kakashi bit his finger, allowing some BLD to reveal itself through his pale skin. He put the hand to the floor, which was followed by a circle of inky, black seals enveloping the floor. More smoke appeared, and then out came a pack of dogs. All of this is getting too wild. A week later, Naruto looked at the weird, perfectly straight rock in front of him. You guys can get out now. Konohamaru and his 2 friends crawled out of the contraption slowly after. How uncomfortable was that? Naruto-sensei. The blonde groaned. He forgot about all of this with all of his time outside of Konoha. You promised? Konohamaru yelled, pointing at his face. Naruto racked his brain to remember what he had said. Promised what? You said you would play ninja with us today. Naruto winced. Did I really say that? Sakura smirked at her teammate. Really, Naruto? playing ninja with little kids. I can't really blame her. Boss, who's the girl with the big forehead? Konohamaru asked. Oh no. Sakura's face scrunched up in anger. What the hell did you say? Konohamaru and his sidekicks ran away from the girl in fear, the girl in question looking truly angry as her eyes widened in rage. But then Konohamaru crashed into someone. Calm down, kid, the person growled. The person in question wore a black, baggy bodysuit that radiated creepy energy. On where his forehead was supposed to be, an unfamiliar forehead protector was attached. Someone from another village, why are they here? Naruto thought. Oh wait. Chunin exams. A bunch more people from other villages are most likely going to come soon, so I should be too surprised. As for this situation, it's just a misunderstanding, right? But the creepy kid didn't stop there. He grabbed Konohamaru by the neck of his shirt and pulled him up. That seriously hurt, snotface. Konohamaru grunted in dismay. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Put him down. It was my fault anyways, Sakura apologized sincerely, because it was partly because of her. The girl next to the foreigner boy spoke out next. Put him down, Kankuro. If he comes? Kankuro grinned. It's fine. I'm bored anyways. I don't really care. Kankuro gasped as a pulse of pain flared up in his arm, forcing him to release the kid. Naruto's kick wasn't incredibly strong, but was enough to set Konohamaru free. Naruto stood in front of the boy passively. But inside, he was angry. It seemed that Kankuro was just as mad as well, as he tried to throw a cuff at Naruto's face in response. But compared to Zenki, Kankuro was extremely slow. Naruto moved his face a mere inch, evading the fist entirely, before lunging downwards and sweeping his feet with a low kick. Kankuro fell flat on his back with a thud. The Konoha genin waited patiently for the boy to get back up. You'll regret that, punk? Kankuro shouted, throwing a wide punch at Naruto. He didn't need to dodge this time. Sand became alive as it rose in front of Kankuro, and enclosed itself like cuffs around his hands, stopping his movement entirely. A new opponent entered the battlefield. You're a disgrace, Kankuro. Naruto swept his gaze to the new arrival. Standing upside down, the boy's red hair was the only feature standing out. His eyes met Naruto's. The blonde shivered. This one was different. That was the least he could tell. Observe it. Maybe level 17 or higher. Hopefully not anything close to 20, though. Observation failed. Target's level is too high. Naruto's shock was almost tangible in the air. The Chunin exams were going to be wild indeed. Naruto kept his gaze locked onto the red-haired boy. He tried his best not to look away. His simple, brown clothes weren't very special, but there was something ominous about the weird, peanut-shaped cocoon on his back. Of course, comparing it to a peanut wasn't really doing justice to the object. There's some sort of pressure around this guy. What is it? Naruto thought as he grimaced slightly. Ding. Warning, bloodlust detected. That's what it is. Bloodlust. Was it some kind of ability or a technique to be honed, and if so, how does someone learn it? Or was the ability innate, something born out of the person themselves? The boy continued. To think you're out here fooling around with little children, it seems to me that you've forgotten the reason we are here. Kankuro tightened his fists, his face scrunching up in frustration. They started it first, Gar. The kid Gar tilted his head slightly. One more word and you're dead. The atmosphere suddenly got several degrees hotter as Gaara issued his threat. Naruto wasn't sure whether the Suna genin was serious or not. But with one glance at the intensity of sweat on Kankuro's face, it was safe to assume that he was. I apologize, Gaara. It was my mistake entirely, Kankuro jabbered, his eyes cast downwards. Gaara merely nodded, before spinning down from his position to the side of Kankuro. The sand preventing the taller genin's movement disappeared into the earth below as Kankuro let out a relieved sigh. And who are you? Gaara asked, looking somewhere behind Naruto. Naruto swiveled his head to match Gaara's line of sight, only to meet the familiar face of the sole Uchiha in Konoha. It's only polite to introduce yourself before asking someone else. Or do they not learn that in Suna? Sasuke asked, smirking as he walked towards a spot beside Naruto. Gaara showed no reaction. I'm Gaara of the desert, These are my siblings, Kankuro and Temari. Who are you? Wait, he threatened to kill his own brother. Naruto realized, eyes widening with horror. Just what kind of boy is he? I'm Sasuke Uchiha, and these are my teammates, Naruto and Sakura. The Suna Shinobi didn't show any sign of recognition. Why are there Suna Shinobi in Konoha land? You are our allies, but you simply can't cross borders like that, can you? Sakura asked strictly, crossing her arms together. Well, you aren't the brightest of the bunch, are you? Temari badgered, putting up an ID of sorts to the group. Were you not informed of what's happening in your own village? Sasuke and Sakura merely looked on, confused. But Naruto wouldn't let his village lose face in front of another, foreign one. Of course we know. Naruto mentioned loudly, chuckling. It's the Chunin exams, and you guys have come to compete in it. Kankuro nodded, before narrowing his eyes suspiciously, which looked odd with the paint over his face. Then how come your teammates were so surprised at our presence? It's to be expected, you guys were very early. Plus, you don't exactly look like Shinobi. Naruto chastised, clearly alluding to Kankuro's strange attire. Sasuke failed to hide his laugh. Kankuro bristled angrily, before wilting at the sound of Gaara's snort. You, what's your name? Your full name? Gaara asked, ignoring the jab towards his brother. Naruto Uzumaki, at your service, Naruto said, digging his hands into his pockets. Swish. Naruto's body moved on his own as a tendril of sand moved towards him at frightening speeds, flying through the air like an arrow itself. He breathed as he looked to his right, where a conjured spear of sand was only inches away from piercing into where his face once was, floating temporality before falling to the ground uselessly. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Huh, you dodged, Gaara said, sounding almost surprised. Now it will be even more satisfying to kill you in the exams, Naruto Uzumaki. Kankuro, Temari. Let's leave. Without a second of doubt, the more than eccentric trio left the premise. Sasuke grinned. The exams are certainly going to be interesting. Sakura stood frozen, stunned by the meeting. If this is how all the other genin are, how in the world will I survive? Konohamaru simply looked at his boss with awe. Boss, you're too cool. Naruto couldn't even smile at the praise. He had known Gaara was different the second he met him, having experienced firsthand the pressure of his bloodlust. It wasn't anything compared to the replica of the first Hokage he was forced to fight, but it was higher than Zabuza's before he died. And how did a child similar to Naruto's own age have such an immense pressure? The answer was with his observe. He had kept the notification to the side, making sure to remember to accept once the interaction with Gaara was over. Would player like a partial observation? Yes/no yes. Name, Gaara title, the one-tailed Jinchuriki occupation, genin of Sunagakure level. HP, 100 MP, 100 chakra. STR. Vit. Dex. Int. Wis. Luck. He was a Jinchuriki just like Naruto himself. But unlike Naruto, he wasn't kind, welcoming, or in any way merciful. Naruto shuddered. The Chunin exams are gonna be tough, alright. Yo. Naruto looked up as Kakashi issued a greeting. On top of one of the pillars on the bridge, stood the silver-haired sensei. He slowly began climbing down, using the chakra technique that the three were well accustomed to by now. Naruto smirked. If he had seen that a few months ago, he would have been shocked out of his mind. It was funny how much things changed in such a short amount of time. In fact, if he never got his system, the genin shook his head. There was no point in thinking about useless ifs and other make-believe circumstances. The fact was he got the system, and he was stronger because of it. Well, it was pretty obvious by now. But you're in the Chunin exams. Congratulations, Kakashi said without a trace of enthusiasm, rubbing the back of his head. He gave the three of them each a piece of paper. These are your applications? Naruto looked at his own application with interest. Chunin exam application name, Naruto Uzumaki-sensei. Kakashi Hatake. This application proves that you are hereby nominated for entering the Chunin exams after your confirmation after the successful completion of a B-rank mission assigned to your team. Naruto looked at his sensei with confusion. Why does it say the word confirmation? Shouldn't we already be in the exam? You were merely nominated for the exam. If you don't want to enter, you don't need to show up. If you want to, sign the paper and turn it in tomorrow at room 301 tomorrow. Naruto sneaked a glance at Sakura. He couldn't put it past her or blame her if she tried to skip the exam. The look of conflict on her face was transparent enough. Maybe some motivation would do. Don't worry, sensei. All of us will be there tomorrow. You'll have 3 new chunins on your team to keep you safe, Naruto said humorously. Sakura's head raised at the mention of all. I'm sorry, Naruto, to burst your bubble. But I don't see any of you becoming chunin, Kakashi deadpanned, jumping onto the flat surface of the bridge. Naruto asked, baffled at his sensei's easy admittance. Kakashi raised a hand to block Sakura and Sasuke's questions. At a maximum, only 1 or 2 shinobi become chunin each year, and that was before this whole international business started. The other villages wouldn't send any regular shinobi to represent them. They are going to send the best of their genin. There's a lot more competition this time around, with a variety of techniques you've never seen before. You can overestimate yourself if you want, but underestimating your opponent is even more dangerous. Sasuke hummed slightly in agreement. Some villages are making legendary shinobi become jonin just to teach some genin for the exams. Rumors say, well, you'll see once you start the exams. That's all for now. Naruto yelled before the jonin could leave. Since it, what do you need us to do to become chunin? Naruto asked desperately, eager for any kind of knowledge to increase his chances. Kakashi was right. With the number of genin attempting the exam, there was bound to be more people like Gaara out there. Hell, even Kuratsuchi was a monster. Rookie genin were fighting against people who had a year more of experience. The only thing you need to do is improve tremendously, and I mean at a very fast rate. Naruto couldn't stop the chuckle from escaping his mouth. Kakashi and the rest of Team 7 looked at him amusedly. Improve. At a fast rate. If there was one thing Naruto could do quickly, it was improving. Naruto looked at his stats idly as he stood in front of the door of room name, Naruto Uzumaki title, Stormbringer occupation, genin of Konoha level, LV 10 HP, 100 MP, 100 out of 100 chakra, 2000 Esther, 10 VIT, 12 DX, 9 INT, 6 WIS, 4 LUK, 2 current skills. Shadow Clone Jutsu LVL 4 Shadow Extraction LVL 1 class. Necromancer attribute points, 0. His increase to level 10 wasn't a huge surprise. Having fought Zenki and doing multiple quests on the side, Naruto received a whole lot of experience from those situations alone. And that was without even mentioning the increase in his stats due to the amount of training Kakashi had put him through. Learning 2 jutsus was certainly an experience to thank, for it had helped his chakra control and his DSPLN, which somehow worked to help him level up faster in his opinion. When he leveled up twice, he had put his points in strength, intelligence, and dexterity. He ignored vitality considering the number of times the number grew due to his personal training, though that number decreased the last few weeks. Intelligence clearly had the biggest effect on Naruto's mindset, which was why he focused on that next. It didn't particularly change his personality per se, and neither did it suddenly give him the vocabulary of a seasoned author. However, he found himself suddenly able to better articulate the words he already knew, as well as change how he thought of things. As he thought of the things flying freely in his rather occupied head, his deduction skills were tingling. Currently at level 3, the skill wasn't very useful. Or rather, it showed how little he actually tried to deduce things. But Naruto trusted his gut feelings. He looked over at Sasuke and Sakura, who seemed to come to the same realization as him. Sasuke smirked. It's the wrong floor, isn't it? Seems so. The genjutsu started to fade away, revealing the sign to beat 201. Naruto sighed. How would that manage to trick a genin at all? And so they went to the floor above. The walk wasn't particularly long, but neither was it really pleasing. Team 7 quickly made their way into the real room, into a room completely jam-packed with shinboi. Naruto didn't recognize a single person. The stares of each of the genin quickly focused on the incoming Team 7, who tried their best not to wilt at all the attention. Sakura failed completely, blushing in nervousness. Which made sense, considering she wasn't really used to it all. Sasuke, as the only Uchiha left in Konoha, was also used to the attention. Naruto was used to it for darker reasons. As the container of the QB, he received a lot of looks in his days, which were usually bad rather than good. Which was that short, black hair and regal attitude. Kurotsuchi was in the exam, along with her teammates, Abuki and some random person he didn't know. But how? They had completed the mission and the IWA team hadn't, meaning the IWA team effectively failed their own task. Thus, they shouldn't be in this room right now. Naruto thought, as he watched the girl talk animatedly with her team. She was a princess, however, it wasn't entirely impossible that her family pulled some ropes to get her into the exams. Or that there was some sort of backup test for teams which happened to fail the qualifying exams. But it didn't matter. The only negative that came out of this was that there was one more tough opponent in the exam. Of course, there was Gar. Even in the presence of the rather large crowd, he wasn't easily missed either. Partly due to his flaming red hair, which stood out like an apple hanging on a tree. IWA Suna. It certainly was an international Chunin exam. It also made absolutely zero sense considering a lot of these villages were currently not allies, and even worse, hated each other to the guts. And even worse, IWA was present inside of Konoha itself. Naruto-san. Naruto tried not to groan as he heard the familiar voice. Rock Lee stood proud as he shouted out to Naruto, letting everyone else in the room hear in the process. I challenge you to a duel. Why did it have to be me? A duel right now? Naruto asked incredulously, eyeing everyone staring at him. Of course. Lee stated. I've fought Sasuke-san already, and that day I did not really want to fight you as well since he needed some medical attention. Naruto tried to think through the situation clearly. He could rightfully just reject Lee's offer and prevent a plenitude of problems from arising. However, he did also want to see how much he had improved since Wave as well. His fight with Senki was not a standard battle for sure, and his use of Shadow Zabuza was concerning as well. He needed to see how much he could do without his special abilities, which he couldn't use publicly in the Chunin exams for sure. An ability that could quite literally raise the dead, and be used to his will certainly would not go well with the rest of the world. If people killed and stole children for a Byakugan, what would they do for his ability, which they would assume was a special Kekai Genkai? But something else made him want to take the challenge even more. Ding. New quest, rock, paper, lean created quest details. Accept Lee's challenge and spar. Quest rewards, EXP 1000, increase Taijutsu level by 2, Lee's respect failure, lose all hopes of becoming a Taijutsu MSTR. Does player accept the quest? Yes/no, and so Naruto accepted. Sakura rolled her eyes. That's the old Naruto I know. Well, we can't fight here, can we? Let's go to one of the open corridors, there's a lot of space available, Naruto said, gesturing for them to move. Lee waved to his teammates, Niji and Tenten. The former simply scoffed, while the latter waved back. Well, he hasn't changed a bit. Naruto thought amusedly. Sasuke, Sakura. I'll be back in a few minutes, Naruto told his teammates. Soon enough, they were in the open with no spectators. You can use any jutsu of your wish, Naruto-san. Whoever is knocked unconscious or admits defeat is the loser. Are you ready? Lee asked, already in his iconic pose. Any jutsu. I really don't want to make this place a mess. Let's see. Lee is a taijutsu expert, meaning I have to beat him with other methods. Using Sasuke's taijutsu would be practically wishing for death, seeing how Sasuke fared last time with his fight against Lee. I need to outsmart him somehow. Naruto jumped a few steps backward. With a nod, he beckoned for the fight to start. Lee was fast. Seeing it with his eyes and actually experiencing it were two different things. Naruto ducked as a flying kick went to his head, before blocking a straight punch to the sea with his arms crossed together. The impact forced the blonde backward, who grunted slightly at the force. Naruto launched forwards, looking to start an offense. His own. But it was certainly strong, considering just how agile his opponent was. The Jinchuriki tried to land a blow to Lee's gut, who merely sidestepped with his hands behind his back and then attempted a wild uppercut to the jaw. Lee lunged forward, weaving past the uppercut and landing a sound haymaker on Naruto's stomach. Naruto recoiled in pain but didn't let himself lose focus. A few seconds later, he was kicked back several meters, coughing slightly as he felt a bruise forming near his eye. "That's gonna heal, I shouldn't worry about it." He didn't really like that the QB was inside of him, but if it came with such advantages as regeneration, it didn't really matter in the end. Naruto could not count on one hand how many times he had won a fight or even survived because of the Nine Tails healing capabilities. Right now, he had no way of beating Lee if he continued how he was. The boy was too fast and too strong to be caught by a genin with a year less of experience. But Naruto had to try. His pride demanded such. He closed his eyes and began to truly concentrate. Lee trudged forward, uncaring of what Naruto did. Bright blue eyes snapped open. "Shadow clone jutsu," Naruto called out, his voice echoing slightly in the corridor. Lee had the decency to look surprised as copies of Naruto appeared throughout the area before his expression hardened once again. "Simple clones will not work to help you, Naruto-san." It wasn't very surprising that Lee did not know what shadow clones were, seeing how it was forbidden jutsu in Konoha. Other than Kakashi, Naruto didn't know who else could create shadow clones. And that improved their effectiveness even more. The element of surprise was a technique that Kakashi had drilled into the team, stating that even the weakest of ninjas could defeat a jonin if the situation was in their favor. Activate Uchiha Taijutsu. Activating skill, Uchiha Clan Taijutsu LVL 3 activated. Usage drains 15 MP points each minute. User can use this skill for 1 minute without draining MP. The clones engaged their enemy. Naruto could feel Lee's surprise as they began to physically attack him. He probably expected the clones to disappear after the lightest of touches, but was confused after he found that it was not the case. But that did not really matter. Even though they could do real damage, they were not as durable as the real Naruto. The difference was evident to the seasoned genin. The clones disappeared one by one, but at that point, Naruto was finished with his next set of seals. Substitution. He swapped with one of his clones. Naruto completely tanked the swat to his right shoulder as Lee's eyes widened in surprise. With a loud roar, he rushed at Lee with murderous intent. A satisfying smack was heard as Naruto managed to finally hit a solid, clean strike on the green-clad boy. Naruto huffed smugly. But the fight was not over. And according to Lee, it hadn't even begun. Lee charged once again, but this time, he was even faster. Naruto gasped as he felt a river of pain flood him. Lee had kicked him right on the chin, sending him high into the air. How is that even possible? Front lotus. Naruto attempted to land accordingly back down but found that he couldn't even move while airborne due to Lee clamping down on his arms and legs. When had he come behind him? Bandages started to creep around his body, trapping his body entirely while in the air. Summon Shadow Zabu. Naruto stopped his summoning prematurely. He couldn't just reveal an ability right now, just before the Chunin exams. He looked at his upcoming demise and winced. This was going to hurt. That's enough, Lee. Bandages loosened immediately, freeing Naruto's legs to move. With his frantically moving legs, he managed to quickly gain his position in the air and land on both his legs. He had thankfully avoided a massive injury. What was Lee thinking? Of course, Naruto would probably heal back, but Lee didn't really know that, did he? That voice was awfully similar, though. Naruto moved his gaze until he found the source of the voice that had inadvertently saved him. And they found a giant turtle. Or was it a tortoise? He had never been able to tell the difference. Lee kneeled in front of the turtle as if it was some kind of deity, his face apologetic and full of worry. "I'm sorry. Please, I only wanted to test my capabilities." The turtle scowled, the expression looking comical on the reptile's face. "That move is forbidden for a reason. I am gravely disappointed by your lack of thinking ahead. A fight isn't just about bronze, unfortunately, or your sensei would have been the strongest in our village long ago. For your lack of obedience, a fit punishment will be assigned." Naruto just looked at the conversation blankly. This had to be a joke. I promise, I'll face the consequences without hesitation, Lee swore solemnly, putting a fist to his heart. The turtle nodded. All right then. I believe your sensei wants to talk with you. Smoke spun on the turtle's large shell, as a large man appeared on top. With his distinctly green suit, bushy eyebrows and exuberant pose, it was obvious who it was. Lee's sensei, Guy. Guy sensei. Lee shouted. Lee rushed to his mentor, who stood still and waited. BLD splattered from the boy's mouth as Guy punched him straight in the face, knocking him back for all it was worth. Naruto stood, shocked at the sudden turn of events. Lee, I'm very disappointed in you. If I didn't come any sooner. Guy shook his head. Well, let's not talk about that. I'll make this quick since both of you need to leave soon. The first examination will be starting. Once the exam is done, I'll make you run around Konoha 100 laps. Lee grinned widely, putting a thumbs up. Sure, Guy sensei. The two hugged each other for eternity, or that was what Naruto assumed happened. He had left the moment Guy had mentioned the Chunin exams. How did I manage to get so distracted? Naruto thought bemusedly. Hopefully, I didn't miss anything. If I did, I don't even want to imagine Sasuke's or Sakura's reaction. Naruto-san, please wait a second. Lee shouted from behind him. Naruto waited for the boy to catch up. What is it? The exam is going to start soon. Don't worry, Guy-sensei told me there is still some time left. We have 6 to 10 minutes before it starts, actually. I wanted to speak to you about something. Naruto was confused. What's there to speak about? He nodded for Lee to continue. During the fight, as I used the front lotus, I noticed something strange. I'm sure it was the case, however, as I'm pretty good at inferring things. You seem to be holding something back for whatever reason, Naruto-san, Lee said quietly, walking beside the blonde. The blonde was slightly impressed. Was it the brief moment of hesitation that set him off? Either way, it didn't matter. Naruto had nothing to say back because what Lee said was true. Lee rightfully took his lack of response as confirmation. So I was right. I won't judge you for holding back against me, since I've done the same thing. But I urge you to not try to do this during the exams. Especially against me of all people. Holding back against an equally strong opponent is considered an insult for me and many others. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for accepting my spar. Naruto wasn't sure why, but he started to feel guilty all the same. Lee headed off first, saying goodbye, leaving Naruto his own thoughts. The blonde could only sigh. There's really no way to show necromancy, is there? But if he had to fight Lee, Naruto promised himself that he would try his diamond hardest even without his shadows for help. He made his way back to the room, to the rest of the teams gathered. The villages seemed to have naturally separated themselves, each of them in their own corner of the room. Naruto made his way to the Konoha section, eager to meet all of his friends from the academy. Inside the Konoha section, all of the ninja teams were separated by year groups from the academy. Though Naruto greeted, there was Shikamaru and the rest of his team, Kiba and the rest of his, and Naruto's own. Oh, Naruto is here. You look a bit different. Kiba announced, looking at him up and down. Naruto looked at himself doubtfully. Did he really? Maybe he grew an inch or less. Just kidding. Huh, you should have seen your face, the Inuzuka said, laughing uncontrollably. Naruto felt his eye twitch. Well, you don't seem to have changed much either, still as stubborn as ever. Kiba froze, before nodding smugly. That's right. Shikamaru hit him lightly on the neck. It wasn't a compliment, idiot. Hey Inu. Shikamaru, I'm surprised to see you here, to be honest. I thought you wouldn't have wanted to compete in the Chunin exams, Naruto mentioned, looking at the spiky-haired genin curiously. You'd be right actually, Shikamaru admitted, scratching his head. But I don't think Ino or Choji would have let me live if I didn't come. You bet. Ino shouted from a different conversation with Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto almost felt bad for the Uchiha. Almost. He looked at the rest of the teams. Yo, Hinata and Shino. Naruto was tempted to use Observe on all of the ninjas, but he had already done that a month prior. Hinata had improved at drastic bounds but still wasn't at the footsteps of the heights he was currently at. Shino was at a similar rate of improvement but was probably stronger than Hinata if she did not use her Byakugan. Or, that was what he assumed from their individual stats. Shino's bugs weren't a well-known secret within Konoha, and his last name would probably be recognized by some older ninjas from other villages. They all knew how deadly his bugs could be. Hinata stuttered as usual, red creeping up to her cheeks. Hi, Naruto-kun. It's nice seeing you again, Ryo-san, Shino said. His voice wasn't very quiet, but it still sounded like a whisper for some reason. The rest of the conversation went on similarly, with everyone running some sort of small talk here or there. 9 rookies straight from the academy, it's certainly a rare sight. Naruto's ears perked at the new voice. The tall boy looked unusual, to say the least. Longer, silver hair was tied up in a ponytail, and circular glasses surrounding his eyes. He looked like the typical smart student back at the academy. He was from Konoha, at least. He continued with his haughty voice. If I'm being honest, you guys seem kind of naive. You really shouldn't be taking these exams so lightly. And who are you? Ino asked, annoyed. Kabuto. Trust me on this one, don't underestimate everyone around you. It's my 7th time taking the exam, and I still haven't become a chunin. Here, take a look at these ninja info cards. Naruto eyed the pieces of paper Kabuto brought out of his pocket. They were bright orange and had some kind of kanji inscribed onto them. These cards hold a plenitude of information about a whole lot of things. The number of participants, strengths and weaknesses of some of the contestants, and other stuff. Naruto just eyed the person in front of him warily. To have so much information, he wasn't just a regular shinobi, was he? Being a 7th-timer for the chunin exams didn't seem to deter his other talents. But it appeared to be incredibly useful, and he wasn't going to waste the opportunity to gauge his opponent's abilities. The main goal for all of this was to become a chunin at the end of the exams, after all. The spectacled genin was practically begging for them to ask him about someone or something. Maybe to build some trust. Naruto stopped himself. He had begun being too paranoid these days. Naruto stepped forward. Can you tell me about Gar? He's a genin from Suna. Kabuto smirked before shuffling through his cards wildly. He finally plucked one out, before he began to read out the details one by one. Gar? Well, he's quite the capable one, isn't he? 8 C-ranked missions, and 1 B-ranked mission even before the entrance one. Not bad for a genin. There's not much information on his strengths, unfortunately. As for his feats, he has returned from all of his missions without a single scratch. Naruto listened intently. He had learned nothing from that, other than the fact the boy was even more of a monster than he expected him to be. He tuned the others out as Sasuke began asking about Lee. The chunin exams were going to be even tougher than he thought they would. If they were any more monsters like Lee and Gaara, this would not end up well in the slightest. And that was without counting Niji. Shut your worthless mouths up, all of you. Naruto flinched a bit at the loud noise and explosion of smoke. The smoke settled out, revealing an entire gang of shinobi for everyone to see. The name is Marino Ibiki, the examiner for the initial test. Marino Ibiki was a tall man, who expressed an aura of confidence and intimidation. His face was scarred gruesomely, and the dark trench coat that he wore didn't do much to change his impression. Everyone please submit your applications and sit down at the seat number mentioned. Naruto slowly did so, making sure to eye everyone he saw. He tried not to look too long at Kuratsuchi, who was the only foreign genin that he actually recognized. He wondered what exactly they were going to do for the first test. Looking at the tables and the classroom, it was almost like they were going to write a test of sorts. Naruto froze. No, they won't make us write a test, right? Naruto thought, chuckling nervously. He had invested a lot of points into intelligence, but that didn't make him learn new information at all. It had only changed his way of thinking a bit and improved his level of understanding. Naruto looked at the students beside him, Hinata and some random genin from Otogakure. If it was a test, why make them sit so close to each other? Ibiki explained the rules of the exam even further, talking about the point reductions and furthermore the team reductions made if someone happened to cheat or attempt to do so. The chunins surrounding them were there just to monitor each student, and to call them out if they were cheating. And then the final point. If anyone was to lose 10 points, the entire team would be disqualified. Naruto laughed hysterically in his head. Of course. Of course, we will all be disqualified. He could tell Sakura and Sasuke were thinking similar thoughts if the stunned looks on their faces were any indication. He continued to brood as the papers were passed out. They had an hour to solve only 10 questions, which wasn't a good sign at all. Every student knows that it's the tests with fewer questions to be more worried about, as they had the most effect on your grades overall. Naruto went through the questions one by one. Maybe at least one of them would be easy, right? Question 1. Assume a kunai was thrown at an enemy shinobi perched on a tree at a distance of 20 meters away. The angle between the kunai with respect to the ground was 20 degrees. The shinobi has the standard speed of a chunin. At what angle and velocity should a second kunai be thrown to hit the enemy? You may assume some circumstances for yourself as long as they are realistic. Naruto felt his eyes bulging out of their sockets. What kind of question even was that? Was that even possible to solve? What even was the use of being able to solve such a problem on the battlefield? Could someone casually calculate it all in the blink of an eye in the middle of a fight? Shaking his head, Naruto went to the next questions. They were all the same. He tried not to bang his head on the table in frustration. No, I have to think through this. These are questions I don't think even Sakura could solve confidently. If she can't, then most of the people in the room can't either. Naruto's eyes widened in realization. Why does cheating only cost 2 marks? Shouldn't it result in disqualification? And why are the seats so close together? It's almost like they made it easier to cheat. Wait. They want us to cheat without being caught. The ability to do things secretly is a staple of all shinobi. But then came the next problem. Sasuke had the Sharingan, both Hinata and Neji had their Byakugan, and the others had special abilities of their own. He did not have any special abilities that could help him cheat without having one of the proctors realize it immediately. As he thought about that, genin teams were being eliminated one by one. Hinata seemed to understand his predicament. Looking ahead, she slightly tipped her paper so that it was visible for Naruto to see some of the answers. Apparently, Hinata was smarter than she let on as she already had 4 or 5 of the questions filled out. The temptation was there, and it was begging him to look. An invisible force was pulling his head towards the paper even as he tried to look away. Naruto-kun, copy these answers, Hinata whispered as softly as possible, which wasn't very different from her regular voice. Maybe it was, but to the blonde, it felt like such. With the number of people leaving already, there's no point in attempting the risk. I wouldn't be surprised if Hinata and I have already lost some points by now. No, I need to refuse. I have to wait for the last question. He shook his head slightly before looking back at the paper. She must have gotten the message by the way she shuffled her paper back to a normal position. 40 minutes passed, each second a tantalizing wait for the final question. The 10th question will now be announced. The final rule for the 10th question was even more horrifying to hear. Naruto sweated as he felt the pressure build. Should he accept or reject the question now? Considering he did not write a single answer, it was only expected for him to leave. That left only one crazy option. Naruto raised his hand. Before you say the final question, I need to go the restroom, please. He could feel the judging stares of all the genin on his back. Kankuro had done the same thing several minutes before. Proctor, take this boy to the restrooms, Ibiki said disdainfully. Naruto was placed in cuffs and dragged along with ropes. The cuffs were probably in place to prevent him from doing any jutsus, which was an appropriate enough handicap. The blonde made his way into the restroom and to one of the stalls. They were not very well maintained nor clean, but it would do for now. He didn't come there for such a purpose, after all. Make it quick, brat. You've wasted enough as it is. The proctor barked from the corner of the restroom. He was attempting a wild risk, but it was certainly better than the expulsion of him and both his teammates. And for it to work, he would have to be willing to do something dirty. Naruto took a deep breath. Observe it. Observation successful. Name, Yuta Hanami. Title, the textbook genius. Occupation, Chunin of Konoha level, LV 13 HP, 100 MP, 100 chakra, 125 STR, 7 VIT, 6 DX, 8 INT, 10 WIS, 5 LUK, 5. The chunin that brought him out was incredibly weak. Naruto was surprised at just how weak Yuta was. It brought up the question of what the chunin in exams exactly tested if someone of a mere level 13 was able to become chunin. Naruto knew he was not that high-leveled either, but his level was completely skewed by the number of abilities the system had given him was not taken into consideration. His real level would be at the very least 5 or 4 higher. The genin was also very lucky for Yuta to be considered the textbook genius. He zipped up his breathes. The cuffs would prevent jutsus, all right. But Naruto's abilities never needed his hands, did they? Summon Shadow Zabuza. Shadows arose from behind the chunin, who stood motionless as the atrocity behind him continued to grow. Wispy darkness materialized into human form, and the dark form of Kubikura Bocho made its place on the proctor's neck. Yuta froze as he felt the familiar feeling of steel pressed against his neck. Naruto glared at the chunin menacingly as Yuta dropped the leash to the cuffs in shock. Shout, move, or try anything and I'll kill you right here and now, Naruto interrupted coldly. You can't. You and your team will be disqualified. Yuta whispered in fright. Naruto chuckled slowly. It was an incredibly odd sound to hear from the small boy, which made it all the more terrifying. That was the effect he was going for after all. Naruto took a step closer to the sweating man. The deal is simple. Tell me all the answers to the exam, or else you die. Why you won't hurt me? Do you not know who I am? Naruto asked, grinning evilly. I'm the container of the QB. Even now, it's begging me to kill you, tear you apart, and feed on your flesh. Should I answer it, Yuta Hanami? Yuta gasped at the mention of his name. Please, I can't willingly let you cheat. They'll kick me out. How is this willingly? I'm forcing you to tell me, Yuta-san, it's practically cheating just like the others. This jutsu of mine, it's not an illusion, it's a curse. Mention that I cheated during the test, and that sword will come down. I don't care whether I do it in the middle of the classroom, and neither does the Nine Tails. Now, will you reveal the answers or not? Naruto focused all of his intent on Yuta, willing him to answer. Ding. New skill achieved, Bloodlust, LVL1. Yuta nodded hesitatingly. Naruto smirked. That wasn't so strong, was it? Now, the second question was especially strong. All have you passed the exam? Naruto tried not to yell in frustration as the real intent behind the mission was revealed by Ibiki. According to the rules, he didn't even have to write anything and he still would have passed. Regardless, he had passed the test. Naruto walked out of the classroom, sending a thumbs up to Yuta, who refused to acknowledge his existence. Well, I couldn't really expect anything else. Phew, acting like a psychopathic murderer really takes a toll on me. The first exam was over, and he had passed with flying colors and threats. Ibiki began another long speech to inspire the students, but was interrupted as a ball of purple flew through the glass window and into the class. Fragments of glass erupted onto the floor before the purple figure slowly unveiled herself. I'm Anko Mitarashi, the chief exam officer for the second examination of the Chunin exams. This is going to be annoying. Ding. Skill tree has been unlocked. Naruto looked at the floating screen next to him. Skill tree. What the hell is this? Choose between the two skills shown. Enhanced Eyesight LVL1, Iron Skin LVL1. Naruto wasn't sure what to think when the purple-haired woman came out of nowhere, but he was certainly surprised. After introducing herself quite terribly, Anko led all of the genins to Training Ground 44, otherwise known as the Forest of Death. It looked like a dreadful place, with tall, irregular trees that looked like the perfect hiding spots for all sorts of creatures, or other genin, Naruto noted with a grimace. Someone could die in that forest and no one would even notice. The Forest of Death has a reason for its infamous moniker. The first exam was a boring, lame old written test, am I right? Don't worry, there's gonna be a lot more action this time around, Anko said excitedly. Naruto was definitely more worried now. His thoughts wavered to Gaara, who he definitely couldn't fight evenly with his current abilities. A psychopathic Jinchuriki wreaking havoc in a place like the Forest of Death, where he was practically allowed to kill other genin, was surely not going to end well. Either way, Naruto would try his best to avoid conflict with the Jinchuriki for as long as possible until he got much stronger. Then came the real decision to make. Choose between the two skills shown. Enhanced Eyesight LVL1 Iron Skin LVL1 Naruto had been waiting for something like this to pop up ever since he found out the system gave him separate advantages other than manually increasing his stats. Enhanced Eyesight. Iron Skin. I mean, I can guess what they mean from the names themselves. Enhanced Eyesight probably referred to a better range of eyesight, which seemed useful in a sense. Iron Skin most likely made him much more durable for a brief amount of time. Both of them clearly used his MP considering they weren't really anything related to chakra if he was getting the skill immediately. Looking at his options, Naruto was definitely leaning towards Iron Skin considering his own fighting style was mostly fist-to-fist based. Even in terms of the team he was in, Enhanced Eyesight had no use when his own teammate had a Sharingan of all things. Even though that was true, Naruto definitely needed more information before he could viably choose an option. Enhanced Eyesight LVL1 Info. While skill is activated, the user has a greater understanding of the environment. The range of the user's eyesight is drastically improved as well as the overall perception of moving targets. Okay, so based on what Sasuke has told me about the Sharingan, it's practically a much weaker version of his Kekai Genkai. Naruto thought to himself, weighing the words that were shown on the screen. Iron Skin LVL1 Info. While skill is activated, the user's skin attains attributes of iron, making it much more durable and resistant to all sorts of attacks. Naruto was practically salivating at the idea of having both these abilities at once, and quickly closed his mouth as he saw other genin looking at him weirdly. While having both was a nice thing to think about, the system had only given him one option. And looking at his options, Naruto had a clear answer. Choose Iron Skin. Ding. New skill achieved. Iron Skin LVL1 usage takes 10 MP and lasts for 1 minute before a skill cooldown of 10 minutes applies. Iron Skin was the skill that seemed to match his current abilities and skill set the most. Having something like Iron Skill would be incredibly useful while fighting people like Zenki, who was durable without the use of any skills. He glanced around himself. With the monsters surrounding him, Iron Skin would be extremely useful in the near future. Anko had finished her intimation speech and was starting the instructions for the next exam before she was interrupted by someone else. Alright. Can you just start the next exam already? Naruto and the rest of the crowd swerved their necks at great speeds at the girl who said that out loud. With short, green hair, and a tan complexion, the genin in question looked very exotic. Anko laughed loudly. Then threw a kunai at Dazzling, so fast that Naruto could barely even keep up. The girl caught the kunai with her bare hand, before rolling her eyes in disbelief. Anko looked slightly impressed but schooled down her features right after. The proctor for the second exam crossed her arms. Kids these days so impatient. Do you think I want to explain this much to y'all? Of course not. But someone has to lay down the ground rules, and that, unfortunately, has to be me. So, onto the rules of the second exam. Then came an explanation of the second stage of the Chunin exams, which only told Naruto that the exams seemed to want conflicts for whatever reason. The goal of the mission was to enter the center of the forest with both the Heaven Scroll and Earth Scroll, which sounded easy enough on its own. However, each team only had a single scroll. That meant only half of the teams would end up qualifying for the third stage of the exams, and to qualify, you had to be aggressive. There really was no best game plan, except to avoid being seen first. Anko raised a pile of papers. You'll have to sign this waiver, just for some assurances. The group of genins slowly moved towards the proctor, who put the sheets onto a table in front of them. Hey, Blondie, move aside. Kuratsuchi made her way past Naruto as she went for the flyers. Naruto was slightly bummed that he was now the same height as the girl when he was around a foot taller in his Ruji form. For a second, he thought she would recognize him for whatever reason, but he pushed the stray thought away. It probably wouldn't do well for her to realize he was Ruji anyways, seeing how he had practically robbed of her mission entirely by himself. Naruto and the rest of Team 7 signed their papers with a spare pen that Sakura had. It seemed that not everyone had a pen, however, as others began to ask Naruto for the pen as well. The green-haired girl was the first person to ask. Oi, can I borrow a pen? Naruto looked into her strange, bright orange eyes and handed it over. Sure. Curious, he cast an observe at the genin who was able to catch the kunai that Anko had thrown so easily. Observe. Observation failed. Target's level is too high. Not again. Would player like a partial observation? Yes/no yes. Name, Fu title, the seven-tailed Jinchuriki occupation, genin of Takigakure level. HP, 100 MP, 100 chakra. STR. Vit. Dex. Int. Wis. Luck. Naruto just stood, shell-shocked at the turn of events. When he had cast the observe, he had assumed that the girl Fu would be a rather strong genin, somewhat similar to Rock Lee if not less. Who would have thought that she was a Jinchuriki just like him and Gaara? There was not one, not two, but 3 Jinchuriki in the Chunin exams. Counting Kuratsuchi in the pile, there were more than a few monsters in the exams. It would be tough winning it all. And thus, only one solution came to mind. If they were all monsters, Naruto just needed to become a bigger one. Naruto handed over the Heaven Scroll to Sasuke, who he trusted a lot more with items of such high importance. So, do we even have a game plan? Naruto asked the rest of his teammates. Our main goal is to enter the center with both of the scrolls, correct? Meaning right now, we need the Earth Scroll. Therefore, we need to scout our enemies beforehand and find out who has the Earth and Heaven Scroll each. There would be no point in fighting a group. The Heaven Scroll, after all, Sasuke said, putting a hand on his chin. Naruto, we're going to take full advantage of your clones. Naruto nodded. It was a good start, sure, but depended entirely on the strength of their opponents to actually work. If the opponent groups that had the Heaven Scroll happened to have someone like Gaara, who most likely was already killing people to the fullest by now, the plan would completely backfire. We can't have them recognize Naruto either, Sakura mentioned with a thoughtful glance towards the blonde. The clones can henge themselves as something else while they scout, and come back to me for reporting, Naruto supplied. Putting his hands together, he summoned 12 shadow clones exactly, sending them each in different directions. The clones hinged themselves as some random civilian kids Naruto had remembered seeing, to prevent anyone from targeting a blonde brat who was in the forest with them. Naruto looked at the sun, tilting his head up. Alright, I think it's time we, ding. Warning, bloodlust detected. Naruto paused. What happened, Naruto? Sakura asked anxiously. Sasuke looked alerted as well. Naruto didn't have any time to notice that his eyes were already red. Wind erupted with a shriek from the treetops above as Naruto yelled move, for the entire world to hear. The cyclone of wind scratched and tore at his clothes, but fortunately was mostly avoided by his early understanding of the situation. Once the jutsu was finished, Naruto scanned his surroundings. Is everyone okay? Both Sakura and Sasuke shouted affirmatively, despite the wrecked trees and earth around. On top of one tree stood a masked genin, his spiky blonde hair and pale green coat easily visible in the scattered tree line. Based on his overall appearance and of course, the headband he wore, it was clear the guy was from Amigakure. He then went into a steady crouch, aiming his stance straight towards an unsuspecting Sakura. Sakura, move. Naruto ushered immediately, running towards his pink-haired teammate. I didn't think we would get attacked so quickly. Naruto thought incredulously. I need to end this off quickly. Sasuke seemed to be thinking the same thing, for he attempted to butt in as well. Sakura quickly sidestepped the attempt on her life, her reflexes much faster from the hell of training she was put through by Kakashi. I might not be as strong as Naruto or Sasuke right now, but I can hold my own as well. Naruto dashed towards their enemy with great speed. He deflected the shuriken thrown at him with his kunai, before lunging for the attack. In a taijutsu battle, there were many who could beat Naruto. But there were also many who couldn't. Before the Amigakure genin could even respond properly, Naruto feinted a hook kick to the face, before using his other leg to latch onto the genin's heel and bring him down to the ground instantly. It was an efficient if not a cheap move to make, but that was what ninja did. Naruto brought his kunai and stabbed it into the knee of the opposing genin who erupted into water. Damn it? Naruto yelled in frustration. To further the annoyance, his breathes were completely wet. Sakura looked equally sad but managed to quell it down. Well, we couldn't be the only ones who decided to use clones. Well, it's good that they weren't shadow clones at the very least. Naruto thought, trying to be optimistic about the whole thing. Let's not dwell on this too much. We need to move as quickly as possible. It's possible our location has been revealed from all the ruckus, and we definitely don't want any more attention on us. We can find a place to set up a tent as well, Sasuke said, attempting to reel the group back into action. Naruto, did the clones reveal anything? Not yet, apparently. That was neither a bad sign nor a good sign. It meant that there weren't many opponents nearby, which meant that there was less of a chance of them finding an enemy to beat and gain an Earth Scroll. Team 7 walked for another 20 or so minutes, trying to cover as much distance as quietly as possible. His clones had yet to disappear, which was starting to become very, very unusual. You would have thought that a dozen clones he had sent would have found anyone by now. The walk was uneventful, except for the few large creatures that showed up from time to time, but was easily scared by a few fire jutsus that Sasuke threw at them. And then it began. Ding. Warning, extreme bloodlust detected. Naruto's BLD froze. Guys, an explosion rang through the forest, launching Naruto and every nearby obstacle with absolute force, bringing trees out of the soil and breaking boulders into pebbles with a single shockwave. He felt his body fly like a rag doll into the air, before falling onto the grassy forest floor painfully. He rolled and tumbled with the resulting momentum, before finally stopping at a tree that gave a helping hand and stopped his movement. Naruto stood up with a dizzied look at his surroundings. He needed to get back to the others. Whatever was facing them at that time was far different from anything they had ever faced. The sheer bloodlust radiating from that person was something Naruto had never experienced in his life. His eyes widened. In front of him was a huge snake the width of a train, but not as long. Its green, scaly skin and reptilian eyes were a terrifying sight to behold. Naruto gulped as he faced the reptile. It lunged with another spine-trembling hiss, missing its target scarcely as Naruto jumped into the air and landed on the snake's back. The blonde tried to dig his kunai into the snake's skin for some kind of leverage, only to find that it was almost impenetrable to get through, and his attack barely left a scratch on the animal. He dodged another strike from the back, the snake's tail not willing to leave itself so vulnerable like that. The blonde eventually had to leave the snake's body entirely. Any attempt to try and balance on the creature's slippery, scaly skin was to no avail. With every second that time passed by, his teammates were in more and more danger. He needed to find a way to quickly get rid of the snake. And he had just the idea. Summon Shadow Zabuza. The person in question appeared in a swirl of darkness beside him, as stern as ever. Naruto winced, knowing that would happen. I know I'm relying on you a lot, but I seriously need to get rid of this wretched animal. Plus, I don't really need you, just the sword. Sure, but make it quick. And you better not call me for another week, brat. Of course. Naruto lied through his teeth. There was no way he wasn't going to summon Zabuza again for an entire week. Zabuza tossed him the sword. Normally, this would have been a breach of tradition to do. But considering I'm already dead, I don't really care too much anymore. Awesome. Naruto caught the black Kubikurabocho with care, the large sword requiring 2 hands from Naruto to properly use. He grinned widely at the incoming snake. You shouldn't have done this, poor snake. It's time for execution. Naruto exclaimed loudly, clutching the sword and bending his knees. He pushed with all of his might, over the snake's fangs and near its head. With a heave, he brought the sword down onto the snake's head. The metal cleaved through the snake's skin like butter, beheading the reptile in a single slide of metal. It was a gory sight. Red BLD and snake vessels blew out from the disconnect in the snake's body, covering Naruto with. BLD is what? The genin brushed the BLD away from his face with his hand, planting it into his hair. Listen, Naruto. Naruto immediately snapped to attention. Was that the first time Zabuza had called him by his real name? He normally just used brats or kid, which always managed to irk him for whatever reason. Zabuza looked very serious. The snake summon is a technique not known by many. To the rest of the world, only 2 people currently know it. but I believe only one of those two would use it to kill Genin. And if what I'm thinking is true, you and your teammates are in a whole heap of trouble. Who is it? Orochimaru of the Sannin. Sasuke grunted and breathed in pain as he felt the BLD from his thigh run down his leg. He had planted the kunai without a second thought, and was facing the consequences now. Fire style, art of the phoenix flower. The raven-haired boy yelled as he went through the hand signs at a record pace. Multiple balls of fire launched themselves at the pale, snake man, who twisted and turned through the jutsu, not allowing a single hair to be burnt by the bright orange fire. This guy, he's not like anything that I've ever met. It's obvious that I'm being toyed with, but why? What does he have to gain from keeping me alive? Sasuke thought with a frown. The fear and adrenaline in his body were the only things keeping him going at that point in time. Everything else was secondary. He was going to survive this by any means necessary. He looked at Sakura beside him, who was clearly shivering in fright. Her eyes were devoid of all emotions, except dread. I could use some help from Naruto right now. Sasuke launched backwards, throwing his ninja wire with abandon towards the man, who didn't even flinch at the attack. The wire surrounded the enemy, catching onto his body. Sasuke caught the end of the wire with his mouth and immediately held up a hand sign, making the thin, chakra-conductive wire erupt into a line of flames. Sakura's eyes widened with hope as the damage seemed to have been dealt. And it all did absolutely nothing. The man was back in full form, standing still on the branch, smirking evilly. What's someone like you doing in the Chunin exams? You're definitely not a genin, Sasuke murmured, trying to stall as much time as possible. The answer that the man gave him made Sasuke wish he hadn't asked the question in the first place. You, Sasuke-kun. I've come for you. Now, how about you reveal the ability you've been hiding? It would be a shame to let you die so easily, the man said sadistically, his voice low and condescending. Sasuke felt rage flow through his BLD. But he couldn't do anything. The man in front of him was superior in every way possible, from catching Sasuke in that genjutsu from earlier with a mere glance, and being seeming indestructible from the way he tanked his jutsus. He closed his eyes. And the next time they opened, they were scarlet red with two tomos swirling around the pupil. The pale man chuckled. Wonderful. The real show can finally start. I have to try and surprise him with my offense. Trying to be defensive the entire time will only get me killed. I need to depend on my chances to get an open hit on this man. Sasuke sent a pulse of chakra to feet and bolted down the large branches of the tree he was on, finding that the snake man was still. That would be his mistake. The Uchiha met him with a hook, which was blocked causally with a fist, before he went over the man with a jump, pulling his hand out of his grip. Now on the backside of his enemy, he attempted a sweep kick, which was gracefully leapt over. Sasuke back-stepped to dodge a jab at his throat, before reaching into his pockets. He grabbed over a dozen shuriken and threw them at once at the opponent. At the same time, he put one of his hands into a seal, charging each of the projectiles with pure lightning. The man looked slightly startled, before he leaned back at an unnatural angle for any normal human, shinobi or not. Sasuke smirked. Naruto wasn't the only one who learned new jutsu during his training with Kakashi. Learning he was compatible with lightning was a surprise, but a welcome one, and something he was going to take great advantage of. He pulled on the strings connecting each of the shuriken, bringing them back for a second chance at redemption. The man disappeared in a puff of smoke. Sasuke heard a round of applause from behind him. The ominous voice was recognizable. Good try, Sasuke-kun. I'm truly impressed by your versatility. It's a beauty to the eyes. But I'm afraid that this charade is over. Sasuke felt his vision darken as he felt a jab to his neck from behind. Itachi. Orochimaru smiled widely as he eyed the unconscious body of the Uchiha in front of him. Useful indeed, his body will be. All he had to do was administer the mark, and everything will be set to stone. The beloved Sharingan would finally be his. But who was this girl that stood in front of him, trembling with a kunai in her hand? Who cared? Orochimaru swatted aside the kunai before slapping the girl into the overgrowth at the foot of the trees. His plans weren't affected whether she was alive or dead, after all. She was a mere nuisance, someone that didn't need to be dealt with, and someone he would rather not kill just for the sake of time. An ant in a room filled with giants. But Sasuke, on the other hand, Orochimaru chuckled. His plans were going so tremendously well. Hey, snake freak. Another nuisance. Orochimaru didn't give him a glance. Instead, he summoned one of his snakes and directed it towards the boy. Surely, that would be enough for the kill. I said, hey. You're really starting to piss me off, Orochimaru. The legendary Sannin finally glanced at the boy. Torn orange clothes, and yellow hair covered with blonde. Not a trendy look. But most surprisingly was the large, pure black sword that he carried over his back. Orochimaru grinned. Time for a slaying. Naruto stared down Orochimaru of the Sannin with a look of pure hatred as he saw the unconscious, and hopefully not dead, bodies of his friends. He struggled to keep the incredibly heavy sword on his back with one hand, but did so anyway. Orochimaru is masquerading as that pale freak. How the hell did no one notice there was something up with that guy? Naruto thought. Oh, the QB brat decides to come now. I assumed the snake would take longer than that to defeat. Oh well. That sword, where have I seen it before? In fact, what is it? It's not like any jutsu I've seen before, Orochimaru whispered slowly, a look of interest overcoming his face. It doesn't matter what jutsu this is, Naruto said, putting the sword in front of him with both hands. I'm going to kill you either way. It was false bravado, but was something that he needed. If he himself didn't believe he could win, there was no chance of him winning, let alone saving his teammates. Of course, Naruto wouldn't be delusional either. He couldn't beat a Sannin. They had read about the three during his academy days, but he could in fact try and stall until help came or somehow try to escape with both his teammates. For now, he had zero ideas other than brawl with the human snake. Naruto leapt forward with surprising speed, as Orochimaru widened his eyes slightly. He's almost as fast as the Uchiha. Kiki, let's see how he fights. Orochimaru only smiled widely, and quite creepily, Naruto would add, as he easily blocked Naruto's incoming punch, before slithering away from the secondary kick. His body's as made of RBB. He wasn't attacking back. If he's going to underestimate and try to toy with me, I'll make him regret it. Naruto thought as he put his hands together. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Clones of Naruto, each with their own copy of the sword, rushed towards Orochimaru, who looked at the moving clones playfully. His long, slender hands moved through a sequence of hand signs. Lightning release. Great Lightning Dragon. A ferocious being of lightning formed behind Orochimaru, taking the grand form of a dragon on the offensive. The construct crackled with power, before diving at the now startled clones with immense speed. Naruto felt each of his clones cease to exist as the quick response by Orochimaru left them helpless. Naruto merely watched in silence, preferring to analyze the situation rather than charge in and lose immediately. Right now, he was in a horrible position. Orochimaru stood protectively in front of Sasuke and Sakura, who both looked blacked out regardless of the raging battle around them. Furthermore, Naruto's own MP was draining by the second as he kept Shadow Zabuza active, who also was nowhere to be seen. Naruto cursed the Shadow who said there was merely no point in fighting a Sannin. He had forgotten what kind of man Zabuza was before he died. Calculating, selfish, and didn't take too many risks. If he hadn't made the deal with the wretched backstabber, Zabuza would definitely be alive and kicking right now. Zabuza didn't want to take the risk of fighting Orochimaru, even though he most likely couldn't die anymore in the shadow form. Dismiss Shadow Zabuza. Naruto thought angrily. The legendary sword in his hand disappeared a second later. The Sannin narrowed his eyes. Wonder. Naruto made a quick glance at his MP bar. Large enough. He didn't know at which rate the MP regenerated, but he was sure it increased as he leveled up. Using skills back when he was lower leveled was an utter pain. He needed to think. His battle strategic skill, which had only grown in terms of level as he continued to fight, was proving vital in the fights he had fought. He summoned more clones, this time not letting them rush so easily. The clones circled around the pale man, who didn't lift a finger at the sight. He watched with a measuring gaze at Naruto, who started to go through an assortment of hand signs. Water release, surging sea. Naruto yelled along with his clones, who had attempted the same jutsu at the same time. Streams of water erupted from each of the clones' mouths, aiming at Orochimaru with colossal pressure, enough to dent the toughest of men in. It was the most amount of water Naruto had ever managed to form. But Naruto knew that it wouldn't do anything to the Sannin. Summoning jutsu. The water blasted away from Orochimaru as a swirl of smoke flared around the man. The smoke cleared to reveal the tall man, now on the head of a titanic snake of a brown color. Its narrowed, yellow, eyes glared at him dangerously. The snake's coiled snake burst out with surprising quickness, rotating in a wide circle and destroying his clones one by one. Naruto jumped upwards onto a higher branch as he narrowly missed the hit. He froze as he lost sight of Orochimaru, who was no longer on the infuriated snake. His eyes widened as he felt a cold, moving sensation on his neck. Ding. Warning, extreme bloodlust detected. The system urges that you run for your own safety. Orochimaru's snake-like tongue retreated. You're interesting, aren't you? My container of the QB, having jutsus that I myself have never seen, and control over elemental manipulation so early. Why haven't I heard of your progress yet? It's so exciting. Naruto spun his kunai, attempting to stab the enemy behind him, only for his weapon to get swatted away at the last second. The blonde immediately put his hands up, facing his enemy head-on. Activating skill, Uchiha Clan Taijutsu LVL 3 activated. Usage drains 15 MP points each minute. User can use this skill for 1 minute without draining MP. Naruto briefly engaged Orochimaru in combat. His movements were dreadfully slow against the well-experienced Shinobi, who could see his moves from a mile away, while blindfolded. His opponent had a lazy grin on his face as he continued to block and dodge. Then he struck. Naruto immediately was launched backwards at breakneck speed as a palm struck his stomach with scary speed. He felt his back lurch in pain as he landed on the rough bark of a tree. He coughed out scarlet BLD, looking at the liquid with wide eyes. The blonde got up soon after, swearing he won't let a surprise attack like that happen again. A brief tremble in the earth came next as Naruto felt himself pulled into the ground as a hand appeared from underneath the ground and grasped his leg. When had he, Naruto substituted with one of the several branches from around him in an instant, preventing what would have been a sticky situation otherwise. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, keeping an attentive track of his surroundings. Orochimaru stood in the middle of the clearing between the swarm of trees, which was formed by the summoning of the giant snake, which was now nowhere to be seen. It's so boring having to fight a moving target in such a large space. Why don't you come closer, Naruto-kun? I want to test you properly. Naruto complied. With another substitution, he made his way to the Sannin, who chuckled throatily at the nearing presence of the genin. If Naruto didn't do anything, there was no doubt about it, he was going to die. He couldn't restrict himself against the man in front of him, or the Jinchuriki would be no more. Naruto really only had one last trick left in the bag, and something he had refrained from using so far, having not seen a good opportunity to do so. But now was his only chance. Summon Shadow Haku. Naruto commanded. Orochimaru crossed his arms. It's amusing to see a genin so brave. Secret technique, demonic mirroring ice crystals. A dome of ice formed around the two as Naruto smirked widely. Haku had used his technique immediately, which was exactly what he wanted him to do. Naruto felt a wave of memories wash over him as he saw the reflecting mirrors encircling the two. In each mirror lay the image of a shadowy figure, who could be no one else but Haku. For the first time since the fight started, Naruto noticed the look of genuine surprise in Orochimaru's eyes. If anything, he looked purely confused. Naruto didn't particularly blame him, he would have been equally bewildered as well. This jutsu, another one that I don't recognize. What exactly have you been hiding, Naruto Uzumaki? Orochimaru asked, eyes shining with excitement. Spectacularly done. Such a feat would require DSPLN and concentration of the highest degree to accomplish, and I doubt you have the skill for that considering you hold the beast inside you. The voice from earlier, who exactly was that? Naruto didn't care anymore. He rushed forward, ignoring the numerous questions that Orochimaru placed. Orochimaru sighed. There really is no point in. Haku flew past the mirrors in a blur, punching Orochimaru in the jaw, whose face recoiled in shock at the hit. While the extraction had weakened his base stats, the jutsu which he already perfected functioned at the same strength, fortunately. Naruto followed right after, aiming a jab at the opponent, but couldn't land it to his inhuman reflexes. Shadow Clone Jutsu. The clones continued to distract Orochimaru, who quickly dismantled. With practiced, precise strikes, Haku, from the safety of his mirrors, threw Sunbon at the man, who caught the projectiles with his bare hand, before looking at them in interest. You certainly can't use Sunbon, can you? Orochimaru asked, eyes watching him with interest. Whatever. It's time to get out of this. I'm wasting enough time as it is. Naruto was launched to the side as one of Orochimaru's hands stretched unimaginably long and struck him strong in the side of his gut, pushing him to the mirrors. The blonde struggled to get up, ultimately falling back to the ground on his back as he clutched his leg in pain. The Sannin bent his knees, before exploding with speed. He cranked back his arm in the process, before he impaled the dome of ice with his fist. The structure cracked immediately, collapsing into a bunch of ice shards and crystals. Naruto watched his shock as sharp, ice crystals fell downwards as he tried to crawl away. A pair of shadowy arms took hold of him and swept him away. Naruto looked into the dark eyes of Shadow Haku, before nodding in thanks. We can still try and stall until we get Sakura and Sasuke out of here, Naruto-san. Naruto smirked as Haku let him down. Who says I haven't already gotten them evacuated? The second before Haku had summoned his ice mirrors, he had clones take his teammates away. He had to thank him Technique for being capable of closing a Sannin inside, for however short a time that would be. For now, Haku's use was over. His MP was quickly running out as well, with his activation of the Uchiha Taijutsu and previously using Zabuza for his sword. Dismiss Haku. Naruto was left alone. Orochimaru walked through the rubble of ice. You've piqued my interest, Naruto-kun. I must admit, I had assumed the Uchiha would have been the strongest on your team, but I have been proven utterly wrong. Techniques that I've never seen before, speed and strength at a level far above what you currently should be at, and a cunning intelligence that kept you alive so far. Who would have thought the Kyuubi could have such an effect on its Jinchuriki? Naruto guffawed silently. He thinks the Kyuubi made me like this. He tried not to correct the man, and ended up biting his tongue to stop himself. The man's voice suddenly darkened. The Sharingan would be wonderful to have. The vast amount of skills achieved with a single activation of that Demed Eye. Or at least that's what I thought. The Kyuubi is an infinite source of chakra at one's fingertips, and seeing just the effect on you, I can only imagine what Orochimaru of the Sannin would reap. Why is he talking like he could steal those abilities or something? Naruto thought incredulously, feeling his leg finally start to heal. Orochimaru grinned. And that's why, I'll mark you. Anko inspected the dead body of the beige-shirted woman in front of him. The smooth, toy-like face of the girl was horrifying to the eyes. Orochimaru has begun. She felt exhilaration, fear, and a healthy dose of raging anger fire into her veins. Send a message to the third Hokage. I don't care what appointment or meeting he is in. This is of utmost importance. Tell him his student is here. Anko instructed her subordinate proctors, whose faces paled at the realization. I'll be going hunting. How was Orochimaru able to get in? And why now specifically? Anko thought as she began running the facets she ever had in the past year. She unconsciously grasped the mark on her neck. He probably is going to mark someone if I don't get there faster. But that can't be the real reason he's here, just a side hobby he could conduct while he has the time. There's something bigger going underneath the Chunin exams. Her mentor was ruthless, calculating, and the most dangerous man she knew, even more than the third Hokage. Everything he did had a reason. The international Chunin exams sounded like something too good to be true, and Anko was getting more and more sure of that every second that passed. She gritted her teeth as she urged her muscles to go faster. I'll kill you, Orochimaru. What the hell is he talking about? Naruto thought confusedly. Whatever it was, it didn't sound good at all. Orochimaru grasped his face, before pulling out his skin. The real skin he has underneath was even paler, and looked even more reptile-like. Amber circles with a thin slit acted as his eyes, and an ominous grin manifested on his new face. "This won't hurt too much," Orochimaru purred. The blonde's eyes dilated as Orochimaru's head sprung out of its place, the neck extending past the distance between the two, aiming for his head with his long, sharp teeth. Before he could even move, the pale neck wrapped around his body, before the neck made its way to his neck. "This was originally supposed to be for Sasuke," Orochimaru whispered into his ear. "But your performance made me change my mind." Naruto's mind ran at a pace of 100 miles per hour at the same time Orochimaru spoke. "He's going to bite me. He's going to bite me. He's going to bite me." Orochimaru lunged. "Activate Iron Skin." Activating. Skill, Iron Skin LVL1 activated. Usage takes 10 MP and lasts for 1 minute before a skill cooldown of 10 minutes applies. Orochimaru bit down, his eyes crazed with eagerness as he imagined all the power he would have with the Kyuubi in his hands. He tried to bite down again. Naruto tried to keep the smirk off his face, before grasping whatever energy he had left in him to reach for his kunai and attempt to slash at the elongated neck. Orochimaru retreated with a frown on his stark white face, looking at the blonde's neck curiously. "You never cease to stop surprising me, do?" Orochimaru asked amusedly. The look of longing in his eyes seemed to deepen. "It's no fun when prey doesn't struggle, so I thank you for the strong work you've put so far. It only makes the inevitable more satisfying after all." "You're just an insane cannibal, aren't you?" Naruto asked, standing up and wiping the dirt off his clothes. "It's no wonder you were kicked out of Konoha, if you're so desperate to eat little kids." Orochimaru frowned at his little antics, before his face perked up suddenly. "Fire release, dragon fire technique?" A pillar of fire blew past Naruto in a straight line towards the smiling man in the shape of a dragon. The fire pelted against the spot that Orochimaru was on, before finally ending. "Oh, my dear student, didn't I tell you that you should never yell out a jutsu like that beforehand?" Orochimaru said mockingly, completely unscathed by the flames. Anko, the proctor for the second exam, stood crouched on a tree branch above Naruto. "Finally!" Naruto shouted to the woman, who looked back at him with surprise. "Why the hell is there no security in this place?" The purple-haired woman scoffed, tossing aside his quite valid concerns without a second thought. "Do you really want to argue about that when you have him right in front of you? Fair enough. But I almost died several times along with my team." Orochimaru waved magnanimously. "Anko, you look as magnificent as ever. May I know the reason for your interruption?" "Don't play the fool with me, Orochimaru. I know you're running around marking kids, and I'm gonna kill you before you get out of here alive," Anko said angrily, clutching the kunai in her arm even tighter. "Marking kids? I haven't marked a single one, Anko. You would do such a thing to accuse your beloved sensei?" Orochimaru asked. "Ask the child yourself." Anko sent a glance at Naruto, who simply shrugged. How the hell did this genin survive against Orochimaru for so long? "I need to get out of here and quickly," Naruto thought with a frown. "We still need to pass the Chunin exams. Iron Skin has deactivated." Naruto looked at the lady above him. "Hey, Proctor. Can you automatically pass us considering we had to fight Orochimaru in the middle of the Chunin exams?" The glare Anko sent back at him could only be described as smoldering. A couple more shadowy figures with animal masks showed up behind Anko, similarly crouching. The Umbu. Only a mere 5 to fend off Orochimaru of the Sannin. Naruto asked hysterically, eyes large with frustration as he saw the small group face off the infamous Shinobi. Anko winced. "More is coming, brat." Orochimaru put a hand on his chin, thinking deeply. "Should I face off all of you at once, and kill 5 Shinobi, or be generous and leave for now, letting you 5 survive? Is he really giving us a choice?" Naruto thought, startled. The group remained silent, not knowing whether Orochimaru would take their response seriously or not. Obviously, they would clearly want to say leave. Orochimaru turned their back to them. "I'm feeling quite kind today. I have a new target now," Orochimaru thought as he thought of the blonde. Naruto-kun, your rate of improvement is astonishing. Keep on improving, keep on getting stronger. All of your work will be fed to me sooner or later. He disappeared in a swirl of wind. Naruto looked at the remaining jonin. I'm going to leave now. Is she gone? Sakura asked, stuttering. The blonde forgot how Sakura hadn't seen the Sannin without the disguise. Naruto nodded. For the time being. After his encounter with Orochimaru, Naruto had immediately ran towards his teammates. His clones had gone in a specific direction which he had told them to beforehand, so it didn't take long for him to find them. They were still unconscious by the time he was there, with Sasuke waking up soon after. They were right now sheltering underneath an incredibly large tree which gave them some cover as they whispered. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. How did you manage to get us away? Naruto scratched the back of his head. I didn't really do much, to be honest. The crazy proctor lady came with some reinforcement and gave me time to escape. Sasuke looked into his eyes for a few more seconds before he moved his gaze away. It's fine, I guess. But now we're at a severe disadvantage. What do you mean? Sakura asked. Sasuke grimaced. The others had more chances to find the scroll they needed and got the opportunity to scout beforehand. That man's interference left us scrambled right out the get-go. We need to focus back on our goal and the objective, the Earth Scroll. Sakura sucked her eyes to target Naruto. Naruto, have you got any information from your clones? Naruto shook his head. Not really, there's really only one clone active right now. The rest were dismantled while I fought earlier. Sasuke looked to the sky. It's turning dark. We should walk a bit to the east before we rest for a bit. We'll take turns staying up, I'll go first. Meanwhile, Naruto's clone disabled his henge as he made his way through the slowly darkening forest. I'm the only one alive so far, aren't I? The clone thought smugly. He noticed with an annoyed expression that he still referred to himself as a clone. He was Naruto clone or not? Naruto. The blonde traversed from branch to branch, looking around for anything to scout to the boss. He stopped right before he jumped from the high plateau of the treetops, before crouching downwards as saw something very, very peculiar. Naruto stuck his feet to the tree and began running downwards at a quiet pace, making sure he wouldn't be seen. The entire circle of forest had been cleared by what seemed to be a wide-ranged attack. Trees were thrown downwards and were completely blown out of their respective roots, showing just how powerful the attack should have been. Naruto, shocked, just crept further downwards. I shouldn't be scared. I'm just a clone. Naruto insisted to himself, feeling the sweat flow down his face. It doesn't matter if I disappear, right? I'm not alive. Just a clone. Just a bunch of chakra. Naruto made his way to the clearing, making sure to not make any noise as he walked with his shinobi sandals. Sneaking wasn't his specialty, but every shinobi had some experience in hiding around. That's what made them ninja. The darkness certainly helped, but the bright orange clothes definitely didn't either. Naruto cursed the original for not changing his clothes so far. A shinobi wearing such colorful clothes didn't make much sense. But blaming the original would be hypocritical. Naruto walked around, inspecting every inch of the ground for any clue for what happened. His eyes largened comically. BLD red liquid pooled around his feet as he walked into a puddle of BLD. Naruto looked at his foot in surprise, before looking for the source of the BLD. The clone shouldn't be scared. Naruto made his way by the length of BLD, before it eventually reached the eventual body that kept it going. Glasses, scrawny, and an aristocratic face. Naruto coldly noted the small cut in his gut, the cavity seemingly formed from a clean, single hit on the relatively untouched remaining body of the boy. He knew this person. Buki, the teammate of Kuratsuchi. And he was alive. Naruto quickly clutched at the boy's face, before shaking him to wake up. He first searched the boy's pockets for any scrolls which he could bring back to the boss. To his surprise, Naruto managed to find something. It was definitely a scroll, but he wasn't sure which one it was until he brought it out of the boy's vest. An earth scroll. The clone tried not to leap with joy as he found exactly what his boss needed. He once again smugly noted that he was the clone that survived the longest, and managed to find the earth scroll. He dug the scroll deep into his jacket. Ibuki woke up after his meddlings. Then, I shouldn't have woken him up. I'll just lie through whatever he says and escape afterwards. Maybe find out what tried to kill him. Why are you here? Ibuki whispered, his voice frantic. Naruto could see the look of pure terror in his face. Curiosity filled him as he wanted to know what happened. What made you like that, Ubu, fellow genin? Naruto asked, messing up in the middle. Why you need to get out? Those monsters are fighting each other. Ibuki said, slowly crawling past Naruto. Ibuki's knees slowly went back to a functioning state as he went back on his legs, before he started walking away. They're over there, if you want to see. I'm getting out of here. Naruto looked at where he pointed. He went through the assortment of bushes before he came to the site of what Ibuki was mentioning. Ding. Warning, bloodlust detected. Gaara faced off against Fu. Jinchuriki versus Jinchuriki. He instantly tried to run away before a tendril of sand pierced through his body. Bye, Naruto. Naruto woke with a gasp as he felt memories flood his mind. Those two, they were ahead of him in every way. He clenched his fists tightly. I need to get stronger. Naruto paced around the tent hastily, his mind racing with ideas every second. Most of them were almost guaranteed going to fail and were certifiably crazy, but the few that did seem to have some merit were stored in his mind. They were under a serious disadvantage. Team 7 still had found a single scroll over the past day, and Naruto knew for a fact that the other teams had found scrolls. They needed to find a heaven scroll as fast as possible, which wasn't going well at all. Sasuke looked similarly distressed, looking at the ground as he sat and thought idly. Sakura just looked frustrated, if the scowl on her face was any sign. Naruto was also frustrated, but not because of the mission. The entire clone experience from yesterday was extremely eye-opening, and showed just how strong his fellow Jinchuriki were. If Team 7 were to meet the two of them, they would get absolutely destroyed. Naruto really couldn't deny that fact no matter how much he tried to search for a way to defend himself. The sheer amount of power that radiated from Fu and Gaara in that brief instance was enough to convince him of that fact. But that doesn't mean he was going to concede defeat. For now, it was better to keep his distance from the two for as long as possible. What's our plan now? Sakura asked. Naruto spinned a kunai between his fingers. We just need the Earth Scroll and quickly. The longer we take, the higher the chance that we fail. Sasuke snorted. We aren't on a good track so far. If we don't get it by today, it's more or less elimination for us. There's probably some teams already in the towers by now. It'll be harder and harder to find teams that also have an Earth Scroll specifically by then. Naruto hummed in agreement. That means we need to go all out? What do you mean? Sakura questioned, pulling her hair backwards as a breeze of wind came towards them. We're going to need to split up. Battle Strategics increased by a level. Battle Strategics is now LVL 5. Naruto was surprised at that notification. That skill rarely leveled up. Sasuke nodded whereas Sakura looked plain horrified. Split up. Split up. We almost died, Naruto. There's a crazy lady running around trying to kill Genin, and you want us to split up? Sakura asked angrily, her eyes scrunching up. Naruto sighed. I don't think the crazy lady will be coming back. There's a lot of Jonin that came to protect us when they were notified about the intruder. He really did understand her concerns. But he wanted to get out of the forest as possible, and it seemed that Sasuke had the same sentiments. Sasuke just crossed his arms. He's right, Sakura. The pink-haired girl just took a deep breath, before closing and opening her eyes. Are we all splitting up separately? Naruto shook his head. Oh. Sakura, you need to team up with Sasuke. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. And you'll go alone. Aren't you being overconfident, no? Overconfident? Naruto repeated. No, but I know what I'm capable of. Sakura is more of a support shinobi, and she supports your abilities much better than mine. Sasuke ignored him entirely. How about I go by myself? Naruto shrugged. Like I said, me and Sakura won't be a good team by ourselves. And I have shadow clones. In one fluid motion, Naruto summoned a dozen clones. Scout the area. Run as fast as possible. Immediately self-destruct if you find an enemy, And do not approach the target or let them see you outright. Naruto commanded his clones. Yes, boss? The clones yelled as one. Naruto turned back to his teammates as his clones dispersed. The fact that he got his shadow clones' memories when they went away was a mind-blowing realization. It was something Naruto didn't notice before, which, on second thought, he really should have realized the second he used the jutsu. It really was the main advantage of the shadow clones, in his opinion. Naruto raised an eyebrow at Sasuke. You still want to go by yourself? Persuasion increased by a level. Persuasion is now LVL4. What's with my skills today? Sasuke just mumbled frustratedly to himself before looking into the eyes of Naruto. We're taking the scroll. And you better find at least one scroll, Naruto. Let's meet back up at the center tower in a day. It's either you get a scroll and come to us, or we have the scroll. If we don't see you there... Naruto nodded in determination. Don't worry. I'll be there. Sakura raised an eyebrow. How can you be sure? 'Cause I don't have another option. He was going to find the Earth Scroll no matter what. Naruto made his way through the thick overgrowth of greenery in the forest, pausing every minute looking for a good route to travel. He wanted to maximize contact with the other groups without endangering himself, which was obviously strong seeing just how large the forest was. He had a few encounters, not with other shinobi, but strange creatures that attempted to attack him. A few blows and they ran away, fortunately. Right when he thought it was getting hopeless, he could see a flicker of black in the corner of his eye. Naruto immediately stopped and hid behind a large tree, preventing any sound from escaping his mouth or from any movement he made. He slowly peeked around the tree, looking to see who the figure was. The figure seemed to be mumbling loudly, and was quite clearly a female, if the feminine tones to her body were any sign. I told him not to wander on his own. Naruto froze. He recognized that voice. Kuratsuchi was right in front of him. He realized he had two decisions. Either attack the girl right now, and steal any scroll which she might have, or attempt another method. He could fight her, but he wasn't sure whether he could win without using any of his shadows. He didn't remember her stats exactly, but her level was much higher than his. Regardless, he needed to do something. His team standing stood on the line. That's when Naruto realized. Her teammate wasn't with her. The last time Naruto had seen Ibuki, he was beaten up and bleeding horribly, meaning she probably was looking for the spectacled boy at this time. Naruto smirked. He got out of his hiding spot. Hello. Kuratsuchi's face lit up in panic as she heard another person. Immediately, her hands went into a combat position as she trained her eyes on Naruto. The blonde put his hands up passively. I'm not here to fight. Then what are you here for? Konoha Genin. She spat venomously. Naruto recoiled slightly at the blatant disgust in her words. I'm Naruto, it's nice to meet you as well. Although the weather is quite nice, the Genin found his hand moving on its own as he caught the kunai which was flying towards his head. The metal was only an inch away from the middle of his eyes, giving Naruto a weird headache as he slowly pulled it to the side. Wow, she's absolutely crazy. Although the weather is quite nice, I'm here for a serious matter, Naruto said, throwing the kunai aside. Your teammate, Ibuki, I believe. I know where he is. Kuratsuchi flipped her cropped, black hair to the side. Her eyes were narrowed with suspicion as she listened to the blonde. Ibuki, you know where he is? I was patrolling the area for my team when I saw a person with glasses trying to run away. I came a little closer, and I realized it was the IWA Genin that I saw before, your teammate. He looked relatively injured, so I tried to come closer. Weirdly enough, once he saw me, he motioned continuously for me to leave the area, as if something really dangerous was after him, Naruto said, basing his story after some truth, but not wanting to reveal that it was a shadow clone. I really didn't want to risk my health or position, so I went back. I think I can route you to your teammate, if you come with me. Why do you want to help another team? Her eyes were still filled with doubt, but Naruto could tell there was hope as well. She probably really wanted to see whether her team was okay or not. Well, my teammates abandoned me, Naruto said, looking down in shame. They thought I was bringing them down, and asked me to patrol the area before they went for the middle tower. We already had both the scrolls, so we were planning to get into one of the towers at midnight. They didn't feel it was safe before scouting, so they sent me. By the time I came back, they were long gone. Kurdosuchi's face showed evident pity, but that didn't stop her from asking a question. Why can't you just enter the tower and say you're part of your team, demon? Naruto sighed dramatically. I tried, of course. The proctors said I needed both scrolls if I wanted to enter. That really doesn't make sense, does it? But that feels like something Konoha would do. I guess I really don't have another choice. But be careful, if you try to backstab me or try anything behind my back, I won't be nice that time around, Kurdosuchi warned, her voice becoming threatening at the end. Naruto didn't really find it very scary. He was also surprised with how quickly she accepted. If anything, he had already expected the whole plan to be a bust. Maybe she really felt sorry for the blonde with the story about his teammates. He shrugged internally. All right, Naruto said cheerfully. Follow me. Wait. Naruto felt his heart skip a beat when he heard the accusatory tone in her voice. How did you know Abuki's name? That's it. Naruto thought, his heart rate immediately dropping back to normal. He pet his head. I heard it. Sasuke felt his skin itch widely as mosquitoes began to swarm him. He really needed to get out of here. Sakura just sighed. We've been walking for hours, Sasuke-kun. How long will it take for us to find someone? The Uchiha clicked his teeth together. Was she always this annoying? If you walk so slow, we'll never find someone. Follow me. Sasuke ordered, not looking back as he went into a dash. Sasuke only managed to run for a minute before he noticed something. It was a smell. Not a pungent one, but an aroma of flavor. Someone was cooking food. Sakura came behind him, breathing in exhaustion. Sasuke. He placed a hand over her mouth, before putting a finger to his own, signaling for her to be quiet. Sakura, for some reason, turned bright red as he did so. Shaking his head, Sasuke slowly crept forwards, slightly crouched so as to not make any sound. He further motioned for Sakura to follow, trusting her to know how to keep quiet. He still remembered from the bell test. Now she instantly went to hide, and did so pretty well for a fresh out the academy genin. They got closer and soon, the crackling of fire was to be heard. Sasuke could feel his mouth water as he eyed a boar being slowly roasted over a campfire of sorts, but quickly blocked those thoughts away. I am the heir to the Uchiha clan. I am an avenger, Sasuke thought, frowning at his own wants. He still couldn't keep his eyes off the food, however. But he ignored that. Taking another step forward, he instantly scanned his surroundings. Sasuke? Sakura whispered excitedly. On the tree trunk, look. Sasuke felt his eyes move to where Sakura pointed. On the tree trunk next to the food lay 3 scrolls. Warning messages immediately lit off in his brain, each of them telling him not to go over to the clearly obvious bait. He urgently looked over to the pink-haired girl behind him, whose eyes were lit with elation. Sakura, don't think about it. It's a trap, Sasuke stated. How did you know, Uchiha? Sasuke immediately went alert as he heard a new voice. His eyes came to Niji Hyuga. Sasuke stared at the pale white eyes and the annoying smirk on the boy's face. He felt his eyes redden, summoning the legendary Sharingan into the world. Scarlet eyes stared into white ones. The Hyuga clan were well-known rivals of the Uchiha before the massacre. Before the incident, the Uchiha clan were well considered number 1 in Konoha. During those times, there was a tangible animosity between the two clans. Of course, Sasuke was too young to see the true depth of the rivalry, but he heard several stories from his parents and brother by that point. Both of the clans had dojutsus, ones that were patented to their bloodline. And, inevitably, there was the question within everyone, a question which people were too afraid to ask. Sasuke was going to answer it for them. He dashed towards the Hyuga recklessly, wanting to wipe out that pitiful smile as quickly as possible. Imagine Sasuke's surprise when his punch was caught, not by Niji, but by a green-suited boy which he definitely recognized. Lee's grip was strong, but Sasuke tore his hands away either way. Lee bowed. Sasuke-san, it's unfortunate we met so early on. And why is that? Sasuke growled angrily, making sure Sakura was still behind him at the same time. Because I wanted to defeat you in the finals, but once this fight is over, I'm afraid you will be down 1 scroll. Sasuke felt for the scroll in his back pocket, where the paper was attached tightly, relief filling him for a short second as he noticed that it was still there. If it somehow left him while he wasn't paying attention, Sasuke wasn't sure how angry he would have gotten. It would have been a horrible, shameful experience if they lost the Earth Scroll and Naruto came with the Heaven Scroll at the tower. He wasn't going to let that happen. Sakura trembled next to him. Sasuke, what do we do? Lee and Neji stood in front of them in casual positions, but Sasuke knew better. They were mentally preparing to move at a moment's notice. Sasuke knew he had no chance against the both of them, even with Kakashi's training. Lee spoke first. Please, give us the scroll, Sasuke-san. I'd like to prevent any fighting between us, as we are both from Konoha, after all. Sasuke just sneered. He saw how the boy looked at Sakura as he said that. Over my dead body. Neji laughed. Well, that won't be too strong. Sasuke felt the rage enter his veins. He understood what Neji was aiming at, but he also knew it was a part of his tactics. Neji was purposefully attempting to make him mad, hoping that Sasuke would do something reckless. He wasn't going to fall for that so easily. Sasuke entered his own stance. I'd like to see you try. Lee looked apologetic, but Neji's smirk just grew. All right. Neji ran forward without any other words, trying to stop the Uchiha as fast as possible. Lee stood behind, knowing that Neji would win the fight regardless of whether he interfered or not. From what he gained from the last time he fought the Uchiha, he was severely lacking in some aspects. Neji Hyuga, the one person he rarely defeated, would wipe the floor with Sasuke as many times as he could. But that was before Sasuke underwent his training. The raven-haired boy knew he had his faults, and had extensively worked on them with the resident Jonin in his team. And here was this overconfident BSRD, trying to fight him head-on. Sasuke's tomo in his eyes spun like a whirlpool the instant the Hyuga started to move. The first palm that tried to breach his defenses was instantly swept away to the side. The Uchiha spun his leg in revolt, aiming directly for Neji's liver. Neji pushed his leg down with the side of his arm, before trying a kick of his own. Sasuke crouched downwards, letting the kick fly past his shoulder. He dug into his pockets, pulling out several shuriken as he stepped backwards. He charged the weapons with lightning, the metal objects cackling with energy. He threw them with frightening speed at the Hyuga, who looked startled for a second before smirking. 8 trigrams, palm rotation. A ball of chakra rotated into thin air, surrounding the Hyuga densely and reflecting all of the glowing shuriken like they were dirt. Sasuke just scowled. Of course, the Hyuga had jutsus of their own. Sasuke had underestimated the clan due to his own hubris, thus leading to the surprising situation that had followed. He knew about how their taijutsu managed to completely disable chakra, but not at all of the jutsu before him. They kept some stuff secret just like the Uchiha, apparently. Neji stopped his jutsu right after. You see, Uchiha, that's the difference between me and you. Big deal. It's just one jutsu. Sasuke thought to himself, just frowning on the outside. The pale boy went back into a battle stance. Now, how about we end this hole? Everyone on the makeshift battlefield froze as they felt the earth tremble underneath them. Even Lee, who was busy talking with Sakura as their respective teammates fought. What was happening? What was causing the shaking of the literal earth itself? All of you will die. The voice was quiet, but struck through the rest of them like an arrow. What is this pressure? It reminds me of Itachi. Sasuke thought shocked. Lee, Sasuke, Sakura, Neji all whipped their heads to the newcomer, who stood on a nearby branch with his arms crossed and eyes closed lazily. His red hair was a sharp contrast to pale skin. Sand rose in front of him, the earth in front of the boy dissolving into more sand as it became alive and levitated, eager to be used to its emestir's bidding. Sasuke pulled out his kunai, charging it with lightning chakra. I have a bad feeling about this. Naruto whistled casually as he strolled around the forest with his best friend, Kurotsuchi, right behind him. Are you sure we are going the right way? She asked dubiously, checking her surroundings every other second. Naruto nodded enthusiastically. Of course. My memory is impeccable, most of the time. Kurotsuchi just laughed nervously. He went back to whistling. Naruto knew for a fact that the girl behind him had a scroll, which was the entire reason he was entertaining her in the first place. But he didn't want to get into a direct confrontation with her either. Her level was near Lee's and Niji's, and those were people he definitely wasn't confident in beating without either of his shadow's help. The blonde was just looking for a moment to deceive the girl and escape with the scroll unharmed. He wasn't willing to be injured without any of his teammates to help him either. What happens if he just loses both his legs and there's no one to carry him? He shuddered at the thought. "We're getting closer," Naruto exclaimed loudly. "So, what happens if someone hears you?" Kuratsuchi asked, her eyes darting around all over the place. The Uzumaki chuckled. "Who the hell would be lonely enough to find us here in this huge forest? I'm here." A tan girl with bright, amber eyes and even weirder hair made her appearance. "Pho," Naruto breathed out, cursing his luck internally. The girl flipped onto the ground next to them. Naruto completely forgot what he saw the last time he met Ibuki. There was a reason why the normally strict boy looked terrified. "Oh, you know my name. I guess I'm a bit popular. You both look pretty strong," Fu said, eyeing them appraisingly. "Let's see, you guys look strong and I'm really bored. This whole situation is begging for a fight, right?" Naruto gulped as he could see the chakra rise from Fu's skin. It was Jinchuriki versus Jinchuriki all over again, except this time, he was one of them. This isn't going to end well. Naruto stood in place, not knowing what to do as Fu slowly crept forwards. He looked aside at Kuratsuchi, who had a serious expression on her face as she contemplated the person in front of them with her own stance. On one hand, he really didn't want to fight a Jinchuriki, and on the other, he really had no option. Of course, he could just try to wing it and run the hell away, but he wasn't exactly sure he could outrun the girl whose level was too high for him to even observe. Naruto went into his own stance, mostly due to his reactions coming out. And then Fu ran. He didn't even have time to process what was happening before a fist was impaled into his gut. Naruto immediately lurched at the impact, his eyes bulging with just how strong the punch was. The blonde was launched backwards with the speed of a cannonball into several bushes, which did barely anything to slow his impact down. Ding. Dexterity has increased by 1 level thanks a lot, Naruto thought sarcastically. He groaned as he stood up, his regeneration immediately coming back active to heal any wounds. If there was one thing that the Kyuubi had a good use for, it was that. Naruto ran back towards the fight, eager to help Kuratsuchi in her impossible endeavor to fight Fu on her own. "Earth release, ground spikes," Kuratsuchi shouted. Spikes erupted from the ground in a fast trail towards the opposing Jinchuriki, who crossed her arms, smiling. "Wow, those look really pretty." A burst of wind erupted from her mouth a few hand signs later, destroying the incoming attack head-on. Lava release, swarming ash cloud. A cloud of ash flew towards the green-haired girl, who just watched amusedly at it all. Kuratsuchi scowled at her expressions, before her lips curved upwards. A few hand seals later, she spoke. "Solidify." The gray patch of ash struck Fu immediately solidified, causing her to be briefly immobilized. Naruto could watch in awe. Is Kuratsuchi actually winning? Of course, he had to say it. Without blinking an eye, Fu flexed her arms, breaking the solidified ash that was attached to her upper body. She stretched her arms after that. That was so cool. I never heard of anyone having lava release, though. It seems I can finally have some fun after the fight with the red-haired brat from before. He was really strong. She's talking about Gaara. Naruto realized. Who was stronger? Naruto asked, yelling. You or the red-haired brat? Fu bent her head sideways, looking at him past Kuratsuchi's body. Oh, you're still conscious. Well, for your question, I think I'm stronger. He has a lot of raw power, but the boy doesn't really have control over his ta. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Over his what? Fu scratched her head, before winking. Sorry, I can't really tell you. It's top secret. She really had no idea that Naruto was also a Jinchuriki, and had a tailed beast of his own inside of his body. Naruto just tried to stall for longer as he desperately tried to think of anything to defeat Fu. If I may ask, why are you alone? Shouldn't you have your teammates with you? Kuratsuchi gave him an incredulous look as he continued to ask questions like an old friend to Fu. Fu's face darkened slightly. My teammates don't really want to indulge in my tendencies. I can do what I want as long as I get the scrolls. Naruto realized he made a big mistake asking a personal question. As a fellow Jinchuriki, he recognized that look. The unmistakable look of loneliness. Enough questions. It's getting boring, Fu whined. Let's get back to the fighting. Before we do though, what are your names? Kuratsuchi. Naruto Uzumaki. Second later through multiple hand signs. Then, without any words, webs came out of her mouth as they scattered to and fro trying to find some enemies. The numerous tight lines of white were surprisingly quick as they went straight towards them like a spider's web. Naruto had no idea what the jutsu did, but it was better not to risk anything happening. Water release, surging sea. He summoned a wave of water that interrupted the webs, preventing them from moving further beyond. Kuratsuchi looked at him thankfully, before training her gaze back at the enemy. Fu clapped, standing idly. Oh, that was a cool jutsu. I've always really liked water jutsus, but was too lazy to learn them. I really didn't ask, but okay. Naruto thought with an annoyed expression on his face. I wonder what Sasuke and Sakura are doing. It's probably not as life-threatening as this, huh? Sasuke tried not to yelp as another strand of sand flew past him, missing him by a mere inch. By this point, Sasuke, Lee, and Neji had a similar goal. Defeat the Suna Shinobi and then go back to fighting. But from what they saw so far, it was going to be strong. Neji had initially scoffed at the sight of the red-haired genin who stood so idly on the branch of the tree. That was until his eyes opened. It was easy for him to dodge the sand, but the sheer killing intent coming from his opponent couldn't be ignored. He had a feeling he had much more in his arsenal than just throwing such a minuscule amount of sand around. Sasuke could see that the Hyuga was the initial target, if the insanely large amount of sand going towards him at lightning speeds was any sign. Neji didn't look particularly worried, as he began to spin his body around in a circle. 8 trigrams, palm rotation. The sand bounced off the igloo of chakra, the technique being efficient in rebounding Gaara's attack. Gaara stepped down onto a constructed hand of sand, which gently carried him down to the earth when he very well could have just jumped down. Sasuke vaguely remembered Naruto telling him to watch out for the boy in front of him. At that point of time, he simply assumed it was the dobe overestimating people or getting unnecessarily scared, but that was something the old Naruto would do. The new Naruto was scarily accurate when it came to guessing people's capabilities, an ability which just seemed innate for the blonde. He now realized just how right his teammate was. The casual use of sand without intoning a single jutsu, it was like he controlled the sand completely to his will. Like a god of sand reincarnated into the world as a human. But it was still 3 versus 1. And Gaara was most certainly a human, Sasuke thought with a grin. And somebody needed to take charge. Listen, we need to team up to defeat this guy, or else we all are going to die here, Sasuke stated loudly. We need a plan before we try and tackle him. Trust me, he's a lot different. Neji scoffed again. Do what you want, Uchiha. I'm not going to resort to teaming up with other shinobi to beat one person. Lee looked torn between defending his teammate and the person who actually made sense. Sasuke just shook his head in irritation. Goddamn Hyuga. Lee, we need to team up. You understand that, don't you? Sasuke asked calmly, despite that being the exact opposite of what he was feeling on the inside. Lee nodded. I understand, Sasuke-san. Sasuke felt relieved. At least one person has brains in that team. Speaking of, where was the third teammate of theirs? He didn't have time to ask as another tentacle of sand came into his path, making Sasuke's eyes was around as he barely managed to dodge it this time. The Uchiha was glad that he had already told Sakura to run away. At this rate, she would have already been dead if she was present in the fight, and there were no ifs or buts about it. Sakura, as of now, was nowhere near the rest of the team's level. But he didn't have time to think about that. 3 separate clouds of sand came towards each of them, moving of its volition as it seeked each of the genin. Gaara simply stood still as he watched his creations continue to devour the area. Sasuke dodged backwards as the sand swept downwards onto the area he was once in, before the entity began moving forwards again. This time he jumped upwards onto a branch, before leaping onto another one right after as the branch he was once on was torn into shreds by the storm of sand. Sasuke winced as he saw just how powerful the jutsu was. He was thankful for his Sharingan, which was the only thing that was currently keeping him alive. Lee was alive so far because of his pure speed, so he had the innate ability to dodge all of the sand. Neji was fast, and because of his Byakugan, he could see every angle the sand was coming from. And if the sand somehow got too close, he would simply start a palm rotation, ending the attack once and for all. But they couldn't go on the offensive while the sand followed them, and they definitely couldn't win a fight without any offense. Sasuke threw a charged kunai at Gaara, the latter not even moving as a blanket of sand came forward and blocked the kunai entirely. "What the hell is that broken jutsu?" Sasuke said, staring at Gaara as he ducked underneath the sand. The sand, Sasuke realized, wasn't that strong to get past. It was almost like fighting 3 of Konoha's top genin was strong for even the monster in front of them. "Why don't you stop moving?" Gaara asked coldly. What a dumb question, Sasuke thought. He signaled towards Lee, pointing at the red-haired boy. Lee nodded in understanding, before he signaled towards Neji as well. Surprisingly, the Hyuga seemed to actually listen to Lee. Either he was finally getting the gravity of the situation facing off against a genin who could mind control sand, or he just respected Lee a lot more than he normally respected everyone else. Sasuke highly doubted it was the latter. Neji went first, with Lee and Sasuke right behind them. They ran at top speed, but Sasuke could notice easily how Lee tried to slow himself down to match the rest of the group, showing just how fast the taijutsu specialist was. Konoha's prodigies against the monster of Suna. A thick blanket of sand erupted forwards, aiming to envelop the swarming shinobi in sand, drowning them to death. Neji wasn't going to let that happen. 8 trigrams, palm rotation. The dome of chakra completely immobilized the sand, allowing Lee and Sasuke to continue their plight. The Uchiha reached into his pocket, bringing out another kunai, this time not throwing the weapon. Lee did so as well, twirling a kunai in his hand. Gaara didn't look particularly startled at the two running towards him at breakneck speed, but in reality he really should have. More sand popped up, but Sasuke gritted his teeth and pushed through regardless. Cuts and bruises found themselves on his skin, but he couldn't bother stopping because of something so tiny, could he? Lee was the same way, his green jumpsuit slowly tearing away from the sand, scratching away at it. It didn't matter how much pain they were going through. They could do this. Naruto felt his eyes go all over the place as he saw Fu move. She was just too fast. The mint-haired girl was extraordinarily strong, much more physically stronger than Naruto was. Either she trained a lot, which Naruto doubted considering her lack of muscles, or she was a much more experienced Jinchuriki. Kuratsuchi could barely keep up as Fu darted everywhere, unwilling to be touched. There was no point in this. Soon enough, she got the first hit. Kuratsuchi! Naruto yelled in warning. The girl in question could barely react before Fu ran towards with great speed and kneed her right in the right shoulder, pushing her to the ground painfully with a grunt. No, she couldn't have been sent unconscious that easily, right? Fu just grinned wickedly. Now that's how they're supposed to go down. Now's your turn, blonde boy. Naruto knew there was no point in trying to fight the girl in front of him. As a trained Jinchuriki, she was superior to him in all ways. Even if he summoned Zabuza or Haku and managed to surprise her, it really wouldn't matter. He wasn't used to fighting people who had similar regenerative abilities to him. He really had nothing left in the bag that could defeat the girl. All that remained was trying to convince her to stop fighting, that's all. Fu, you're a Jinchuriki, aren't you? Naruto asked sharply. Fu, for the first time, looked completely shocked. Naruto nodded to himself internally. All going to plan. Start off with a hook question to shock her immediately, before going to the secondary conversation. How did you know? Fu asked, looking at him with surprise. Because I cast an observe on you. Naruto thought dryly. Trust me? Naruto started dramatically. I can recognize that look of loneliness anywhere. You're not the only Jinchuriki in the exams, Fu. Fu came closer to him. Wait, does that mean you're a Jinchuriki as well? Of course, how else would I know? I host the Nine Tails, how about you? Naruto asked, genuinely curious for once. Try to involve her with questions that make her respond. I host Chobei, I'm the Seven Tails. I guess this fight is going to prove which tailed beast is stronger. Fu asked, exhilaration present in her eyes. Naruto took a very deep breath, calming himself down. I really don't want to fight you. I'm sure you know how it is for us. My early life wasn't so pleasant. I had no friends and everyone, they were scared of me. A little kid. For something he wasn't responsible for. In their eyes, I was the Nine Tails. Even now, I have no friends. That was a lie, but it was also for the good of the fight. Fu's battle-happy face seemed to die down, before she nodded bitterly. I can relate. The villagers were scared of me, and the rest of the shinobi teams respected me for my strength, but nothing else. Even my own teammates, they barely talked to me. I can see the fear in their eyes every time I even come near them. Naruto smiled widely. They don't see us as humans, Fu. If we begin to fight amongst ourselves, how the hell will we ever live as regular shinobi in our villages? Please, it's embarrassing to say this, but be my friend. Let's change everyone's perspective on Jinchuriki together. Fu stopped for a brief second. What the hell? Are her eyes watering? Friend, you want to be my friend? Fu asked, sounding confused. But I think you're interesting. You're really cute and I see an awesome friend in you. Naruto answered. That, and if I don't, I'm seriously gonna be injured like our resident princess that you knocked out. Fu smiled widely, her cheeks slightly pink. Then of course I'll be your friend. Naruto sighed in relief. He had absolutely no idea how the hell that even worked, but he wasn't going to go around wondering that. Then can we stop the fighting? Friends don't really knock each other out, hee. I'm sure Kuratsuchi here would want to be your friend as well, Naruto said, slowly walking towards Kuratsuchi's unconscious body. Fu scratched her head. I guess. Ding. Persuasion increased by a level. Persuasion is now LVL 5, not unexpected for once. The system is astounded by your show of persuasion. Naruto grinned smugly. Thanks. Ding. Skill. Persuasion is leveling up. Persuasion is now Talk no Jutsu. New skill achieved. Talk no Jutsu LVL 1. Naruto just shrugged. He really had no idea what that meant, but he could live with it if it helped him. He looked over at Fu, who continued to smile widely as she whistled off in her own world. He shook his head in exasperation. Was he the only normal Jinchuriki? Well, he couldn't really say that either. Naruto was pretty sure he was the only one with a floating blue screen that talked to him. He looked at Kuratsuchi, who was still unconscious even as Naruto lifted her up into a sitting position. Naruto viewed the bright purple bruise on her shoulder with a wince. Yeah, that would seriously hurt. Especially for someone without a tailed beast inside them. Hey Fu. Fu's ears perked. Why did you refer to the Seven Tails as Chobei? Naruto asked as he patted the unconscious person's head to try and wake her up. What do you mean? Why wouldn't I refer to Chobei by her name? Fu inquired, equally confused. Naruto's eyebrows raised by themselves. They have names. Of course. They've been living for centuries, you know. All of the tailed beasts have names, or at least, that's what Chobei tells me anyways. There was something seriously wrong with what she just said. Naruto couldn't believe what his ears were hearing. Wait, you talk with the Sevtebe? Fu shrugged nonchalantly. Well, yeah. Chobei is pretty cool most of the time anyways. It's annoying when she doesn't give me chakra or ignores me, though. It gives you chakra. Naruto thought in disbelief in head, wondering what the hell the tailed beast in his head was doing. His luck was seriously horrible. Pushing negative thoughts out of his mind, Naruto did his water jutsu as weakly as possible to wake up Kuratsuchi, who woke up sputtering and spitting out water. Her eyes were wide open with panic. Until her gaze went to the only green-haired girl in the vicinity, there weren't many regardless. She frantically stood up, her hands already going through hand signs. Earth release, mud sla. Naruto tore into her hands, pulling apart her fingers and stopping the jutsu midway. What are you doing? Kuratsuchi boomed angrily. Naruto kept his hold on her hands. Fu is on our side now, meaning there's no reason for us to fight anymore. Our side? How would she be on our side? Naruto didn't really know either. We found out we have similar interests, I guess. Kuratsuchi wouldn't buy it one bit. How could she suddenly become so friendly after she tried to kill us? Fu interjected at the accusation. Hey, if I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't have been unconscious. In fact, you wouldn't be walking right now. That is a fair objection, Naruto said plainly, ignoring Fu's words. But everyone changes, Kuratsuchi. It would do well if you would learn that as soon as possible. Now, where were we? Kuratsuchi huffed in disbelief. Finding my teammate. Alright, before I forget to ask, where exactly is your third teammate? We all split up the first day itself, to cover as much ground as possible. He's probably already at the tower with a heaven scroll, Kuratsuchi said, before her eyes widened. Her hands immediately reached for her back pocket, where her scroll should have been. Her face calmed down with relief when she realized it was still there. Naruto didn't miss out on any of that. Relax, Kuro-san. Do you really think I would be as cheap as to steal someone's scroll while they were unconscious? Don't you dare call me that? Kuratsuchi sputtered incredulously. Why not, Kuro-san? Naruto asked teasingly. Someone of my stature shouldn't be deemed with. Silly name. Alright. She's practically royalty in IWA, after all. Kuratsuchi. A new voice popped up from out of the clearing. Kuratsuchi seemed to recognize the voice instantly. Abuki. Well, it seems we found her teammate. Thank Kami it's over. The boy from before made his way into the crowd, his eyes only on Kuratsuchi as he limped to her. You won't believe what happened to me. The monsters, they were fighting and... His eyes slowly went to Fu. The resulting scream of terror made Naruto shut his ears in annoyance. Alright, it's time for me to leave, I guess. I hope I see you guys in the next round of the Chunin exams. Naruto put up a peace sign before turning around. Kuratsuchi worked up the courage to say something just before he left. Wait, he stopped. Thank you, Naruto-san. For helping me find Abuki, Kuratsuchi said nervously. Naruto grinned. No problem. It's the least I could do, after what happened in the entrance exam. The blonde left right after, not wanting to waste a second longer. Kuratsuchi just pondered his words, not understanding exactly what he meant exactly. The entrance exam. When did I ever meet him there? A minute had barely passed as Naruto raced along the forest floor before he was interrupted once more. He sighed again, just wishing the presence he sensed behind him wasn't an enemy. Though, Fu greeted enthusiastically. Naruto blinked. He had completely forgotten about her. Why are you following me? He asked bluntly. Fu frowned. Aren't friends supposed to hang out with each other? Plus, you kind of left me back there without any other option. Naruto sighed. That was kind of true. He wasn't enough of a JRK to make use of Fu's weakness and throw it away right after. That was something his sensei would do. Regardless, what was wrong with having another friend? Alright, but I'm going back to my teammates right now, Naruto said. Fu's eyes lit up with excitement. Oh cool. I'll come with you. What the? Alright, Naruto acquiesced. He began running towards the last place he gathered with the rest of Team 7. How do you know where your teammates are? Fu questioned. I'm not sure exactly, for now I'm retracing my steps back to where we gathered before. My shadow clones. Naruto froze as a wave of memories flooded him, briefly pausing all of his ongoing thoughts and replacing them with the memory of a clone. Sasuke collided with Team Guy and Gaara. Things wouldn't go well. He turned almost robotically to Fu. I know where my teammates are. Really? Naruto's eyes flashed with intensity. How about we meet the other Jinchuriki in this exam again? Sasuke grunted in pain as some sand struck his right shoulder, but that didn't mean he would stop. With the final effort of Gaara being thwarted by the Hyuga, they could actually attempt to land a hit. With a leap into the air, Sasuke brought his leg down to Gaara's head, whereas Lee pushed his fist into Gaara's gut. The impact was incredibly satisfying, to say the least. Gaara was pushed outwards at the series of hits, coughing out BLD right after. But the genins didn't stop there. Lee rushed forward off one foot as he swept the red-haired boy's feet, who was left off balance after a hectic dodge. Sasuke took advantage of the brief moment, having to twist his body at the last second to narrowly avoid a strand of sand, and hooked his arm around Gaara's neck. "I won't let you move." "Niji!" Sasuke yelled out. The Hyuga was already there. Palm after palm after palm assaulted the red-haired boy, whose face was filled with an expression of pain as Niji administered his clan's most infamous technique. 8 trigram. 2 palms. Gaara stumbled backwards, struggling to stay on his legs as he was battered with 2 precise strikes. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. Sasuke watched in awe as the ability completely rendered Gaara unable to respond, and while he was still standing, Niji stopped attacking. Was that a smirk on his face? "It's futile. I've blocked all of your chakra points. The nerve of you trying to fight me of all people so randomly. I'll admit you're very strong. But there's a difference between strength and technique, and for that difference, you've lost." Why is he making a speech in the middle of a fight? Sasuke thought, bewildered. But he was right. Gaara didn't seem like the sharpest tool of the bunch, and got to make up for that with his pure strength. But now he was defeated. Now that the primary threat was gone, Sasuke found himself confused as to what to do. Sakura was probably long gone, or maybe even close by waiting for him to escape as well. The best move would definitely be to retreat as fast as possible and regroup with Sakura, and make another attempt for a scroll as time was running out. That's what he was going to do until another sound echoed in the forest. Yee. Ha. Sasuke whipped his head backwards towards the still Tsunagenin. Niji sneered. "Why are you laughing?" Without another pause, Gaara stood up. All the bruises on his face and body were completely healed by some illogical method. Sand poured out of the gourd on his back, and began to travel along the boy's pale skin. Cracks of sand fell to the floor as a manic smile spread along his face. Because Mother is amused. The shock on Niji's face would have been amusing if it weren't for the sheer amount of terror that radiated from the boy's body. Gaara's eyes locked onto something else. Sasuke tracked his sight only to find Bolt. "You've made me bleed," Gaara asked maniacally. He started to laugh again, the crazed look in his eyes even more apparent than before. This kid, he's not human. Sasuke thought with a grimace, clutching a kunai in his hand. The energy, it wasn't like anything he felt before. The woman he and Sakura encountered was much stronger, but even her pressure was nothing compared to the sheer bloodlust he was feeling right now. It was almost like the chakra that was leaking into the warm forest air was tangible. Without warning, a storm of sand assaulted Niji from the side, too fast for the boy, even with his Byakugan, to dodge. Niji flew sideways from the impact, but was fortunately able to stabilize himself while he was in flight, before conducting another palm rotation to block out the seeking sand that followed after him. The look on Gaara's face was something to be feared as he swept his gaze to the rest of them, meaning Sasuke and Lee. His eyes were wide with exhilaration, the predatory gaze unmistakable. And the rest was massacre. Sasuke could see Lee was, weirdly, reaching for his legs before a burst of sand exploded from beneath him, pushing him into the air like a little kid would keep a balloon up. The eccentric boy let out a pained groan midair. Why in Kami's name was he reaching for his legs? Sasuke thought in horror as he watched the boy's limp body fall back down. Lee's body fell with a loud thud, the silence that followed after a terrifying one. Niji looked surprised for a brief second, before he narrowed his eyes once more. But Sasuke knew when the fight was over. Without Lee, their main attacker, they really had no chance against the bloodlust boy in front of them. But they had no other option. It was either fight or flee, and there was practically no way to flee against the sand-controlling maniac that they opposed. Perhaps he could have left Niji to the sharks and escaped from there as quickly as possible, and while the Uchiha was a survivor, thought of doing such a thing put a sore taste in his mouth. Niji rushed forwards, not speaking to Sasuke at all nor trying to coordinate any type of attack. It was practically suicide. He was able to dodge the first set of sand and block the other with his usual technique, but the third, it wasn't a pretty sight. The wave of sand struck Niji's knee toughly, an unpleasant crack echoing as something broke in his leg, leaving him completely unmoving. Gaara's voice came soon after. Mother says to enjoy the kill and take it slow. Sasuke just stared at his opponent. There was no weight to beat him. Dread filled his tea. Was this really the end? Hey, sand freak. Naruto ran faster than he had ever done before, mostly due to the adrenaline and fear of his teammates being hurt, or worse. From what the clone had seen before quickly dispersing to relay information to the original, Sakura was nowhere near the battlefield, which was definitely a good sign. At least she had the common sense to get out of the way before fighting someone like Gaara in the middle of nowhere. However, Team Guy and Sasuke didn't look too good. The last thing he saw was Lee getting struck before the clone suicided. That was what would happen when they fought a Jinchuriki like Gaara. Of course, Naruto couldn't really blame them considering they didn't even know what a Jinchuriki was. Fu followed him calmly, not breaking a sweat as she whistled casually while asking questions to Naruto, who would rather have preferred a quieter journey. But he couldn't really object. Fu would make this process a whole lot easier with her strength. They were here. Hey, sand freak. Naruto called out from above the clearing where the trio had fought Gaara. Gaara looked different. His appearance was the same, but his demeanor was completely the opposite. Before he had the atmosphere of a silent killer, but now he was just an all-out psychopath. Maybe calling him a freak wasn't a good idea. Did new toys come to play? His eyes widened at the sight of Fu, before his grin widened even further. We didn't get to fight last time to the fullest, did we? Fu leaped down gracefully from the branch beside him. Nope. You really weren't worth my time. His eyes narrowed with unrestrained anger, the corner of his lips curving downwards in displeasure. Then I will make your death even more painful. Fu chuckled. I'd like to see you try. Naruto stood up, glaring at Gaara. Give up, Gaara, give yourself mercy. Or else, at least choose the way you want to die. I'm more than willing to accommodate. Gaara's grin remained still. I'm starving for your BLD, Naruto. The one in question just stared curiously in the direction of the voice, before almost face-palming himself when he realized Sasuke was the one who called for him. He forgot all about the Uchiha he really had come to save, and he hasn't introduced his teammate to the eccentric Jinchuriki next to him either. Sasuke bolted upwards towards him as Gaara simply stared, waiting for them to attack. Who is she? Sasuke asked, glaring distrustfully at Fu. Naruto shook his hands in a passive manner, trying to keep everyone from fighting. Meet Fu and Fu meet Sasuke. Fu waved. Hi, I'm Naruto's best friend, Fu. Sasuke intoned, absolutely flabbergasted. I wouldn't really say you're my best friend, Fu. But alright, let's just get this over with, and then we can talk about the details, Naruto instructed. We have a Jinchuriki to defeat. Fu ran towards Gaara before he could even say the plan, which wasn't very unexpected now that he thought about it. Gaara raised his hand, summoning his signature attack against the incoming girl. Naruto knew it wouldn't do much. Fu danced around the sand, casually dodging and weaving through the projectiles as if they didn't mean anything to her, as if they weren't tools of destruction that hadn't killed plenty of jonin in their lifetime. And she did so with a bright smile on her face, almost as if she was entertained by the whole thing. Naruto wasn't sure if he wanted to help Fu, because she certainly didn't need it. Where did you find this person? Sasuke asked momentarily, stunned as he watched her fight. Naruto shrugged. In the woods. Sasuke, go ahead and find Sakura in the meanwhile. We're going to drive away Gaara. Knowing that was a sign of confirmation from Sasuke, Naruto simply nodded and went into the fight before him. Gaara's face was filled with irritation as he launched sand over sand at the blitzing girl in front of him, to no avail. Fu landed kicks and punches after every miss from the opposing Jinchuriki, infuriating the red-haired boy even further. His face was filled with bruises and his own BLD as the fight continued in a one-sided fashion. Fu, do you need any help? Fu dodged another ray of sand before answering. Not really. The sand armor on Gaara's face continued to crack even further, revealing his pale face even more. That's when the surrounding sand around Gaara blew into the sky and started to surround him, with Fu watching intently. A few seconds later, Gaara was completely covered by a ball of sand. But only one word echoed in Naruto's mind as he saw what the red-haired boy did. It didn't look good at all. You were talking about helping me. Yeah, I might need some. The idiot trying to release Shikaku. Or part of it anyways. We have to break through this ball before he does, Fu instructed, still looking forward. Break through the shield. What did Naruto have that could break through the near-impenetrable wall of sand before him? Fu dashed forward in a blur as she punched the dome, a resounding crack in the air forming right after. She moved away only to reveal a small crack on where she attacked crack regenerated soon after. Yeah, it was practically unbreakable. To be able to withstand a full power hit from a trained Jinchuriki was no joke at all. Naruto simply didn't have the firepower to break through the shield alone, unless the Kyuubi suddenly decided to offer him chakra out of sheer kindness, and there was a higher chance of Gaara becoming a clown in a circus than that. But maybe power wasn't what was needed. What he needed was pressure. Naruto didn't remember a whole lot from the academy, but he did remember some of the stuff Irika had continuously shouted at him in class. The less the surface area, the higher the pressure. Meaning the perfect tool for this situation was the sword. Summon Shadow Zabuza. Zabuza, already knowing his will since the moment he was summoned, disappeared instantly, leaving behind a sword for Naruto to use. It wasn't a regular sword, not in the slightest. Forged to perfection, the vast blade Naruto held in his hands was built to kill. Fu didn't know about that, and she didn't even look weirded out by the pure black weapon. The sword. What do you think a sword would do, Naruto? I couldn't even get through the... Naruto tuned out her voice soon after. She was right. He wasn't sure even if the legendary sword in his hand could do anything. It certainly wouldn't be enough to slice through before the shield regenerated, that's for sure. He needed more. Much more. He needed to utilize a technique that Kakashi had barely taught him, simply showing it to him in the passing. Of course, Kakashi assumed Naruto's only element was water. But Naruto knew better. With the Stormbringer title, he received bonus stats in both lighting and water, meaning he was free to use lightning jutsus if he wished. However, Naruto didn't have the time nor skill to learn a lightning jutsu so quickly after learning 2 water-release jutsus as well. He had to stick with the next best thing. Something he only tried for a week or so in the middle of training when his sensei wasn't there, before giving up at the intense difficulty of it. Taking a deep breath, Naruto reached deep into his body, pulling the chakra out from within. Before shaping it to his will, flowing from his coils to his hand, where the chakra came out. He opened his eyes. Lighting crackled dangerously around the dark black sword, its blue particles whizzing around the metal with horrifying speed. Kubikuribocho was covered with lightning. But with every second that passed, Naruto could feel his control fleeting away. Without any more hesitation, he ran towards the dome of sand. It would probably be the only way for him to get a clean hit on Gaara with his current speed. He spun, holding the sword with 2 hands, as he brought down a weapon of hell onto the sand. His sword cleaved through the side of the ball with some struggle, cutting the ball into something akin to a half. Naruto dropped the sword to his other hand as the sand fell away, revealing the wide-eyed Gaara inside the other half. He dug one hand onto Gaara's collar, pulling him out of the safe hold. Gaara remained frozen as he was promptly dropped to the soil beneath him. "You've lost, Gaara," Naruto said coldly to the monster below him, keeping the tip of his sword to Gaara's forehead. The lightning was long gone, but the blade itself was more than enough to kill the boy below him. The look on Gaara's face was something he never thought he would see. Gone was the crazy, maniac look or the cold expression he usually had. Was that fear? That's when Naruto realized. The reason Gaara was feeling that way was because he simply never lost. The boy was so strong that he rarely even moved as he fought, having his sand do the work for him. Being on the opposing side was particularly new for him, and it only made sense that he would be afraid. "Leave our brother alone." Naruto moved his sword aside, reflecting the incoming shuriken with the flat side of the blade. What? Temari and Kankuro rushed into the fight as fast they could, forcing Naruto to run backwards towards Fu as several more projectiles came away. They looked furious for their brother, casting protective glances at him. Gaara looked at his siblings with a strange expression as he stood up. You got lucky that he was outnumbered, or else you would have died in an instant? Kankuro shouted. Now that it's an even dash, Naruto was about to say the boy didn't know math until Gaara interrupted. Let's leave, Kankuro. For once, Kankuro and Naruto had the same thoughts running through their heads. What the hell? Kankuro looked outraged. Gaara, I don't understand. Why would we leave after they just tried to kill you? I want to face them in the next exam, Gaara said simply. Naruto couldn't believe himself thinking that Gaara just became a better person. Wadash, don't question him, Kankuro, Temari said, looking confusedly at Gaara but also resolute towards Kankuro. We'll do what he wants. Kankuro scoffed, before nodding curtly. He glared at Naruto and Fu one more time before the trio left right after. Fu looked at Naruto. Should I chase and subdue them? Naruto chuckled. Not needed. A comfortable silence followed after, before Fu decided to break it with a question of her own. So what now? Naruto clapped his hands together. I'll regroup my teammates and enter one of the towers. Fu looked confused. But didn't you say you didn't have an Earth Scroll yet? Naruto smirked. Kuratsuchi laughed as Ibuki retold his heroic tales in his effort of getting the Heaven Scroll that he now held. Their third teammate, Saki, was nowhere to be found, but that didn't matter much. The girl in question could survive anything, really. Get out the Earth Scroll, Kuratsuchi-san, Ibuki stated. We can probably hide it somewhere when we look for Saki. Kuratsuchi didn't really agree with the method but complied anyway. She reached into her back pocket, the comforting feeling of the scroll filling her hands. It's right here what? The girl found herself looking at a plastic tube in her hands. It was shaped like a cylinder, mimicking the scroll that Ibuki held. That's not a scroll, Kikisanai Naruto pulled out the Earth Scroll to the surprised Fu, winking as if he was telling her a deep secret. He felt only slightly guilty for replacing Kuratsuchi's scroll with a dummy one as she was unconscious. Only slightly. The second exam was officially over. A huge thanks to my new patron, Anime Kohai. I seriously appreciate it. Naruto explained how he got the Earth Scroll to both his teammates, who were ecstatic as they saw the scroll, and their ticket out of the second exam. Sakura just cheered in place, whereas Sasuke had a smug smile on his face as they continued to walk. We just need to get into one of the main towers as quickly as possible. We can't risk another confrontation with a team, Sakura stated, pulling her hair back to smooth it out. Agreed. I think I know where exactly to go, but it might take some time, Naruto said, looking around while he stood still. Sasuke grunted. Naruto, your friend is waiting for you over there. Friend? Naruto questioned. He nodded. Friend? Naruto whipped his gaze to where Sasuke was pointing, only to meet the familiar lithe figure of Fu, who stood with her shoulder against a large tree and was casually whistling at the same time. Of course, Naruto should have known instantly that the Uchiha was referring to her with his insistent emphasis on the word friend. Oh right, Naruto said, before running towards Fu in a greeting manner. The girl was one of the reasons he was able to pass the exam with flying colors anyways. Firstly, she knocked out Kuratsuchi for him, which let Naruto easily get the scroll that he knew was hidden in her clothes. Second, Fu was pivotal in beating Gaara, considering Naruto was still not fast enough to dodge the sand at close range, unlike the friendly Jinchuriki. Fu. Naruto. It's weird seeing you over here. Fu exclaimed. You were waiting for me to come, Naruto deadpanned, not believing the other girl was being so childish. Was I? Naruto smiled. Alright, let's get to the point. Why are you waiting here? I just wanted to say a few things before I left. Naruto raised a yellow eyebrow. Like what? Well, where do we start? Fu said, taking a deep breath in both nervousness and thought. Firstly, in the next stage of the exam, please don't expect me to go easy on you just because we're friends, alright? So don't be mad if we have to fight, okay? Sure. Naruto responded, not really understanding why she was SOS Euro us about such a simple matter. Fu's eyes widened with excitement. Alright. I can't wait for the next exam now. I thought you wouldn't want to be friends anymore if I beat you to a pulp in front of such a large audience. Naruto chuckled. What makes you so confident you can beat me that easily? Fu just smiled. I'm sorry, But I don't think anyone in this exam can beat me, not just you, Naruto. Being that overconfident won't bode well, trust me? Fu crossed her arms, her eyes flashing with a competitive fire. Overconfidence is fine if you can back it up. Anyways, I'll see you soon. I'm going to go my teammates for now. Alright, I'll see you in the third exam. With a final wave of goodbye, Fu left. Naruto now had a new goal in mind. And that was to beat Fu in the Chunin exams. Congratulations. You leveled up. Player is now LV11. Naruto looked at his stats with surprise. It has been quite a long time since the system had given him quests, so it was surprising to see that he leveled up out of natural progression. Name, Naruto Uzumaki. Title, Stormbringer. Occupation, Genin of Konoha. Level, LV11 HP, 100 MP, 100 out of 100 chakra, 2000 STR, 12 VIT, 14 DX, 11 INT, 6 WIS, 4 LUK, 2 current skills, Shadow Clone Jutsu LVL4, Shadow Extraction LVL1 class, Necromancer attribute points. 2. Naruto promptly placed the attribute points in Strength and Dexterity, seeing the most benefits out of those two stats for the time being. Ding. Attribute point has been used. Strength has been increased by 1 point. Ding. Attribute point has been used. Dexterity has been increased by 1 point. Awesome. Ding. Quest. Defeat the bug. Created quest details. Defeat Fu if you two face each other in the third exam. Rewards. EXP 3000. Skill. Failure. Stay as Genin for the rest of your life. Does player accept the quest? Yes/no. Naruto felt a wave of nostalgia run through him. It had only been a month or so, but the quests really were epic regardless of what they really entailed. He couldn't understand why he wasn't receiving quests for the past month, but he didn't have time to complain anymore. Skill. Taijutsu has increased by a level. Taijutsu is now LVL, max skill. Taijutsu is now intermediate taijutsu. Naruto realized exactly what that meant for the future of his own taijutsu. A grin widened on his face as he started to dance in place in excitement. This was going to be insane. He swiped away the system, finally done with all the incoming notifications. Getting those upgrades and level ups was certainly a dopamine boost. The moment of euphoria and happiness as you received buffs was unparalleled. He was practically addicted to the feeling by now. Ding. It wasn't over. Hidden quest. Encountering the Jinchuriki completed. Quest details. Meet and converse with the other 9 Jinchuriki spread around the elemental nations. 2 of 9 Jinchuriki found. Rewards. Skill tree point, EXP. Naruto was oozing with excitement as he read through the message. It reminded him of the old days when the system practically handed him new features every day, until, of course, it stopped doing so once he reached the higher levels. A skill tree point most likely let him go up the skill tree where he got Iron Skin from, which made it a very useful skill reward. Naruto was initially shocked by the sight of the hidden quest. Just how much more was there to the system? Each time he thought that it reached the limit and there wouldn't be any more features, he was faced with another expansion to the whole. Not that he was complaining, of course. It also made Naruto want to meet the other Jinchuriki as fast as possible, which was probably not that possible considering just how spread apart most of the Jinchuriki were. Gaara was from the neighboring Suna, but Fu was from a very remote village compared to the rest. Naruto decided he would use the skill tree point later on. He needed to first get on with the exam. He tapped Sasuke and Sakura on the shoulders, before running forwards at a much higher speed. They reached the tower soon after, making sure to keep the scroll hidden as they did so. They finally reached the stone clearing that instructed them to open the scrolls, with Naruto and Sakura opening them at the same time. Imagine his surprise when Iruka showed up and congratulated them. The grin on Naruto's face was at an all-time bright as he saw Iruka's face filled with pride at the sight of his students. Iruka then led the trio to another large room where other teams were gathered. Obviously, it seemed that not everyone had yet passed the exam. Naruto winced when he realized he may have dashed Kurotsuchi's hope of passing the exam by stealing her scroll. He shoved the thought away. They were shinobi, people expected to steal, murder, and cheat for any chance at success. The next few days at the tower passed by quite boringly. Kakashi pulled over a couple of times, congratulating them on passing so quickly. Other than that, he mostly kept to himself and continued to read the book in his hand. Sakura just remained silent for the most of the shaky, but Naruto could tell she was quite literally bored out of her mind. Sasuke just managed to spend his time doing light training exercises and different types of chakra control. Naruto continued to try and distribute his lightning chakra to weapons, but found it extremely strong to do so. For some reason, it was even harder to do it with a regular kunai than Zabuza's sword. He wasn't exactly sure why, but the difference was evident. The lightning chakra over the kunai only stayed for a brief second before disappearing right after, bringing Naruto to a few conclusions that made sense. The most reasonable idea he could come up with was that Kubikurabocho was made of chakra-conductive metal. It made sense that such a legendary sword was made of rare material, on second thought, as there had to be something other than the expert craftsmanship which made the sword that made it special. So for the next few days, he practiced. And practiced. He continued to do so relentlessly, with the goal of completely controlling his lightning chakra, but the end of it. His efforts weren't completely wasted, but he still was far from perfecting the technique. The chakra would only last for a minimum of 10 seconds before he lost grasp of the technique entirely. And finally, the wait was over. Naruto made his way to the clearing with Sakura and Sasuke right behind him. Truth be told, he was seriously nervous. Not because of the exam, that's for sure. He really didn't want to confront Kuratsuchi. A small crowd was already assembled as Naruto hid behind his teammates, before he hinging his hair black soon after, trying to prevent being seen by the princess, if she was even there, of course. He looked around carefully, making sure to note down each and every team that passed. Good to see the rest of Konoha's rookie teams pass. Naruto thought with a smile. There's Gaara and his siblings. Of course they got through. Fu is there. I wonder who she's looking around for. Kabuto, not much I can really say about him. Kuratsuchi. Naruto broke into a fit of coughs as he saw the short-haired girl in the crowd, her face fixed into a permanent scowl. The rest I don't really recognize. Naruto thought as he scanned the rest of the teams. It wasn't very surprising that he couldn't recognize them considering that they were from villages all around the several nations. Congratulations. All of you have passed the second exam. Enko shouted. Through a bout of survival and BLD, you have proven yourself worthy of contention to become a Chunin. I applaud your efforts. Excited murmurs broke through the crowd. The third Hokage took over, making everyone silent with his presence alone. Before I go into the true specifics of the third exam, even though the system itself is well known by now, let me make something clear for all of you. The true purpose of the Chunin exams. It isn't just so that young shinobi like you could show off their talent and gain a shiny new trophy that they wear and flaunt. There's an underlying purpose to it all. Can anyone guess? Well, here it is. The Chunin exams is a system to view each of the other villages' strength. A war inside this very building. That makes sense. Konoha had to spend a huge amount to account for the tourists and shinobi coming over, and there was simply no profit in doing that unless there was something more than just crowning 1 or 2 genin as winners. No, they were getting valuable information on the other villages as they fought. Realistically, there was no other way to find out how strong the future shinobi of a village was unless a direct war was ongoing. And thus, it was created. The Chunin exams. Hiruzen continued to explain the ins and outs of the politics behind the Chunin exams, but at that point Naruto understood most of it. Another proctor interrupted the Hokage as he was about to explain the exam. He had long dark hair and a sickly face. The darkness around his eyes was visible from even Naruto's location. I have to admit something. You guys might not like this at all, so be warned beforehand. The harsh truth is, there are too many of you. There are simply too many of you to continue the third exam, which depends on a tournament bracket. And that is why, we will conduct a preliminary test to weed off the weak of you. The outrage was visible on the majority of the genin, but they didn't really say anything. No one had the guts to do so in front of the Hokage of all people. The man smirked. And even worse, the preliminaries start now. What? Now? This has to be rigged. Well, most of them. If any of you don't see yourself capable of continuing the exam, I recommend you quit right now. Your teammates can still fight as the third exam is no longer team-related. Naruto looked expectantly at the rest of the genin gathered around them. All right. I'm going to leave. Kabuto. The proctor looked slightly surprised, before coughing twice into his hand. Yakushi Kabuto of Konoha, you may leave. Naruto just narrowed his eyes as Kabuto left the premises. That was oddly suspicious. For someone who failed 5 or 6 times already, he was conveniently hellbent on quitting. With a total of 30 genin left, we will hold 15 bouts. Whoever loses, gets eliminated. Whoever wins, advances to the next exam. And for the first fight, the screen at the top remained blank until it finally revealed 2 names. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Kiba Inuzuka. Naruto's grin widened evilly as he turned his face to Kiba, who was smiling smugly as if he already won. He couldn't wait to wipe that bstrd smile off his face. You want to give me some advice before the fight, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked curiously. Team 7 had immediately distanced themselves from the rest of the crowd as soon as the fight was announced. So had Team 8, with them most likely conjuring a plan with their sensei. Kakashi just stared at him with a blank expression, well, with whatever expression he had through his mask. Oh. Naruto smirked. Aren't you afraid I would lose? Kakashi rolled his eyes. We both know that Kiba didn't progress as much as you did. It's something a lot more serious. Anko came by. Naruto stiffened. If Anko came by Kakashi, then that could only mean one thing. Orochimaru. Kakashi nodded, correctly assessing his change in expression as recognition. That's right. I know this isn't a good time to talk about it, but this fight really shouldn't take too long either. And second, this is a lot more important. The sooner you know about this, the better. Know about what, exactly? Naruto asked suspiciously, narrowing his eyes. Recall the events of the fight with Orochimaru. Did he at one point try bite you? Kakashi asked seriously. Naruto nodded. Yeah. He did. So what? So what? He says. Kakashi grumbled, pacing around the floor. Well, at least you didn't get marked. Marked. Naruto repeated, not knowing what the jonin meant. Yes, marked. You probably know this by now. Orochimaru is not a normal person by any means. I mean normally, that man would do anything for even an inch towards his ultimate goal. He infamously marks talented shinobi with a curse mark, and slowly takes over them with the promise of power. And unfortunately, realization dawned on Naruto. I'm his target, Naruto intoned gravely. Kakashi nodded. Orochimaru won't stop at such a small obstacle. Once he sees his prey, he gets it. I'm not saying you will get marked, but make sure to be cautious. Naruto took a deep breath. He had a psycho Sannin after him, who also happened to want to take control of his body by biting his neck and putting a mark on him. I won't let him do whatever he wants to do. That crazy snake can go mark himself for all I care. Good, Kakashi said, before a glint came into his eyes. Now, how about we bet on the match ahead of you? Naruto's eyes lit with excitement at the sound of a bet. What kind of bet? Kakashi put a hand on his chin. Let's see, I'll bet 5 ramen meals that you won't be able to defeat Kiba in a 60 seconds. Ding. New quest, who let the dogs out? Created quest details. Defeat Kiba in 60 seconds. Quest rewards, EXP 1000, Kakashi's respect, 1 attribute point, 1 skill tree unlock. Failure, do you really want to stay a genin forever? Does player accept the quest? Yes/no. Naruto smirked. Easy. I'm sorry you're facing me so early, Naruto. It's completely unfair on you, I understand, Kiba said, grinning widely. Naruto smiled back. I apologize as well. For what? Wait and see. The first round battle. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Kiba Inuzuka. The proctor proclaimed in the closed premise of the exam stage. Naruto pointed at Kakashi, who was currently standing still in the stands, one eye over the book in his hands. The silver-haired jonin just put a thumbs up, the meaning clear to both of them, but to the others was a simple expression of good luck. Naruto had to beat the genin in front of him. 1,000 experience, Kakashi's respect. Naruto didn't really care about that. 1 whole attribute point, and a skill tree unlock. Now, the last 2 were practically game-changing. If he wanted the capability to even beat the other monsters in the exams, he quite literally has to get that boost in power. He seriously couldn't imagine beating Fu with the amount of strength he had currently, especially without the Kyuubi's chakra to help him out. Naruto met the eyes of his teammates in the crowd, making sure to avoid the eyes of a particular princess as well, but he could feel the pressure of the smoldering glare on his back. That was a conversation he definitely didn't want to have. Sasuke just looked uncaring, but Naruto could tell he was curious. Sakura just looked worried for him, and probably just hoped he would win. Don't be disheartened, no? I'll make sure to end this as fast as possible. I won't break your ego in front of a whole bunch of foreigners, after all. The blonde smirked. You're right. This fight will end before a minute passes. Naruto just laughed. Teammate. The proctor shouted. Naruto immediately bounced several steps back. He needed to end the fight as fast as possible, but that wouldn't be possible without knowing the enemy first. If he needlessly rushed and got himself hit with an unknown clan jutsu, who knows what would happen? Alright, do a countdown for me as well. Imitation Beast Ninja Art. 4 legs technique? Kiba. Shouted. Kiba got on. All 4 of his limbs as chakra flowed around his body, filling the air with pressure. His nails elongated similar to a wild animal's, cracking into the concrete floor as he squeezed. And erupted. For a second, Naruto was surprised by the boy's speed. Then he realized he had fought with Orochimaru, a Sannin, by himself. Sure, he was barely trying. But a fight was still a fight. Naruto stepped aside, dodging the incoming body entirely. Right? The dog. How the hell is that even fair? It's practically a 2 versus 1. Could Naruto theoretically get a goddamn dragon into the ring and say it's his pet? The dog erupted into a cloud of smoke as soon as it got near Naruto. The blonde just chuckled. What kind of tactic was that? He really didn't want to hurt the dog either. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Clones of Naruto invaded the ring with haste. Akamaru, who was now with Kiba, turned a bright red suddenly. It hopped on Kiba's back, before transforming into another Kiba. What the hell? The duo erupted into 2 tornadoes of speed, going through his surprised clones with havoc. Naruto just watched in shock. He had no idea what he was seeing. He shook his head. Alright, I'll end it in 20. He really didn't need to try too strong to end this fight. Naruto didn't move as the tornado before him descended upon him with frightening speed. It was a stupid, risky move. He could, by all rights, lose the fight right there. He wasn't sure just how strong the technique in front of him was, but he was sure he couldn't just sit there and take it head-on and not expect to get hurt. But he could if he did something very, very specific. Activate Iron Skin. Activating. Skill, Iron Skin LVL1 activated. Usage takes 10 MP and lasts for 1 minute before a skill cooldown of 10 minutes applies. Naruto caught the hands of both Akamaru and Kiba, gasping at the sheer impact he felt on his hands. While his skin took the characteristics of iron, all the pressure from the incoming bird had to go somewhere. He tossed aside Akamaru like a toy and twisted Kiba's arm like it was RBB. The resounding scream was terrible to the ears. Naruto kicked him in the gut to make sure the boy wasn't screaming. The whiskered genin glared down at him. I told you this would end before a minute passes, mutt. The Inuzuka just groaned. The winner is Naruto Uzumaki. The crowd went into a low applause as they saw the utter dismantling of Kiba occur in front of them. Ding. Quest. Who let the dogs out? Completed. Rewards. EXP 1000, Kakashi's respect, 1 attribute point, 1 skill tree unlock. Use the skill tree unlock. Ding. Skill tree unlock used. Choose between the 2 skills shown. Enhanced Eyesight LVL1 Iron Clones LVL1 Naruto bowed to the proctor out of habit, before slowly walking back to the stands. Naruto, you've improved a lot. Kakashi thought with pride. I wonder how you took his jutsu head-on, but you probably won't tell me anyways. The old Naruto would have been racing up and down to tell me just how you beat the Inuzuka. His rate of improvement, it's not only amazing, it's terrifying. At the pace he's going, Kakashi wiped away the incoming thoughts, instead focusing on the small body climbing up the stairs. Naruto wasn't paying attention to the crowd as he walked through the stands. He felt kind of sorry for Kiba, who was being placed on a stool to be carried away. It was unfortunate luck that Kiba had to face Naruto in the first round, but it is what it is. Naruto, congratulations! Sakura exclaimed, patting his back. Naruto smiled. Thanks, Sakura. Sasuke just looked at him. I won't congratulate you. It's expected for you to beat Kiba, after all. Naruto nodded. He didn't expect much from Sasuke either. But I guess I have to win my fight now, Sasuke continued. Sasuke smirked. Because I'll have to defeat you in the finals. Naruto chuckled. You can try, Uchiha. Good job, Naruto, Kakashi said right after. I guess I have to buy you some ramen now. Of course. The bet's the whole reason I actually tried to defeat the brat anyways, Naruto admitted. Well, let's hope the next match for one of us is just as easy. With that, they waited for the next match announcement. Naruto looked back to the screen next to him. Choose between the two skills shown. Enhanced Eyesight LVL1 Iron Clones LVL1 Enhanced Eyesight. It's the exact same skill as last time. As for the other one, Iron Clones. It's like Iron Skin but more of an advanced version. It's almost like the skills themselves are evolving for me to choose which to unlock. The system blurred into a loading screen before then showing a digital tree of sorts. The skills Iron Skin and Enhanced Eyesight were at the bottom of the tree. The icons above Enhanced Eyesight were shaded black, indicating they were yet to be unlocked, whereas the icon above the Iron Skin skill was a bright white, with the label of Iron Clones next to it. Naruto could see that the more he went through the skill tree, the further and further the skills branched. So far, he couldn't see an ending to the tree. So then came the decision. Enhanced Eyesight LVL1 info. While skill is activated, the user has a greater understanding of the environment. The range of the user's eyesight is drastically improved as well as the overall perception of moving targets. Alright. It seemed pretty effective, but he still needed to see the other skill before he decided entirely. Iron Clones LVL1 info. While skill is activated, any active clones the used has summoned will have the effects of Iron Skin. Time of usage and skill cooldown is affected by the number of clones used at one time. That sounds seriously useful. It would be easier for someone to think that one of his clones were actually real if they took more than one or more hits. Furthermore, he would have a lot more firepower with several iron-covered bodies. Naruto could swarm his opponents at once, and they wouldn't know who the real Naruto was until the skill was over. So, while he really wanted to get Enhanced Eyesight, especially when he could barely see people like Fu move while they fought, he also really wanted to get Iron Clones. Choose Iron Clones. Ding. New skill achieved. Iron Clones LVL1 usage takes 30 MP and lasts for variable time before a variable skill cooldown applies. 30 MP. What the hell? That's not too bad for a skill that makes my clones just as strong. Naruto thought with a clearly surprised expression. He wasn't sure when he would get the next skill upgrade, but he seriously wanted to get it soon. Naruto might have to choose to get Enhanced Eyesight if the Iron Route, as he started to call it, had a mediocre skill next. For now, he could wait. Things were going really well after all. Naruto, a dangerous, feminine voice whispered from beside him. Oh hell no. Naruto froze as he heard the voice. He slowly turned his head to the side to meet the dark, blazing eyes of one Kuratsuchi. Her eyes alone showed just how furious she was, and her fingers were trembling as she tried her hardest to not strangle the troublesome blonde right then and there. Sakura looked curious as she watched the two begin to interact, wondering what the connection was. Sasuke couldn't really care less. Long time no see, Kuratsuchi. How's the team doing? Naruto asked casually, trying to hide the nervousness. It's been a while. How's the team doing? The girl in front of him repeated incredulously, her face turning red with anger. You're a cheat. What are you talking about? The Uzumaki asked cluelessly. My scroll. You stole my scroll. Naruto shrugged. And what do you mean and? Kuratsuchi sputtered. I trusted you and you stole my scroll. Then it was clearly your fault for trusting me, wasn't it? It's a battle, not a written test for someone to be expelled for cheating. Naruto sighed dramatically, placing a hand on Kuratsuchi's shoulder. For what it's worth, I felt very guilty for stealing your scroll. But it was merely for your improvement that I did so. You shouldn't trust others so easily. Of course, you can trust me. Don't spout all of that bullshit and distract me, Naruto. You know what you did was wrong. Just accept it and I'll leave, she growled, her eyes flashing dangerously. Naruto felt the anger rise in his own psyche. How about you don't take a moral high ground on this, and accept the fact that you got tricked and deal with it? Or are you too spoiled to realize you can't trust anyone so lightly, and that not everything is handed to you? It doesn't matter if what I did was wrong, it shouldn't matter. You just... Kuratsuchi yelled one last time, her eyes red and slightly watery. She turned around and began walking away without ever looking back. Wow, she's mad, Naruto thought with a frown. What's with her? Sakura asked, eyes narrowed at the retreating back of Kuratsuchi. She's just mad that I stole the Earth Scroll from her, Naruto replied plainly, looking back at the screen in the stadium. You did what? It's a long story. And for the next match of the preliminary exams, Gaara vs. D. Naruto watched in silence as Gaara went to the fighting arena with Dosu coming from the other side of the stands. He had no doubts about who was going to win. In fact, he was more so watching to see just how badly Dosu would lose. Ever since the fight back in the Forest of Death, Gaara has been especially quiet. He hadn't looked once into Naruto's eyes, which was surprising for someone who swore that he would kill him. Dosu, with his bandaged face, showed no emotions as he went into the battlefield. Who do you think will win? Sakura asked quietly. Naruto just raised an eyebrow. Getting the message, Sakura stayed quiet. Sasuke crossed his arms as he watched the fight. Naruto assumed he was thinking of his own fight with Gaara at the moment, and probably knew how diamante the Jinchuriki was, even though he didn't actually know Gaara was a Jinchuriki. It had taken him, Niji, and Lee together to actually hurt Gaara at all, meaning beating him in one of the rounds one-on-one was going to be a whole lot harder. Teammate. The fight started. Sand exploded towards Dosu with frightening velocity, but the latter managed to dodge the first burst with his surprising speed. Naruto watched in shock as Dosu actually managed to close up on Gaara without being hit by the sand, which was practically impossible for most of the genin that were gathered. He's fast, Sasuke muttered. Yeah, faster than me at least, Naruto replied with a frown. He needed to find a way to get faster. If only the skill tree gave him choices which were related to his physical attributes and made him faster, he would take them in a heartbeat. While stuff like iron skin and iron clones sounded awesome, he found that the simpler abilities which would automatically give him a buff without any other consequences to be much more straightforward and effective. Right when another stray of sand was about to strike Dosu in the heart, his gauntlets released a shockwave of energy, or sound, that pushed away the sand extremely easily, making way for Dosu to actually get a hit on Gaara. But of course he didn't. More and more sand came after the masked boy, who had to unleash his gauntlets to the maximum to keep it at bay. His eyes widened when he realized he couldn't do so for much longer. The fight was practically over. Dosu didn't have much an offensive arsenal compared to the Gaara, who didn't have a wide variety of moves, but his sheer control over the sand was enough to break through almost all defenses. Paired with his near impenetrable defense, the Jinchuriki was unstoppable, and Dosu knew that. Putting a hand up, he prepared to forfeit. Well, that's a smart way of going through with it, Sasuke snorted. Naruto has to agree. No words came out Dosu's mouth. The audience burst into a collective amount of murmurs, each of them wondering what the hell Dosu was doing. Wait, Sakura exclaimed. Is that sand? Naruto walked over to where Sakura was sitting, seeing that she had a better view of the whole occurrence, with Sasuke following behind soon after. She was right. A bar of sand blocked Dosu's mouth, preventing him from saying anything. His eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets now, as he stood still with a hand in the air. To everyone else, it simply looked like Dosu was out of his mind. Naruto frowned. What is Gaara doing? Sand burst beneath where Dosu was standing, immediately surrounding the boy who tried to jump upwards as soon as possible, but was too late. The sand had circled around him like a sphere, blocking any sort of escape from the second Dosu saw it. Dosu forfeited to gravity and was immediately put back down. It all happened too fast. The sand enclosed around Dosu, whose eyes spoke for themselves, even if his mouth couldn't. Naruto could feel the fear in Dosu's eyes. Soon enough, Dosu was nowhere to be seen, covered by an armor of sand that rose around 10 meters into the air. At first, the dome was large enough to fit a regularly sized genin. Then it shrunk. The crowd watched in horror as the ball of sand began to decrease in radius, and soon began to gasp in fright as red blood dripped from the dome and onto the floor. At that point, there was no question that Dosu was severely mutilated, if not dead by then. Before the proctors could even say any objections, Gaara squeezed his open palm into a fist. The ball shrunk into the size of a cannonball. Blood exploded outwards from the quick transformation of the container that once held Dosu. Gaara smiled evilly as he released his clenched fist, causing the ball to dissipate into regular sand that fell dramatically to the floor along with the crumpled and torn-down bones of Dosu. The audience was filled with shrieks of terror as they saw that happen in front of them, while the jonins merely stayed quiet and watched. Naruto could tell that even they were surprised by the show of aggression. The blonde just narrowed his eyes at the Jinchuriki in front of him. He's pure evil. Some genin just vomited into the stadium below, disgusted and horrified by what they saw, whereas others just mutely watched the aftermath. Sakura's eyes were just as wide as Dosu's before he died, and she looked like she was about to run away before Kakashi put a hand on her shoulder and whispered something to her ear. Whatever he said, it seemed to have calmed her down a little bit, but the slightly crazed look in her eye was still present. Naruto glared at the red-haired boy beneath him, the boy who merely grinned before a death he caused. A death which wasn't required. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi stated calmly, bringing the attention of the genin to him. Don't be scared of him. While he may seem impossibly strong, trust me when I say this, I can mold you both to become stronger. Never. But Kakashi's words still brought some confidence to him. There were holes in Gaara's. That was something. He realized from the first time he fought the brat. Winner, Gaara. The proctor stated with some hesitation. Is insane, Ino whimpered slightly. Well, if I'm paired against him in the next round, I'm for sure forfeiting, Shikamaru said plainly. Naruto didn't really blame him. Hinata appeared as if tears were going to fall down her eyes soon. Did he have tea to do that? Some people are just like that, Hinata. Believe me, I've seen worse people in my career as a shinobi, Kurenai informed the frightened girl. Naruto didn't want to believe that she was telling the truth. Such an unwarranted death. I sincerely hope my youthfulness will be enough to beat the evil of that boy, Lee stated seriously, staring intently at Gaara, who began to retreat into the crowds. Where the hell did Lee come from? Ah, Lee, Naruto said. How exactly did I not notice you yet? Naruto prided himself in being pretty observant, so finding that he couldn't notice Lee of all people, who was fully clad in a bright green suit, coming to them was quite demoralizing. Lee looked thoughtful for a second. Maybe because my footsteps are completely silent? What? Naruto looked confused for a second. How did someone make their footsteps absolutely silent? The only people he really knew could do that were Zabuza and Haku, in which the latter must have been trained by the former. He remembered getting the option back in the Wave mission to learn Haku's silent taijutsu, but he didn't have the time to learn it back then, and nor did the archive ability seem to be available. With an interested glance, he asked Lee how exactly he learned to make his footsteps silent. Lee looked at Naruto as if he were joking. I didn't learn. So you're telling me it came naturally? Is that even possible? Naruto asked, flabbergasted. Of course, I'm living proof of it, aren't I? Lee replied, grinning. Why am I asking the goddamn living freak of nature? Naruto thought angrily. Everyone waited for the next fight in a dull silence afterwards, which was promptly broken by the interruption of one certain mint-haired girl. There wasn't any other mint-haired girl he knew of, after all. Hey, Fu exclaimed excitedly. Either the girl wasn't present for the fight that just happened or she simply couldn't read the mood well. Naruto, unenthusiastic, looked up to her shining eyes. Why are you here, Fu? Naruto asked. That's quite a rude way to introduce your best friend to your team. Hello everyone, my name is Fu. Sakura was the first to answer. We could tell. Fu, unfazed by the other girl's sarcasm, continued. What are y'all's names? Seeing that his teammates had no longing to answer, Naruto answered for them. The pink-haired one is Sakura, the brooding one is Sasuke, and the tall one is Kakashi-sensei. Nice to meet you all, I'm Naruto's best friend, Fu. I'm sorry, I already told you that, didn't I? Fu asked, laughing. Well, it's good to see you all. Is it alright if I borrow Naruto for a second? Kakashi's eyes twinkled merrily. Of course. It's good to see Naruto making new friends. He's usually always so lonely by himself. Naruto grit his teeth in annoyance, but was also thankful his sensei didn't question her story. Yes, I'm always lonely. I'll see you guys soon. They walked away to some abandoned seats, which was quite uncomfortable for Naruto, who realized what someone else could think at the sight of them. Fu, on the other hand, looked completely unfazed. Why exactly did you pull me away from my team? Naruto asked questionably. It doesn't seem like it, but this is actually quite important, Naruto, Fu said, and for the first time since he met her, her voice actually seemed serious. And what might that be? What do you know about the FU versus Temari? Naruto just sighed at the inconvenient timing. I guess you're gonna have to go. Fu grinned. Not going to wish me luck. The blonde rolled his eyes. I would if you needed it. Well, let me deal with this real quick, I still have to talk with you as soon as possible, Fu stated. Naruto nodded. Then Fu leaped from the stands onto the stadium below. At this point Naruto didn't even need to be surprised. The gap between him and her was becoming more and more evident, and it irked him all the more. He needed to defeat Neji quickly so that he could reap the benefits from the quest he was given a few weeks ago. He swiftly walked back to where his team was located, wanting to see the fight for himself as well. His ultimate goal for the Chunin exams was to beat both of the other Jinchuriki, but right now it still seemed completely impossible. Unless he managed to improve at a highly above average rate, similar to how he did back when he was a mere LVL, but one thing he learned as he progressed through the ranks, leveling up got slower and slower as he continued to increase his level, which was balanced by the fact that new features for the system and higher rewards were supplied as he got into higher levels. Shaking his head, he put his mind back into the fight. What did the leaf head want? Sakura asked curiously. Naruto raised an unimpressed eyebrow at the horribly put nickname. She didn't get to say anything, actually. Maybe they weren't there to talk. Kakashi commented. Naruto just sighed and shook his head. As if that could get a rise out of him. Kakashi was going to have to try harder than that, because whatever he just heard was absolutely pathetic. Teammate. The fight was over before he could even blink. Temari began to open a large metal fan, most likely in preparation of a large attack which she assumed would knock out the girl instantly. Fu wasn't normal. The instant Temari opened the fan, she bolted forward with all of her strength, before plunging her fist into Temari's completely open stomach, which ended up knocking Temari unconscious instantly. The crowd watched in shock at the sheer speed of the girl, the previous atmosphere completely destroyed by the stunning victory. Winner. The proctor couldn't keep the surprise out of his voice. Fu raised a thumbs up to everyone, before leaping back to the stands. Your friend is incredible, Naruto, Kakashi said at last. Sakura and Sasuke looked similarly impressed, with the former much more outward with it. Yeah, I know, Naruto deadpanned. It's kind of the whole reason I became friends with her in the first place. Naruto yelled in his head. He still wasn't sure if Fu was a good person or not. So far, she was only nice around him, but when she fought it was easy to think otherwise. Hey! Naruto gasped in his seat as he heard Fu whisper into his ear from behind him. What the? Come on, let's finish what we were talking about, Fu said, not even sparing a glance at the rest of his team. Sakura looked like she seriously wanted to ask what they were going to talk about, and Naruto probably would have indulged her except for the fact that he really didn't know. Sasuke looked indifferent, though he looked at Fu with a competitive glare that Naruto recognized. Alright, again, Naruto sighed. They went up to the higher stands where they were sure no one would be able to hear them. Naruto just wondered what was so serious that it warranted having them completely isolated, but he refrained from asking. He just wanted to get this over with. Hopefully, it really was something important. Fu looked around herself once more before leaning in towards Naruto's left ear. What do you know about the Akatsuki? Naruto blinked. The what? Fu's eyes twinkled. The Akatsuki. Nope, never heard that word in his entire life. What's the Akatsuki? Naruto asked curiously. Going purely based on her facial expression, it definitely wasn't a good thing. Fu's face darkened. The Akatsuki are a group hell-bent on causing trouble for each and every nation there is. No one knows what exactly their motive is, but all we do know is that they somehow exist. Naruto shrugged. And why is that an issue? It's not like a single group can do anything against an entire nation, right? That's what Takigakure thought as well. However, we then found out that the Akatsuki weren't just a regular group. Each member of theirs is a powerful shinobi. I'm talking S-ranks, not the party games we're playing in the Chunin exams. A single member could kill each and every person here, with me being a small exception, depending on the member, Fu stated, her voice lacking any tone of overconfidence. She took the topic very seriously and meant every word she said. Naruto frowned. A group of S-rank shinobi who wanted the collapse of the shinobi nations. He felt like he would have heard at least something about them by now. Fu smirked as if noticing his predicament. Are you wondering why no one knows about them? Naruto nodded in confirmation. Because the Akatsuki haven't truly begun their operations as of now. But once they do, trust me, their name alone will give the Kage migraines. Someone actually made Fu nervous. Naruto was becoming similarly anxious as well. But he still had to make sure of something. The blonde stared into Fu's eyes intently. And what exactly does this all have to do with me? The main target of the Akatsuki are the Jinchuriki. What? Naruto's BLD froze. Why, you can't be serious. Fu grimaced. I am, unfortunately, serious. The thought pierced Naruto straight in the brain, rendering him slightly paralyzed for a brief second before he got back into the moment. There was a group of S-rank shinobi that were after him. Put that along with Orochimaru, a crazed Sannin who also was after him. How do you know this all? I had an encounter with one of the Akatsuki members. That person told me from their own mouth. Other than that, my village has a particularly advanced espionage system. Regardless, that is besides the issue, Fu began, her hand coming up to pull the hair that fell over her head back. Besides the issue. Woman, you literally faced a member of the group trying to kill us. I need to know more information. And why would that person tell you anyways? Naruto yelled in his head. There's more. The girl crossed her arms. The longer I stayed in Takigakure, the higher the chance I would end up an easy target for the Akatsuki. My Kage told me this himself, actually. Us Jinchuriki, our lives are at risk every second we stay still. I was going to try and tell the sandboy about the Akatsuki as well, but it quickly became obvious he's a bit too psychotic. Naruto frowned. Wait, you're going to leave your own village? Of course, Fu declared. It's the best option. What about your Friday teammates? Naruto corrected himself. Would you really abandon your teammates so easily? Fu grinned. My teammates? She spread her hands wide. Where are they? They're gone, Naruto. The instant the second exam was over, they forfeited just like that Kabuto guy. What? Naruto quizzed. Why would they leave? Fu bared her canine-sharp teeth. They didn't want to fight me. He shuddered. I don't exactly blame them. Besides, staying in my village endangers them as well, Fu whispered, her eyes downcast. It endangers the entire village itself, actually. Naruto found himself agreeing. She was right. If the Akatsuki really were as dangerous as she said they were, then leaving the target, especially Fu, who mentioned she has already interacted with one of them before, right in their own village, wouldn't be a very smart decision. Despite the fact that Fu was an incredibly talented shinobi and had a tailed beast inside her, it wouldn't be worth the safety of an entire village. Alright, so you're going to leave your village, and what exactly does that have to do with me? Naruto felt the hair on his arm rise in realization. No. I can't. I won't. I can't leave Konoha. My home. It didn't matter if he was risking the village and his safety. He didn't care if he was going to be selfish. He wasn't going to do it. Fu put a hand forward. Naruto, I want you to leave Konoha with me. Sasuke Uchiha vs. Choji Akimichi. The proctor announced. The visible paling of Choji's face was amusing to see. Sasuke nodded in acceptance before leaving for the stadium. Well, goodbye Choji, Sakura murmured, obviously expecting Sasuke to win. It would be wise to not underestimate your village's genin, Sakura. Choji, as an Akimichi and a capable ninja of his own right, will have many tricks up his sleeve, Kakashi said, not bothering to peek over his book. Naruto stayed silent at that. He also believed Sasuke would win, but he wasn't underestimating the Akimichi by any means. He was simply aware of the fact that Sasuke became several times stronger than the point he was at in the academy, and most of the other genin wouldn't be ready to face him. Why do you look so disturbed, Naruto? Kakashi asked, surprising Naruto with how well he could read facial expressions. He must have been in the umbu or something, because this is just ridiculous. Naruto thought sourly. Nothing, sensei. I'm just worried for Sasuke, that's all, Naruto said meekly, cringing as he heard himself say that. Kakashi just raised his only visible eyebrow. I don't really believe you, to be honest. Why would you of all people be worried for Sasuke? Weren't you the one who said not to underestimate Choji? Naruto quipped back. True, but it simply goes against your character to be worried over such a simple matter, doesn't it? His sensei asked with a smirk that Konoha couldn't see, but knew for a fact was there. Naruto shrugged, trying to swerve the topic somewhere else. He really needed something to distract himself from what the previous conversation with Fu led his mind to. Unthinkable thoughts kept creeping up to his head, and the more they did so, the more they started making sense. He really didn't want to leave Konoha. And right now, he didn't really need to. Naruto didn't have any proof of the Akatsuki except for Fu's words, and in the worst-case scenario, this could all be an elaborate scam to lure him outside the safety of Konoha borders. Although, it might actually be the best-case scenario due to the fact that the Akatsuki were just a lie made by some crazy teenager. But from the look in Fu's eyes, Naruto was practically certain the aforementioned Shinobi group did exist. And it was terrifying. The fact that a group of S-ranked Shinobi, people who could actually qualify for the rank of Hokage, were after him would leave anyone in a daze of shock. That and the fact that Orochimaru was after him as well. Yep, a totally normal day for one Naruto Uzumaki. It wasn't Fu's fault for warning him, and she was actually being quite the helpful person by telling him beforehand, but, in Naruto's opinion, she quite literally ruined the rest of the Chunin exams for him. Naruto couldn't even focus on the fight before him as Sasuke and Choji faced off against each other, bowing first. His mind kept wandering to the forbidden fruit that he later found was quite actually poisonous to eat. Teammate. Sasuke dashed forward in an attempt to end the fight as quickly as possible, spinning his kunai in the middle of his fingers. How much has Choji improved? Sakura asked the rest of his boys' team. Shikamaru smirked. A lot. You'll see anyway. Don't be surprised if our boy gives Sasuke a tough time. Ino nodded in approval. And who exactly are you supporting, Ino? Sakura asked with a glare. Ino looked affronted. My teammate, of course. Naruto was slightly surprised by that. Scratch that, he was incredibly surprised by that. Ino had wholeheartedly admitted she would prefer Choji to win rather than Sasuke. Looked like the blonde had matured, whether she knew it or not. Naruto guessed that training like a maniac during your time as a genin was a good maturing experience for any person, regardless of how they were in the past. He had to stop underestimating people, as it would definitely affect him in the future. Choji was surprisingly quick for his size, having dodged past Sasuke's first strike and engaging in some nimble taijutsu with the Uchiha for a few seconds. Sparks flew as kunai smacked against kunai in a crisp manner, increasing the crowd's excitement for the fight. Double weight technique? Choji yelled out, bringing his hands together as soon as he got the space. Naruto watched, gobsmacked as Choji literally grew like someone was blowing air into a balloon. Even Sasuke hesitated for a brief second before he ran forward once more, no longer fazed by the bizarre transformation. Sakura whistled. Wow. But wouldn't that just slow him down though? If not, make him a bigger target? Naruto asked confusedly. Shikamaru just smiled. That's what I thought as well. But Choji always managed to surprise me the most. A layer of chakra surrounded Choji as he began to literally roll in his humongous form, steamrolling the ground as he moved quickly into the incoming Sasuke. The Uchiha was forced to move aside at the last second to avoid the devastating attack. There was simply no way he would stay conscious if he was hit by that. Choji's will to get stronger was always there, if only he got rid of his stupid eating habit. Asuma mumbled annoyedly. Doesn't the shinobi lifestyle negate all of the calories he gains from eating the junk food? Naruto asked, genuinely curious. Asuma nodded. Yes, but it's probably an Akimichi thing. They most likely don't have much metabolism, but I'm not an actual doctor, so I wouldn't really know for sure just how much stopping the chips would help him. Sasuke leaped into the air, dodging another roll of the living ball of flesh and bones that Choji made. Everywhere he trekked in that form, the floor turned into a broken trail of bumps everywhere, the concrete completely wrecked through. Why isn't Sasuke using his Sharingan? Naruto inquired, looking at his sensei with suspicion. He had a sneaking thought that was probably correct. Because I told him not to, Kakashi answered plainly, not bothering to lie to the Uzumaki, seeing no point in really doing so. Are you going to ask why I did so? Yes. I need something to motivate him. The Sasuke we know won't be able to go far into the exams if he faces off against someone like your friend from earlier. I need drastic improvement as fast as possible. And that starts with his physical capabilities. If your teammate can't defeat someone without the use of his Sharingan, there's no point in training him to win in the Chunin exam, Kakashi stated bluntly. Isn't that extremely overconfident of you to do so? Weren't you the one who said not to underestimate our Konoha genin? Naruto inquired with obvious bewilderment. His teacher seriously had a split personality disorder, it had to be the only answer. I was telling that to you too. Sasuke is a lot more mature to handle these things, though I can see you doing it as well these days. Regardless, have some trust in your teammate to come out on top, Kakashi said with a note of finality, ending the discussion entirely. Watch the fight and see what exactly you can improve on. Right now it was a game of cat and mouse as Sasuke dodged all over the place as Choji began bulldozing around the whole arena, hoping for the best and that he would be able to actually hit the Uchiha once. It didn't seem like it was going to happen at this rate. Naruto had to applaud the Akimichi for his sheer chakra reserves to be undergoing that transformation for such a long time. But Sasuke had more chakra now. Much more chakra in comparison. Lightning release, lightning slash. Arcs of blue light erupted from Sasuke's hand in an X shape in front of him, clearly trying to stop the rolling Akimichi. Naruto was impressed by the size of the jutsu, if he was being honest. The lightning buzzed dangerously as the ball got closer and closer, before disappearing entirely once Choji got out of his ball shape. That's when Sasuke moved. His hands moved in a flash, throwing lightning-charged shuriken at the target. Choji, in his somewhat exhausted state, moved sluggishly away. A few shuriken nicked his clothes due to his lack of movement, making the Akimichi gasp in pain at the contact with the flying electricity and drawing BLD almost instantly. Sasuke's face was in a wide grin as he started to begin his onslaught on Choji. While Choji was surprisingly nimble as Naruto noticed earlier, he still wasn't as proficient in taijutsu as the Uchiha, who had a fluid and quite technical way of fighting that could beat everyone other than a certain green beast. Oh no? Sakura whimpered. Choji, Ino whispered silently. Sasuke attacked each and every opening that Choji presented to him, not giving a single shred of mercy to the bumbling boy, who looked like a deer caught in the dark while he continued to resist Sasuke's barrage. It wouldn't last forever. Choji was being pushed back with every jab, kick, and fake that Sasuke delivered. The rotund boy kept his hands up, blocking 50% of the hits. One roundhouse kick managed to sneak through his guard, hitting him straight in the liver. Choji gasped at the sudden pain, before falling to his knees soon after, clutching at the area where Sasuke had hit him. It's practically over, Naruto thought with a frown. Sasuke looked over Choji with a pitying expression. Forfeit, Choji. And never, Choji grunted out, his face scrunched up in pain. I can either make this painful or not, it's for you to decide. I won't lose this way. Never again. Choji yelled in frustration, his legs quivering in exhaustion. In one last-second, desperate act to win, he swung his hand to punch Sasuke right in the stomach. His fist contacted Sasuke's stomach with a ruffle of the latter's clothes. Sasuke clearly wasn't affected by the pathetic attempt at a punch. Naruto looked back at Shikamaru, wondering what he was thinking. He was probably worried for his teammate, and hoped that the fight would end soon. He felt fear when he saw the utter smirk on the Nara's face. No, organ expansion technique. Choji's hand grew instantly in size, as the boy immediately threw all of his strength into the punch at the last second. The enlarged hand seemingly pushed through Sasuke's gut, the boy being knocked back 20 meters of distance in an instant. The BLD that was coughed onto Choji's face wasn't his own. Sakura gasped as she saw what happened. He can't really control it perfectly, and doing it really is a waste of chakra, but it certainly can surprise any unsuspecting shinobi. Especially when Sasuke doesn't have his beloved Sharingan activated, Shikamaru said, his eyes glinting with excitement. Naruto just stared, shocked at what just occurred. I underestimated him again. Although Choji's hand immediately deflated and the boy began to clutch it in pain, it was undoubtedly impressive to begin with. Sasuke laid in a heap on the other side of the stadium, with Choji rising up to his legs. This wasn't looking good. Get up, Sasuke! Naruto shouted with his hands surrounding his mouth. As if his words were some sort of awakening ritual, Sasuke got up. He was clearly in pain if the way he was holding his gut was any sign. The Uchiha spat his BLD-stained saliva to the side, before eyeing the Akimichi in front of him with contempt. Sasuke moved once again. He got even closer this time around. It was as if the genin wasn't even afraid of the possibility that Choji could hit him with the same attack once more, regardless of the fact that using the technique also hurt the Akimichi himself. For the win, it looked like Choji was willing to fight to the death. Naruto wasn't even sure who would win anymore. It was almost like fate would repeat itself when Sasuke went into close quarters again, but Naruto knew that his teammate wouldn't let that happen once more, not if he had an option anyways. Choji's hand enlarged once more, making it much harder to dodge as Sasuke continued to dash forward regardless of the technique. He had definitely seen it but didn't seem to care one bit. Time slowed as Choji swung like last time, the clear target in front of him doing nothing to dodge. Except nothing hit. Sasuke seemed to know exactly where Choji would attack. The raven-haired genin leaped forwards, letting the hand go underneath his now completely horizontal body in the air. He grasped Choji's neck and twisted around to his back, where Sasuke quickly held the boy in a grappling position that left his hands completely immobile. A kunai was held to Choji's neck once more. Your enlargement technique? You can only do it with your right hand as of now, correct? Sasuke questioned, no expression on his face as he absorbed his victory. Naruto hadn't even noticed that. Choji nodded hesitantly. Sasuke pressed the flat side of the kunai harder to Choji's neck. Forfeit. You don't have any more tricks in the bag, do you? Choji sighed. I surrender. Winner, Sasuke Uchiha. The proctor announced. Sasuke immediately got out of his position, before placing a hand for Choji. The boy gladly accepted. Naruto felt his eyes widen in surprise. Sasuke wasn't acting like a JRK for once. Your technique, I wasn't expecting it all. Thank you for the good fight, Akimichi, Sasuke murmured, before putting his hands into his pockets and walking back. Naruto felt his eyes tearing up. His pupil had finally learned to express gratitude. What's next? Would he say sorry as well? He only had to wait to find out. Shikamaru sighed. Well, it was bad luck for Choji to be paired up with Sasuke. I'm going to have to cheer him up later on. Ino looked like she was on the verge of tears. Ichi tried his best. Choji is seriously so cool. For sure, Naruto agreed. Naruto quickly congratulated Sasuke, who walked towards them with a slightly smug smile. He issued a quick thanks before sitting back down. Kakashi's eyes twinkled as he saw his genin. He didn't particularly find the need to congratulate the Uchiha. Sakura gushed over Sasuke's injuries, who ensured he would be fine. A lot of the other Konoha genin came to congratulate Sasuke, who quickly waved them off. For the next fight, Rock Lee vs. Karen. The red girl with black glasses looked nervous at being called so fast, but nonetheless trudged towards the stadium. Lee's going to win, Naruto said immediately. How would you know for certain? Ino asked questioningly. Is it because she's a girl? Naruto quickly backtracked. No, it's because Lee is one of the top contestants here. I don't see him losing so quickly. Besides, I'm friends with Fu, and she's definitely the strongest genin here. Oh, the green-haired girl from earlier? Shikamaru asked. Naruto nodded. Yes, that's the one. Well, I'm going to say Karen is going to win, Ino stated with confidence. You don't even know how she fights. Sakura exclaimed. He doesn't really look like it, but Lee is very strong. Lee faced off Karen in the middle of the stadium. For once, the boy finally seemed serious. It looked like he wasn't the type of person to underestimate their opponent no matter who he was facing off against. Teammate. Lee rushed forward, immediately closing up against Karen. Naruto thought the fight was over the moment he did that. Lee was just too fast for the girl to react to, especially with his sheer acceleration. The moment the fight started was too much to handle. Lee's kick landed directly on the girl's gut, kicking her backwards 10 or so meters. Lee looked simply confused, as if he didn't know just how fast he was. Don't tell me she's unconscious already. Naruto thought incredulously. Her face was completely covered by the mop of messy red hair, so it was impossible to see whether her eyes were open or not unless you had a Byakugan. Sakura looked at Ino with a smug smile. Well, Ino refused to say anything. Naruto froze as he felt a sudden burst of chakra erupt from the girl. What the golden chains of chakra erupted from her body and towards Lee, who waltzed backwards in surprise at the sudden technique. The chains were incredibly fast, however, and one managed to catch up to Lee, whose only option was to kick it back. The chains didn't budge at Lee's kick, instead preferring to wrap around the boy's leg. Lee struggled with his leg as he tried to get it out of the hold, his eyes widening as he saw Karen begin to slowly rise. Ino's smile widened. Sakura just looked confused. Then the chains promptly broke. Lee stopped moving his leg as he realized he was free, and that Karen's body was once again slumped to the floor. Another person who can't control their abilities. Naruto sighed. It seemed to be becoming a pattern. The fight was quickly announced as Lee's win, as the audience simply groaned at the anticlimactic nature of it all. After such an entertaining match like Sasuke's, they expected more from the duo in front of them. Poorly. He just looks confused. Naruto thought with pity. They carried Karen's unconscious body towards the medical room, when Naruto had the sudden urge to do something. Karen's abilities are interesting, to say the least. Observe it. Observation successful. Name, Karen Uzumaki. Title, the BLD of Healers. Occupation, Genin of Kusagakure level, LV 14 HP, 100/100 MP, 100 out of 100 chakra, 500 to 500 ISU, 9 VIT, 14 DX, 4 INT, 7 WIS, 3 LUK, 4 Uzumaki. Naruto shouted out in surprise, his voice reaching octaves he didn't think possible. He just stood in shock as every genin in the premise began to stare at him as if he were a psychopath. Things just keep getting more and more weird.